and the role of Air Force. Now, there are murmurs of a potential missile deal between India and Greece. And of course, Turkey is not ready for it. And to give us more of a perspective and context to it, we have, in fact, our expert on this. But just telling you, viewers, there's something else that is also brewing in Dhaka. Ankara is making bold moves, viewers. Erdogan is trying to woo Bangladesh as well. As reports say that Turkey is trying to get closer to Bangladesh. And Turkey is eyeing strategic foothold in Bangladesh. How? Because according to reports, top Turkish defense official is heading to Dhaka with a high-level meeting lined up with Bangladesh's interim leader, Yunus. It's not just diplomacy, viewers, it's about defense, drones and deeper designs. Now, I have with me a former diplomat, Ambassador Deepak Vora, joining us on the broadcast. Ambassador Vora, thanks so much for joining us on Forces First once again. And, India went cold on Turkey during Operation Sindoor, the boycott. Now what we see that India is in fact turning up the heat on Turkey with, these back-to-back visits. We've seen Prime Minister in Cyprus, we've seen Air Chief Marshal in Greece. Now this talk about the missile deal, which is now deemed as a master stroke. And at the same time, you have Turkey cozying up with Bangladesh.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Always a pleasure to be with you and to learn from you. I just heard what Colonel Saab was talking about in terms of the forthcoming war. I hope it doesn't happen. That's our job to prevent these things happening. As far as Turkey is concerned, let me go back for a second and tell you, ma'am, that you give us all the information about what is happening. Colonel Saab gave us a great and a brilliant analysis of why it is, of how it is happening, while we try and figure out why it's happening. As far as China is concerned, very, very simple. He doesn't care about Pakistan. He uses it as some kind of slave, and if a few slaves die in the process of whatever he's doing, it doesn't matter. What is his relationship with India? We don't trust him. He dislikes India because we are a barrier on his path to global domination. His enemy is the United States, and he sees India as an obstacle. So keep encouraging Pakistan to kind of make trouble for India. As far as Turkey is concerned, ma'am, there is this feeling in this buffoon's head, who's now the president, there's some chap called Ard Darban, something like that, that we are the successors of the Ottomans. Remember that Babur, the first Mughal emperor, was also a Turkic-speaking fellow, also supposedly of Turkic origin. And thereafter, so they've said that we've ruled over the world, etc. He has these ideas. And now India is rightfully ours because Pakistan, which used to be a part of India, of British India, has acknowledged that I'm their god. They genuflect before me, so now why not India? And we, of course, told him where to get off. So Turkey doesn't like us at all. And we are now giving it right back to him that it takes two to tango. With Greece, for example, ma'am, our bilateral trade is only about $2 or $2.5 billion. Not very much. We export aluminium, fish, and whatever. They send us a few things. But the big thing now is the defense component. This is truly rattling the Turks. Otherwise, what do the Turks have to do with Pakistan? Except for the fact, initially the Pakistanis said, oh, guys, we are all Arabs. The Arabs said, get lost, you are not. Then said, oh, we are Central Asians. Central Asians said, go away, you are not. Okay, we are Turks. And Turkey said, as long as you're willing to accept that you are my slaves, you can claim Turkish origin. This is where we are at the moment. We are giving it right back, not just in diplomatic terms, through Cyprus, etc., with Prime Minister looking at that part of Cyprus that is occupied by the Turks, but also through the defense deal. And this is a message to the world, ma'am. I say this very, very slowly. A message to the world: don't mess with Bharat.
Absolutely.
Because we come back to you and we hit you harder than you will expect.
Ambassador Vora, always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much for joining us with your insights, presented so precisely over there. Now, viewers, F-35B fighter, the curious case that continues. It's known as the stealth powerhouse. It has been stranded in Kerala for days now, the royal jet of the United Kingdom. Now, all this started when the fighter jet had to make an emergency diversion to Thiruvananthapuram due to low fuel and bad weather conditions. This incident turned F-35 into a meme material as well, several calling it a royal mess. Now, grounded beast worth $100 million was unable to fly, despite multiple repair attempts by UK defense crews. And the exit plan is dismantling the jets wing by wing, bolt by bolt, so that it can be airlifted on a C-17 Globemaster back home. The incident has done more than stall air traffic. It sparked a serious debate. Should India really invest in F-35 aircraft? Of course, this is the F-35B. What US is offering us is the other variant. But a jet that promises stealth but is proving to be fragile raises many questions. Some call it one-off glitch. Others see this as a cautionary tale about over-dependence, viewers, on foreign tech. And we, of course, have to understand that India has a choice to make. Viewers, this is not the first incident. That's why we are stressing on this. In 5 years, there have been major crashes reported with regards to F-35B. The first crash, September 2018. Reason? Faulty engine. In 2020, F-35B jet collided mid-air with pilot ejected with injuries. Then in 2022, F-35B crash landed during vertical landing test. Pilot ejected safely, though the aircraft was heavily damaged. Another crash in 2024. Last year, fighter jet crashed into New Mexico en route a test assignment. Now recently, viewers, just this year, fighter jet crashed during training mission in Alaska. Pilot experienced in-flight malfunction. And the important part is that wherever it crashed, it was also found in time. Now, this has raised concerns. F-35B, talking about this particular aircraft, has seen frequent mechanical failures, recurrent hydraulic leaks, and engineer faults. Crashed 9 times in 5 years at least, a statistic that is clearly concerning. Another point is that in modern warfare, drones have proven more effective than the fighter jets. And this is the costliest fighter jet in the world. Viewers, we've seen the usage of drone in the Russia-Ukraine war with Israel-Iran conflict as well. So now, the question why we are talking about this is that the Trump administration, Trump himself, has been pushing India and many other countries to buy the F-35. Reason behind this? Competition with Russia. The US Congressional Research Service estimates India will spend $200 billion, 17 trillion rupees that is, on defense in the next decade. So Trump wants the US to secure a major share of this expenditure. So what other option India has, viewers, here, other than F-35? This is Russia's Sukhoi, the Sukhoi 57. Viewers, we will talk about that. We will tell you, of course, why the Su-57 is important. But we also have a special guest joining us right now. Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava, defense expert, joins us. Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava, thanks so much once again for joining us on Forces First. There's a lot of talk about F-35. It's called one of the deadliest, it's the most expensive, and we've seen Trump's sales pitch for the same. But, there have been many faults in the F-35. There are many hidden troubles. And now this, of course, comes as a case in point what has happened in Kerela. Sir, you feel that India should not really go with the F-35?
Rakshita, firstly, it's great being on your show. But let me tell you, I think we have turned lucky to see that site at Thiruvananthapuram. Because I had always said that, why do we need F-35? It's such a costly aircraft. And what purpose will serve for a country like ours, where we need to put $8 somewhere where it gives us good value for each rupee we spend in. And this money can be spent very wisely on our air defense system. So actually, this aircraft had, in fact, about 11 major incidents and 1 fatal. And the way this aircraft could not be retrieved tells that the generation of sortie, let's say we are in war situation, the aircraft's potency is known by the number of sorties it can generate per day. And that happens to be that you cannot retrieve it in so many weeks. So why do you need this kind of aircraft that you cannot really put into action again? So that is one point. Secondly, if you happen to buy this aircraft under some kind of political pressure, under some kind of geostrategic talk and all that, you will end up paying so much for each hour of flying. You will have come with, this aircraft will come with n number of strings attached to it because of ITAR, which is there. And your software, you will not know what software is there. It's a very software, very coded and very software-centric aircraft. So in fact, if you ask me one simple answer to the great complex question, I would say instead, we should go in for pushing our own project, which is AMCA. We can wait and we need to strengthen our air defense system. You've seen through Op Sindoor that our air defense system, since it was strong, our populated areas, which has been mentioned, were not hit. We were able to stop the swarm of drones. We were able to stop the missiles and everything coming onto us.
Right.
And we know that they didn't come to us only with the help of one country. There were 3 countries who were fighting against us. We need to strengthen that very, very hard. And we need to come out with our own BrahMos 2 on a very fast track. And as long as our radars, air defense radars, and our ballistic missiles, other missiles are ready, including stealth missiles, and we achieve hypersonic speeds, which we are achieving. India doesn't have any kind of ambitions to go over and grab other territories. For our kind of political dispensation, we need to strengthen our own air defense system, put the money over there, put our money, each rupee over there, and really avoid this. And numbers make a difference.
Right.
If you really ask me, I don't have the kind of time, I can tell you, if we have large number of 4.5 generation aircraft, our own aircraft, and Rafale included, we can really overwhelm the enemy. And as far as we are concerned,
Right,
the
sir.
way our terrain is, including Himalayas on north, and this side we have Pakistan. Pakistan doesn't really have strategic depth. Turkey is sitting somewhere, they can't send all the missiles and drones here. We can
Yes.
really intercept. So I feel buying F-35 at the cost of 110 million
Right,
each
sir.
aircraft, and its life cycle cost, you know how much? If you want to run it for 25 to 30 years, which it should minimum, we'll be spending another $110 million.
Right, sir.
And each sortie will take around 50.
Right, sir. Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava, thanks so much for joining us. We have to move on right now to the other big news from the world of defense for India. Viewers, the message is going out loud and clear. It goes 2,500 kilometers deep. We're talking about the Agni 5, once a nuclear deterrent. It's now reborn as a bunker buster. You heard this word, this phrase, during the Iran-Israel war. The DRDO now is developing a lethal indigenous bunker buster variant of the Agni 5 missile, a weapon that could obliterate underground enemy facilities deep beneath the mountains, concrete bunkers and fortified command centers. What sets this missile apart, viewers, is not just its raw destructive power, but its ability to travel at hypersonic speeds estimated between Mach 8 and Mach 20. That's nearly 10,000 to 24,500 kilometers per hour. At such speeds, enemy air defense systems become virtually useless. By the time detection happens, it's already too late. Pakistan has another reason to be scared. And this time, it's because of Agni 5. And remember, viewers, how Shahbaz Sharif's close aide just spoke about the fear that rattled Pakistan because of the BrahMos. And this is even deadlier. So Agni 5, this is something that Pakistan has all the reasons to fear. And India is eyeing deeper targets now. So this is the Agni 5 Unleashed, viewers. This is India's possible answer to United States' mother of all bombs. We heard about the bunker buster, the case of Fordo, the underground nuclear facility. Of course, there are reports that come in that US did not really destroy that. Of course, there is a lot of doubts on that. But nevertheless, there is no doubt about the capabilities of the bunker buster. And remember, that is the bunker buster bomb. India is developing a bunker buster missile. So that is one stark difference. All right, viewers, now we shift our focus to the final segment. We deep dive now, viewers, into a transformative moment for India's defense landscape. A moment that not only fortifies our nation's security, but also redefines its place on the global stage. On 3rd of July, the Defense Acquisition Council, DAC, under the leadership of Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, approved a staggering 1.05 lakh crore rupee in capital acquisition proposals, a historic step towards modernizing our armed forces and cementing India's commitment to self-reliance through the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. This is more than a procurement milestone. It's a bold declaration of India's ambition to build a future where our defense capabilities are as indigenous as our resolve. So there you have what all India is looking at. Meticulously selected projects categorized under the Buy Indian IDDBM framework. Indigenously designed, developed and manufactured, they represent a seismic shift in how India equips its army, the Navy and the Air Force. Cutting-edge armored recovery vehicles to advanced surface-to-air missiles, from electronic warfare systems to submersible autonomous vessels for the Navy. These acquisitions, viewers, are tailored to meet the challenges of modern warfare while reducing our dependence on foreign imports. And this comes in right after Operation Sindoor. The demand has increased. With over 99% of these projects sourced from the Indian industries, this decision is set to create thousands of jobs also and ignite technological innovation. A major boost, viewers, to Atmanirbharta in defense. All right, viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Forces First. Keep watching Republic TV. Jai Hind.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and make it more lethal for our adversaries. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, the backbone of our Air Force, is getting a radical makeover. And it is not just an upgrade, it is a transformation. Yes, we are talking about the Super Sukhoi, the massive 70,000 crore rupee upgrade that will make Sukhoi 30 more dominant than it already is. Let's start with the why. The Su-30 MKI is already India's most numerous and battle-tested fighter. But the F-16s across the border have seen several upgrades, and China is fielding next-gen platforms as well. India needed more than a match. It became.
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and make it more lethal for our adversaries. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, the backbone of our Air Force, is getting a radical makeover. And it is not just an upgrade, it is a transformation. Yes, we are talking about the Super Sukhoi, the massive 70,000 crore rupee upgrade that will make Sukhoi 30 more dominant than it already is. Let's start with the why. The Su-30.
This week on Get Me Right,
we put a searchlight on the plight of the Hindu community of Sindh in Pakistan. Their daily struggles just to be able to survive amid abductions, conversions, and targeting of their women. Also, is China deliberately hitting India's food security by squeezing the supply of specialty fertilizers amid Kharif season? And if yes, do we have a way out? Is an experiment with genetically modified crops worth a shot to increase India's agricultural output? Join me this weekend only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Prime Minister Modi arrives in Brazil for the BRICS summit, diaspora engagement and key bilaterals on the agenda. Prime Minister Modi wishes the Dalai Lama on his 90th birthday. Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu to attend Dalai Lama's birthday event in Dharamshala. Probe reveals further details of the Kolkata Law College crime aftermath. Accused Manojit Mishra allegedly drank alcohol in the guardroom crime scene for hours after the horrific deed. 25-member British aviation engineering team to arrive at Thiruvananthapuram Airport today to examine the F-35 jet. Jet has been stranded for over 3 weeks. Elon Musk says he has formed a new US political party, the America Party. Very good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. There are a number of big stories that are lined up in the next 1 hour. Of course, we are tracking Prime Minister Modi's five-nation visit. He is in Brazil. And also, we are tracking all the developments in Dharamshala, where the Dalai Lama's birthday celebrations are going on. But first, the breaking news that we are looking at right now. At least 18 people on a RAN Air Boeing 737 aircraft were injured after a fire alert prompted them to jump from the wings of the plane at the Palma de Mallorca airport in Spain. The incident took place shortly after midnight on Saturday, just when the Manchester-bound plane was about to take off. The fire alert triggered an evacuation, following which the panicked passengers began jumping from the plane's wing to save themselves. All right, let's get all the updates. Shivangi, my colleague, is now joining us live from the newsroom. Shivangi, what updates you have about this scary situation really happening at Spain's airport?
Well, we put those pictures out for you right now. It's a big scare for the passengers. Now, this plane, this is a Ryanair airplane, 737, which was at the Palma de Mallorca. It was a station there. This is Spain, by the way, where this plane was, and it was about to leave, about to take off. But what happened next was very scary for the passengers. There was a fire alarm, which Ryanair has said in a statement was a false alarm, by the way. And after that, what the passengers did, that they actually tried to escape through the wings. That is right, Aishwarya. They tried to escape through the wings, and that is a reason why 18 passengers have got injured. And those pictures are coming in for you from what happened on the runway. So before this plane took off, there was a false fire alarm leading to passengers jumping out through the wing. And it was the fire alert forced the crew to abort the takeoff. Ryanair confirmed the evacuation was triggered by a fire warning light indication while the plane was still on the ground. So several passengers had to jump out from the plane side, from the wing side especially. out of fear, and we see that the flight crew made an emergency call, prompting responders to arrive within minutes. Now, I want to read out the statement of Ryanair too, because after this, Ryanair has given its own version out. A flight from Palma to Manchester discontinued, takeoff due to a false fire warning, light indication. Passengers were disembarked using the inflatable slides and returned to the terminal. While disembarking, a small number of passengers encountered very small injuries. So some of the passengers are injured, for example, ankle sprains, etc. Crew requested immediate medical assistance, and to minimize disruption, we quickly arranged a replacement aircraft to operate this flight. So one more scare coming in for the passengers. This is a Ryanair flight. This is in Palma de Mallorca, which is an island in Spain. And once again, as we keep reporting on these incidents where technical issues or mid-air scares or even technical issues before the plane departs is coming to light, once again telling our viewers that India especially is taking more steps to make sure that these cases are not repeated in India. This was an international flight, but already we see authorities, especially in India, making sure that these incidents do not happen. However, on Republic, we keep reporting issues of passenger safety being compromised while they're flying, either on a domestic flight or on an international flight.
All right. Thank you so much, Shivangi, for all those updates there. You keep tracking those developments there. And viewers, all right, let's move on in the bulletin now. 20 days after a British F-35B stealth fighter jet made an unscheduled landing at the Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram International Airport. Now, the state-of-the-art aircraft remains grounded with field repair attempts yet to succeed. The United Kingdom is now exploring the option of airlifting the jet aboard a C-17 Globemaster transport aircraft, which is a rare move for the fighter of its class. Now, crew members will arrive today to airlift the British jet. So, the British jet fighter jet is right now grounded at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport, and it is a state-of-the-art aircraft, and it's been 20 days that it is grounded at the Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram International Airport. Number of attempts to repair haven't succeeded, and the team from the UK is going to arrive, and they will discuss the possibility of whether repairs can further be done, or will the jet be airlifted aboard a C-17 Globemaster transport aircraft. All right, let's get all the updates. My colleague Ashwin is now joining us from Ground Zero. Ashwin, what more details do you have? We understand that the team from carrying UK experts are going to arrive shortly. What more updates you can provide us, because they were supposed to arrive yesterday, and that was postponed. And the news is that they're going to arrive today to decide on the fate, whether the jet is going to be dismantled or is it going to be airlifted aboard the C-16 Globemaster. What updates do you have?
Good morning, Aishwarya. In fact, we are awaiting this arrival of the crew from UK. What we are getting information is that the London flight is likely to land in West Asia, which is somewhere in the UAE, and from there it will come straight to the airport over here and in a special military flight. So essentially we're expecting that C-17 is likely to come over here with the crew members, because the Lockheed Martin team is also supposed to come. Now, what you see behind me is the aircraft which is still grounded, and since the last 21 days, this jet flight, this fifth generation flight has been lying over here, in fact very quietly, and it has been making stories, big stories have been coming out. Now, for the 21 days this flight has been here, it has not been repaired. We have not seen any kind of movement in the last many hours. Even yesterday we've been tracking, there has been no other movement that is happening. And Aishwarya, also I have to put it out, it has been to capture these visuals which no other national channels have brought in with this specific angle. We have been managed to do it, and some stupendous work done by our video journalist Mani S. Sadur, and we are getting these visuals with great difficulty. In fact, wherever we go, we have been told to leave this place by the security, and there has been a difficult time, but somehow we have managed to show our viewers this visual. And certainly what you can see over here is that this flight is still there grounded, and the C-17 is likely to come, the crew members are likely to come by afternoon is what we get to gather from our sources. That has been confirmed, and the possibility of airlifting it is something which is very challenging, Aishwarya, because considering the aircraft, the C-17, it cannot take the entire aircraft, the F-35 on its own. It has to be dismantled. The wings have to be dismantled, and many other technical procedures is likely to happen, and that is going to take time. Meanwhile, as you can clearly see, that there is no hangar around it. There is just one CISF vehicle which is there on the other side, which is there, and apart from that, the flight is still at Bay 4 of the domestic airport in Thiruvananthapuram, continues to be there. Since June 14th, this jet fighter has been there. A sophisticated 5th generation flight like this, which is able to do vertical takeoff and which has such advanced maneuvering skills and abilities, has been grounded due to some alleged hydraulic failure is what we understand, and it continues to be there. Certainly the UK authorities have been tight-lipped. They have been not giving us too much information about it. They've only been profusely thanking the Indian authorities, and rightly so, Aishwarya, because the Indian authorities have been giving all kind of support. This flight had come from the aircraft carrier Prince of Wales, which was part of a joint exercise which was happening 100 nautical miles away from Thiruvananthapuram coast, and there is supposed to be a massive joint exercise of 90 nations in mid-July that is going to happen in Australia, and for the first time India will also be taking part in that exercise, joint exercise. Now this flight is supposed to be part of that exercise, and it has been here grounded for 21 days. In fact, we have seen the latest update from the aircraft carriers now in Singapore, and there has to be some way out to ensure that this flight over here, which is behind me, takes part in the joint exercise which is supposed to be held in mid-July as well. Aishwarya.
Right, Ashwin, and since you were talking about some security measures, of course, the Indian security agencies are making sure that enough security is being provided, although India also asked for, if any hangar assistance was required, but that was declined by the UK. And, the question of security is also being raised within the UK as well. In Parliament, there also one question was asked by a Conservative MP. There are serious questions really about as far as the reputation of such a, state-of-the-art fighter jet is concerned.
Oh, definitely, especially at a time, Aishwarya, when this has become the stuff of meme. In fact, the official Kerala tourism handle has even created an image of it stating that those who come to Kerala do not want to leave, and that has become a massive viral sensation. And another individual had put this particular flight in OLX, stating that it is for sale. And despite there has been a flow of such memes that has been going on ground. And at the same time, on the other side, I don't know, it is my oversight, but I have not seen the BBC reporting it or have not read any of the articles about this in any of the UK press. So certainly there seems to be, what we are getting to understand from some of the sources who are close to the defense corridors, that certainly there is a kind of an embarrassment for a country like UK whose flight has been grounded, who's not able to be able to lift off. It's a matter of pride for them, but because this massive giant of technology which is lying behind me is so sophisticated, and being so sophisticated being a Lockheed Martin manufactured aircraft, this is lying here not able to take off by itself for 21 days is certainly a matter of embarrassment, is what we get to understand, Aishwarya, from some of these people who are very close to the defense corridor. So and also some of these analysts have also told me that certainly the UK is very tight-lipped about it. At the same time, the hospitality that has been rendered in terms of every support that has been given by the Indian authorities is something which we see. Aishwarya, one of the important part which also needs to be mentioned is the fact that as per the treaty signed by different countries, the place where this flight is considered as a country. Now, which essentially means the flight is a country. It is not an entity, it is a country itself. And therefore, all the necessary diplomacy should be done around it in a manner of treating this aircraft as a country. So therefore, no Indian can go next to it without any proper any license and or all the proper documents. So that is where the challenge is, and certainly the Indian authorities have given the support and needs to be seen in the coming hours. In the coming hours, it needs to be seen what is going to happen, whether it will be airlifted or not. Certainly, once again, I commend my VJ Money for bringing us this visual. With great difficulty, we are getting you this visuals as well.
All right. Thank you to both of you for getting us those visuals and getting us all those details from Thiruvananthapuram Airport. And viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. Well, Elon Musk has announced a new political party called America Party after his fallout with the US President Donald Trump. And now Donald Trump had criticized Musk, and Musk now says that the big beautiful tax bill would bankrupt America. More details in this report.
The tattered bromance between President Donald Trump and his main campaign financier Elon Musk took another fractious turn. Elon Musk has officially announced the formation of new US political party, the American Party. This comes after the heated dispute between Musk and Trump after Trump's recent spending and tax bill. Elon Musk says Trump's big beautiful tax bill would bankrupt America. Musk only departed from the White House this May, but has been critical of Trump's signature policy bill. A day after asking his followers on his social media platform X whether a new US political party should be created, Musk declared that the America Party is formed to give you back your freedom.
Viewers, we have breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Modi has wished the Dalai Lama on his 90th birthday. In a post on X, Prime Minister Modi said, and I quote him now, "I join 1.4 billion Indians in extending our warmest wishes to His Holiness the Dalai Lama on his 90th birthday. He has been an enduring symbol of love, compassion, patience and moral discipline. His message has inspired respect and admiration across all faiths. We pray for his continued good health and long life." Notably, Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu, Arunachal MP Tapir Gao are attending the Dalai Lama's birthday event in the Dharamshala, and that has been ongoing, and the celebrations began early this morning in Dharamshala, and the Prime Minister has also wished him birthday wishes.
Of Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Council, Tashi Galsanji, Sri Richard Gere, the board chairman, International Campaign for Tibet, the members of parliaments, MLAs, dignitaries, the members from the CTA from India and abroad present on this auspicious occasion, all the media friends from India and abroad, all my Tibetan brothers and sisters inside India and outside Tibet, ladies and gentlemen. Today, with deep reverence and boundless joy, I join millions around the world in wishing His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama a most happy and joyful 98th birthday. This is a celebration of a remarkable life dedicated to compassion, wisdom, and non-violence. Your Holiness, you are more than a spiritual leader. You are a living bridge between ancient wisdom and the modern world. For over 7 decades, you have carried the light of Buddha's teachings with humility and clarity, guiding not only followers of Tibetan Buddhism, but people of all faith and backgrounds towards a more compassionate and ethical way of life. In a world strife with conflict, your message, embodied in how you continue to lead your life, assume even greater and more urgent significance. It is a matter of pride and honor for India and Indians to have you in our midst. As we mark this milestone, it is important to honor the deep historical relationship between India and Tibet. When the great masters like Santa Rakshita and Padma Sambhava journeyed from India to Tibet in 8th century, they planted the seeds of Dharma that would flourish in Tibetan soil. These teachings, rooted in profound Nalanda tradition, were preserved, practiced, and expanded by generations of Tibetan scholars and yogis. On behalf of people of India and government of India, I bow down at his lotus feet and wish him a very happy birthday and a long life, so that he guides us all and the suffering humanity with this great compassion. Your Holiness is undoubtedly a visionary statesman and a spiritual master whose influence extends to global ethics. His teachings on compassion, mindfulness, and interdependence resonate with the people of all faiths and backgrounds. His application of Bodhisattva ideals in modern leadership, combining wisdom, pragya, and compassion, karuna, skill in the use of means in diplomacy, leading by example through Buddhist practical universal practices, is unique. His Holiness the Dalai Lama is one of the most revered, admired, and worshipped global spiritual leaders and the most honored guest of India. We feel blessed for his presence here in our country, which he regards as his Arya Bhumi. His Holiness the Dalai Lama profoundly calls himself the son of India, and he is one of the greatest ambassadors of the ancient Indian knowledge. He has always held the view that India can make significant contributions towards world peace through inner peace by utilizing ancient Indian knowledge and combining it with modern education. He has time and again reiterated the need for India to revive its ancient knowledge. As a devotee myself, and on behalf of all the millions of devotees across the world, I want to emphatically state that whatever decision taken by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the established conventions and traditions, we will fully abide by it, and we will follow the directions and the guidelines to be issued from the institution of the Dalai Lama. I feel proud and I'm very fortunate to have closely followed His Holiness and his Dharma teachings and the words of wisdom for humanity. I diligently follow His Holiness statements and speeches and his travels across the world, being showered with love and affection wherever he went, breaking the barriers of religion, culture, race, and tradition. I am one of the privileged ones who had the occasion of attending the 80th anniversary of His Holiness' birthday in 2015 here. And now I am totally blessed to return back to Dharamshala to attend the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. The Tibetan communities in India have been peaceful. They have made positive contributions in many ways. I have been regularly in touch with the Tibetan friends, members of Tibetan community, to listen to their problems and try to solve them from time to time. I have always held the view that there is need for us to contribute significantly towards the cause of Tibetan people. I have strongly been a strong votary of extending Government of India's welfare schemes to the Tibetan community who have lived peacefully over the decades in India. And I want to reiterate, my office, my house is open for the Tibetan brothers and sisters forever. At this moment, I am reminded of my visit to Bodh Gaya in January 2023, when I was one of the fortunate ones, blessed by His Holiness to have laid the foundation of Dalai Lama Center for Tibetan and Indian Ancient Wisdom in Bodh Gaya in his very presence. The institution serves as a global center for conducting education, research, and other programs to promote the study of ancient Indian thought and visions. To conclude, I would like to say that His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, transcends the barriers of all religion, national, culture, race. The Tibetan people, the people of Himalayan region, the Dharma followers, and the people of this world need the continued presence of the institution of His Holiness, the Dalai Lama. I wish him all the very best for his good health, pray for his long life on the auspicious occasion of his 90th birthday, so that His Holiness continues to bless and guide us and come out of sufferings and lead a dharma life of peace, happiness, harmony, and compassion. Lastly, I would like to appreciate the declaration made by the Central Tibetan Administration. The decision to celebrate 6 July 25 to 6 July 26 as the year of compassion, to express our deepest gratitude to His Holiness the Dalai Lama for his tireless efforts in promoting basic human values through practice of compassion, fostering inter-religious harmony, preserving Tibetan culture, and protecting the environment, and reviving ancient Indian wisdom of Nalanda tradition. I once again thank the CTA for adopting this resolution, and once again on behalf of the Government of India and people of India, my colleague Sri Rajiv Ranjan Singh ji, I feel totally blessed to be here on this very, very auspicious occasion of 90th birthday celebration of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Thank you very much. Tashi Dalai.
Kiran Rijiju there speaking at the Dalai Lama's 90th birthday celebrations that are ongoing in the Dharamshala. As the spiritual leader of a Tibetan Buddhist, the Dalai Lama turns 90. And those visuals there are coming in live from his home, the place where he stays. The Dalai Lama is regarded one of the world's most influential religious leaders, and the celebrations are ongoing. These are the week-long celebrations. All right, we'll continue tracking all those developments in Dharamshala. Meanwhile, let's move on right now. A dramatic police encounter unfolded in Greater Noida as a part of the ongoing Operation Langra, a crackdown against repeat offenders and criminals. And during the encounter, 2 miscreants were shot in the leg. Here is a 1-minute report.
An encounter took place between Surajpur police and a gang of miscreants near the Omax roundabout during routine checking. According to the police, 2 miscreants were shot in the leg during the brief gunfight, while 1 accused was caught during the follow-up combing operation. In a major breakthrough, police have recovered a looted Kia Sonet car from Bisrak area in Greater Noida West. In addition, 3 pistols, several live cartridges, Rs 6,000 in cash, and stolen items from multiple homes including stolen caps were seized. Sources confirm that over half a dozen cases are already registered against the arrested accused. With Greater Noida Police stepping up the night patrols and checkpoints, officials say such encounters send a strong message to criminals operating in the area.
थाना सूरजपुर पुलिस टीम द्वारा जब ओमिक्रॉन गोल चक्कर के पास नियमित रूप से चेकिंग की जा रही थी तो उन्हें एक बिना नंबर प्लेट की कार तेज गति से आती हुई नजर आई। कार किया सोनेट थी। जब पुलिसकर्मियों ने उस संदिग्ध कार को रोकने का प्रयास किया तो उस कार में बैठे व्यक्ति ने उतरकर पुलिस की तरफ जान से मारने की नीयत से फायर किया। पुलिस वाले मार बचे। जब पुलिस ने जवाब में आत्मरक्षा में जवाबी फायर किया तो उनमें से 2 बदमाशों के पैर में गोली लगी और तीसरा बदमाश वहां मौके से फरार हो गया। बाद में कॉम्बिंग के दौरान उसको भी गिरफ्तार किया गया। दोनों घायलों को अस्पताल में भर्ती किया गया। तो इसमें आगे तफ्तीश की गई तो मालूम चला कि इनके द्वारा जो किया सोनेट कार इस्तेमाल की जा रही थी वह कुछ समय पहले थाना बिसर क्षेत्र से चोरी की गई थी और इनके पास से कुछ अन्य डेल्टा 2 सेक्टर से चोरी किए गए सामान बरामद हुए। इनके पास से तमंचा, जिंदा कारतूस बरामद हुए हैं। तीनों ही अभियुक्तों का बहुत ही लंबा चौड़ा आपराधिक इतिहास भी मिला है। अभियुक्तों को न्यायिक हिरासत में भेजा जाएगा। अन्य विधिक कार्रवाई पेश होगी।
This week on Get Me Right, we put a searchlight on the plight of the Hindu community of Sindh in Pakistan. Their daily struggles just to be able to survive amid abductions, conversions and targeting of their women. Also, is China deliberately hitting India's food security by squeezing the supply of specialty fertilizers amid Kharif season? And if yes, do we have a way out? Is an experiment with genetically modified crops worth a shot to increase India's agricultural output? Join me this weekend only on Republic TV.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week, I pick a subject that's related to Pakistan and yet is intensely domestic. During the news cycle of past week, pictures emerged of a couple found dead in the desert sands of Jaisalmer near Pakistan border. The two got identified as belonging to Ghotki district of Sindh province of Pakistan. Both were Hindus. Both would have illegally jumped the border but lost their way, and the desert heat killed them. A week before that, an equally disquieting story emerged of 5 kids of a Hindu family running away from home and converting to Islam, again in Sindh. What's happening with the Hindus of Sindh is our focus. Second, a quick lowdown on the India-US trade deal or some aspects of it, whether it's happening or not. And finally, a warning shot from China. The dragon is breathing fire on our food security. We will understand how. Let's get going. These pictures are of Ravi Kumar and Shanti Bai, both in their teens, both from the desert district of Ghotki in Sindh province of Pakistan. They were found in this condition, perhaps dead for a few days, in Jaisalmer this week. Police believes they escaped from Pakistan but lost their way in the desert. The heat killed them before they could reach any human habitation or shelter. The story is tragic and incomplete. I tried piecing together from the Pakistani side with some sources as to what would have happened. Most likely narration is that they eloped or escaped but wanted to leave Pakistan at any cost, at the risk of their lives even. They could not make it, perishing in the desert sands with little to connect the dots. In the tragedy of Ravi Kumar and Shanti Bai is a glimpse of the Hindus of Sindh, a microscopic minority in Pakistan that faces daily existential threat from a radical society that cannot tolerate even this small number of Hindus in their midst. Also this week, another Hindu family faced the suffocating ambush of extremism in Sindh.
हमने अपनी रजा और खुशी के साथ इस्लाम कबूल किया है। मैं भाई बिनते भगवान दास अपनी रजा खुशी से इस्लाम कबूल करती हूँ। मैं विकास कुमार बिना किसी जबरदस्ती के इस्लाम कबूल करता हूँ।
आज अपनी रजा खुशी और होशो आवाज और बगैर किसी जबरदस्ती के इस्लाम कबूल कर लिया है।
मैं नशीना भाई अपनी रजा खुशी से इस्लाम कबूल किया है।
These 5 youngsters, 3 of them minors, are heard claiming on camera that they converted to Islam on their own free will. While making the declaration, they can be clearly seen to be reading from a script, like their eyes can be followed as they move to read from a piece of paper held in front of them. These are 5 children, Disha, Diya, Jisha, Vikas and Ganesh, of the Bhagwandas family of Shahdatpur in Sindh province of Pakistan, and they were reported missing a fortnight back, only to appear mysteriously with police, but disowning their families, disowning their religion, professing to have converted to Islam on their own free will. Listen to them once again.
मेरा नाम जिया है। मैं, मेरी 2 बहनें, हमने अपनी रजा और खुशी के साथ इस्लाम कबूल किया है और अपनी रजा और खुशी के साथ घर से भागे हैं। इसमें हमारी किसी ने भी किसी भी किस्म की कोई भी मदद नहीं की है। हम अपनी मर्जी से और अपने ही बलबूते पे, अपने ही दम पे निकले हैं घर से। मैं भाई बिनते भगवान दास अपनी रजा खुशी से इस्लाम कबूल करती हूँ। मुझ पर किसी भी किस्म की जोर जबरदस्ती नहीं है। मैं विकास कुमार जयप्रकाश अपने पूरे होशो आवाज और बिना किसी जबरदस्ती के इस्लाम कबूल करता हूँ और मुझे अपने घर वालों से खतरा है, मुझे तहफ़्फ़ुज़ दिया जाए।
मैं हरजीत कुमार उर्फ अब्दुल राफे आज अपनी रजा खुशी और होशो आवाज और बगैर किसी जबरदस्ती के इस्लाम कबूल कर लिया है।
मैं नशीना भाई बिनते भगवान दास अपनी रजा खुशी से इस्लाम कबूल किया है। मुझ पर किसी भी किस्म की जोर जबरदस्ती नहीं है।
Did you get any sense that everything is above board with their conversions, including the attire? Just a short clip of the wailing mother of the kids. And then a press conference addressed by the family members. The Sindh Human Rights Commission has taken suo motu cognizance, but it might end there. An average of 300 forced conversions get reported per annum in Pakistan. And that must be a very conservative number. Anything between 1,200 to 5,000 of the remaining Hindus leave Pakistan every year, most of them coming to India. A survey by the Digital Rights Foundation on Minorities in Pakistan found words like wajib ul qatl, which means worthy of killing, fitna, or cause of discord, and male ganimat, war booty or sex slave, frequently used for Hindus, Sikhs and Christians in Pakistan. There are organized syndicates called blasphemy business groups run by lawyers. These are criminal gangs luring unsuspecting people, mostly minorities, and then blackmailing them for any innocuous comments they might have made. Either pay up or convert, or else sartan se juda threat. Zohran Mamdani, the likely new mayor of New York, recently got away with a blatant lie that there were no more Gujarati Muslims left. Gujarati Muslims are not only thriving, but happen to be one of the more affluent segments of the Muslim community as a whole in India. Whatever I could scan of Mamadani's public positions, I found none, like not one expressing his mind on the Hindus of Sindh. The Human Rights Commission of Pakistan came out with a report recently terming the judicial process as tilted against the Hindus with little chance of justice. Districts like Ghotki, Umarkot and Tharparkar in Sindh were described as Hindu abduction hubs, with most victims being underage girls, abducted, converted and forced into marriages with Muslim men. It's an organized crime with complete state support. The courts joined the extremists by not allowing the abducted girls to return to their families, putting them in detention camps instead. The story of cleric Mian Mittu, whose seminary Dargah Barchundi Sharif in Ghotki is used as a one-stop shop to convert and marry off Hindu girls, has attained international notoriety. Most Hindu girls are not sent to schools for fear of abduction by their families. The story of the Hindus of Sindh was foretold by Pakistan's first law minister, a Bengali Hindu by the name of Jogendranath Mandal. He was also a Dalit and presaged the Jai Bhim, Jai Meem slogans of today's pan-Islamists of Indian politics. Like now, so then, Mandal felt he was cheated, quit as minister and returned to India to redeem himself. His resignation letter to Pakistan's Prime Minister Liaquat Ali Khan is instructive of how Pakistan would treat its Hindus. I must say that this policy of driving out Hindus from Pakistan has succeeded completely in West Pakistan and is nearing completion in East Pakistan too, he wrote. The future of Hindus in East Bengal is completely dark and dismal. Leaving aside the question of East Pakistan, let me now refer to West Pakistan, especially Sindh. A large number of them were converted to Islam. Only 4 out of a dozen scheduled caste girls abducted by Muslims have yet to be recovered. The names of those girls and the names of their abductors were supplied to the government. The last reply recently given by the office in charge of the recovery of abducted girls said that his function was to recover Hindu girls and not Achut or scheduled caste ones. They were not Hindus. The condition of the small number of Hindus that are still living in Sindh and Karachi, the capital of Pakistan, is simply deplorable. After an anxious and prolonged struggle, I have come to the conclusion that Pakistan is no place for Hindus to live and that their future is darkened by the ominous shadow of conversion or liquidation. Those Hindus who will continue to stay accursed in Pakistan will, I am afraid, in gradual stages and in a planned manner, be either converted to Islam or completely exterminated. I did some extensive reading from Mandal's letter because it is instructive. The conversions are never of free will. Either there is inducement or there is threat to life. They began in 1947 when the Hindu population of present-day Pakistan was about 8%. They continue when the population of the Hindu community has dwindled to just about 2%. It has been a systematic cleansing of the Hindus in Sindh, the ideology epitomized by Asim Munir's April 16 speech.
पाकिस्तान की कहानी अपने बच्चों को जो है आपने जरूर सुनानी है ताकि वो पाकिस्तान की कहानी ना भूलें. Well, our forefathers they thought that we are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different, our customs are different, our traditions are different, our thoughts are different, our ambitions are different. That was the foundation of the two-nation theory that was laid there. That we are two nations, we are not one nation.
Attacking and killing Hindus to physically annul their symbols and their person has been Pakistan's single-minded project since its inception. Pahalgam is not the first terror attack targeting Hindus. Almost all the terror attacks in the last 5 decades and more were aimed at Hindu reprisal. From the 1993 Mumbai bombings to the 2008 Mumbai terror attack, and a dozen other terrorism incidents in between. The whole idea behind the ISI project of Indian Mujahideen, for example, was to target Hindus from Ahmedabad to Bengaluru, from Hyderabad to Varanasi. It is an organized hate. It is deep-seated ideological construct. Jinnah getting Pakistan without disturbing the crease of his pants, as he once famously claimed, was just a beginning. The 8% Hindus in 1947 or 2% now never constituted a threat. And yet, Ravi Kumar and Shanti Bai have to escape. Disha, Josha and Dia have to convert to just survive. Mamadani believes his being a minority adds value to New York, even as minority status in Pakistan comes with a death warrant. Moving on for now. This brings me to the elephant in the room or the dragon in the sky that increasingly obstructs India's march to progress. Now it is specifically targeting our supper plates. China has put a full squeeze on exports of specialty fertilizers to India over the last couple of months. Shipments bound for India are facing procedural delays. There are signs that the informal squeeze might be India-specific and should be seen as part of the larger economic war that China is capable of waging, leveraging its manufacturing muscle. China is a large supplier of fertilizers, both the urea and the phosphatic types. Like it is supplier of key commodities in most other sectors, including pharma, for the rest of the world. In the present case, the phosphatic fertilizers are second most widely used in India, and a supply crunch directly affects fruits and vegetables this season. Kharif season accounts for half of overall food production of India, and China's move to disturb fertilizer supplies seems intent on disrupting that very cycle. Here are the numbers. India's DAP or phosphatic stock holding is down from 2.8 million tons in June of last year to 1.8 million tons this year. Though it's still above the offtake for the season, the dwindling of stocks is worrisome. It has already led to a spike in prices, forcing farmers to look for alternatives. India imports anything between 150 to 160 metric tons of these fertilizers in the June to December Kharif cycle, China accounting for a third of those imports. This must act as a wake-up call for both the government and the industry. If there's any regulatory cholesterol impeding quick growth of the fertilizer sector, the government should quickly move to plug the gaps. If the industry has been slack, depending on the easy China route, then it should buckle up and make sure that India becomes independent of this Chinese dependence in soonest possible time. It's been a generation since we depended on foreign support of any kind for our food security. But those days of ship to mouth were scary. China's recent actions are not confined to fertilizers alone. Only last week, we profiled Chinese moves on rare earth minerals, directly affecting global automotive industry, supply chains, among others. In this global game of geopolitical disruption using trade, China, for the time being, controls levers that it can use to manipulate bilateral trade relationships. And if it can do this much with India, which has wherewithal to work on alternatives, imagine what China must be doing to nations in Africa, many of which completely depend on them for their economic growth. There's a lesson which we have oft repeated on this platform, that China needs to be tackled collectively. Individually, trade deals with China would be, by default, disadvantageous to rest. The overcapacities once created have sustenance power that can last decades and more. The United States is a classic example of overcapacity of its war machine during the two world wars, sustaining it for almost a century and more as the lead power of the world. But while America's rise was at least rooted in democratic values and dialogue and a network of international institutions, in the case of China, it is my way or highway. Only last week, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal was panned for this remark he made in London. Listen to him.
So if I do an ASEAN agreement with Indonesia and Malaysia and Vietnam and Thailand and Cambodia and Laos, which was done 15 years ago before we came into government. It really is silly because I am giving or opening up my market to my competitors, and many of whom have now become the B team of China. So effectively and indirectly, I've opened up my market for goods that find their way from China into India.
While this created a diplomatic furore, the crux of Goyal's argument was that China had successfully created manufacturing proxies in the ASEAN region and was gaming trade agreements it was not party to by leveraging its presence in these geographies. Goyal was proven right this week when the United States signed its first trade agreement in ASEAN with Vietnam. And guess what? The deal provides for only 20% tariff on Vietnamese goods, but slaps a steep 40% duty on third-party shipments, acknowledging the looming Chinese disruption. The world needs to watch out.
I think we're going to have a deal with India, possibly, and that's going to be a different kind of a deal. It's going to be a deal where we're able to go in and compete. Right now, India doesn't accept anybody in. I think India is going to do that, and if they do that, we're going to have a deal for much less tariffs.
That brings me to the third and connected segment. If China is blackmailing on our food security, do we have a way out? It seems we have. The India-United States trade deal, which is in the works, has an aspect which has turned into an ideological war. The issue, which might play out over the second round of trade deal, is of the genetically modified crops. What is genetically modified crop? Any product of tinkering with the DNA of the plant or organism that changes the genome sequence and hence characteristics, like making them more pest resistant or increase their nutrient value, is called genetically modified. One would say, what's the harm? None really if you are a rich surplus economy like the United States. How do you become a rich surplus economy? By using the same modern technology, which for now is an impediment. I personally do not see any harm in transiting to a GM crops ecosystem in a controlled, graded fashion in India. Look at the numbers. In the case of soybeans, against the yield of just 1 ton per hectare in India, it is 4.2 tons per hectare in the United States. Similarly, in the case of maize, against India's low productivity of 3 to 4 metric tons, it is 11 metric tons in the case of United States. So it's a no-brainer. The question is how to handle the transition so that our own farmers can handle this produce without the glut leading to a price crash. The Niti Aayog, government's in-house think tank, came out with a working paper in May toying with the idea of allowing GM imports. The paper was clear: no GM maize or soybean into the Indian food chain, but only a monitored nod for the fuel chain. Due to the focus on ethanol production to meet blending mandates for green biofuel, India's maize imports have seen a 500% jump in recent years. Instead of importing GM maize, why not just import ethanol, GM or no GM? That was the idea. Would have dovetailed fantastically with climate objectives too, and provided a halfway house over US demand for allowing their GM crops into India. Unfortunately, Niti Aayog had to withdraw the paper faced with criticism from the opposition and even pro-government lobbies like the Swadeshi Jagran Manch. What raised hackles was the Niti suggestion that soybean oil also be allowed. Now that's a red flag, since this gives direct entry to GM crops into the food chain in the country. India is the largest importer of edible oils in the world. There's this argument that with a small tweak as this, allowing GM soybean, we would have achieved many objectives: reduced our import bill, balanced trade with the United States, and taken care of one small aspect of food security: dependence on China. India has had only one experiment with genetically modified crops, that of cotton, and the results have been satisfactory, if not super successful. Introduced in 2001 In a span of 8 years, the GM cotton catapulted India into the second largest cotton producer in the world, as also the biggest exporter of cotton. The cotton produce amounted to 15 million bales only in the year 2000. It more than doubled to 32 million bales by 2010. Farmers across Gujarat, Maharashtra and Karnataka reaped dividends and saw a reasonably good increase in their incomes. As it happens, agriculture is not just an economic activity in India, it is intensely cultural and even more intensely political. With 50% of India's population still dependent on agriculture, the vote bank is a sensitive issue. India's opposition to GM crops predates the World Trade Organization and goes back to GATT and earlier. The concerns are because the GM seeds are often patented, giving leverage to big American agri-tech corporations. This is seen as going against small farmers-driven Indian agricultural landscape. Also, GM seeds are non-reusable. Farmers need to buy fresh seeds in every crop cycle, unlike our desi varieties that are self-generating. Also, of late, there are reports of even the GM cotton developing pest resistance. But that does not mean we have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. The government needs to make a concerted attempt to move cautiously in the direction of GM crops backed with intense research. A fail-safe product with guardrails would go a long way in boosting India's food security, lifting us out of the orbit of American pressures or Chinese blackmail. That would be a reasonably good spin-off. Thanks for watching.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and make it more lethal for our adversaries. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, the backbone of our Air Force, is getting a radical makeover. And it is not just an upgrade, it is a transformation. Yes, we are talking about the Super Sukhoi, the massive 70,000 crore rupee upgrade that will make Sukhoi 30 more dominant than it already is. Let's start with the why. The Su-30 MKI is already India's most numerous and battle-tested fighter. But the F-16s across the border have seen several upgrades, and China is fielding next-gen platforms as well. India needed more than a match, it needed mastery. Enter the Super Sukhoi program. At the heart of this transformation is a state-of-the-art avionics suite. Think digital cockpit, better situational awareness, and seamless sensor fusion. And the radar? A brand new AESA radar, active electronically scanned array, capable of detecting and locking into the multiple targets over 350 kilometers away. The Super Sukhoi won't just see better, it will strike harder. Expect integration of next-gen missiles like the Astra Mk2, the BrahMos NG and Hammer precision-guided bombs. Air-to-air, air-to-ground and even anti-ship, all in one platform. This is not just multi-role, it is multi-kill. And here's the most powerful shift. The Super Sukhoi is going Atmanirbhar. From mission computers to flight control systems and cockpit displays, much of the tech will be designed and built in India. This reduces the dependency and boosts India's defense ecosystem. In the modern aerial battlefield, surviving a missile is just as important as firing one. That's where the new electronic warfare suite comes in, jamming the enemy radars, fooling incoming missiles, and protecting our pilots in contested airspace. It's the shield behind the sword. So when do we see the Super Sukhoi in action? The upgrade is expected to roll out by 2027 with around 80 aircraft in phase 1. You heard that right.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, top headlines: 25-member British aviation engineering team to arrive at Thiruvananthapuram Airport today to examine the F-35 jet stranded for over 3 weeks. PM Modi arrives in Brazil for the BRICS summit, diaspora engagement and key bilaterals on the agenda.
I join millions around the world in wishing His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama a most happy and joyful 98th birthday.
PM Modi wishes Dalai Lama on his 90th birthday. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju attends Dalai Lama's birthday event in Dharamshala. Supreme Court admin rights to center seeking immediate eviction ex-CGI Chandrachud from official bungalow. Elon Musk says he has formed a new US political party, the America Party. Some more breaking news coming in. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We're coming to know that Atlas 400 expected to land in Thiruvananthapuram around 1 p.m. from Muscat. This is likely to carry UK crew members to land in Thiruvananthapuram around 1 p.m. Atlas 400 likely to land with the crew members around 1 p.m. And remember, this is coming in as we told you that British engineers and technicians will be arriving to assess the situation of the British F-35 jet, which has been grounded in Kerala since June 14th. And I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have with us Ashwin joining us live. Ashwin, we'll go to Ashwin in a short while from now, but these pictures are of the F-35 jet airlift, which is awaited. Efforts were put earlier to repair the aircraft, which have not really worked out so far. And the second option is to take this jet back aboard a special transport plane such as C-17. There's some back-to-back updates coming in right on Republic TV, and we are coming to know that the team of technicians from the British technicians are going to arrive from Muscat around 1 p.m. later on in the day. All right, we have with us our guest who is joining us live right now. Let's go to our guest, Group Captain JP Bajpai, aviation expert, is joining us. Thank you for joining us there. And what we see right now is that a lot of options are open and on the table, Group Captain. One is to repair. Second one is to get that jet back. We see that both options are on the table. According to you, which option is looking more likely and why? Sir, you're on mute. If you could just unmute yourself.
Madam, initially, as per the media report, this particular aircraft had come to for a Navy exercise. And that time, with the assistance from Indian Air Force, this aircraft had developed some snacks like low fuel and the weather problem, got landed at the Trivandrum. Subsequently, they did some inspection for subsequent takeoff, it was observed during pre-flight inspection that there is a hydraulic snag issue had come up. We are not sure because they are not giving the detailed information what had actually gone wrong with this aircraft. This is supposed to be the world's costliest and most stealth fighter aircraft in the world. So now the engineers from the aerospace and Lockheed Martin trained engineers, skillful person would be coming, and they will first assess in case if the aircraft could be rectified at Trivandrum, then they would love to fly the aircraft in a single piece back to its base. In case if it does not take place, then they will dismantle. Mind it, they will not dismantle to the screw and the minutest detail. They will dismantle the aircraft in a shape where it can be transported in C-17 Globemaster, because similar thing had happened earlier also on 19th May 2018 somewhere in the Florida. One F-35 got stuck up and that was dismantled. And for dismantling process, we require the specialized engineer and so many jigs, fixtures, and the places where the wings could be kept safely. There should not be any damage. A minor scratch on the body of the fighter aircraft will deteriorate its performance. And especially on this aircraft where the special coating has been done on the outer surface so that it remains immune from the radar signature. So it's a very, very specific, precise exercise wherein they have to maintain the various security. Also, every screw they remove it, they have to code it, and every action is to be recorded so that the secrecy could be maintained.
Okay, Group Captain, we understand there are a couple of options on the table. But we also come to know that India could be assisting in repairing or transporting this jet. So what contribution is India making here?
India had offered since beginning its assistance. If you remember, when the aircraft was grounded at Trivandrum, we offered that Air India MRO hangar is there where it could be parked safely against the monsoon rains, and open parking is not advised for the fighter aircraft for such a long period. It will totally depend on the British authorities, what all help they are looking from us. We are more than ready to help them.
All right. Okay. So we have a couple of options which are available right now, and like Group Captain is saying that India is also assisting. My next question to you is, of course, the team is arriving to understand what could be done about this jet. What will that team of engineers and technicians be looking for? Because we know that this jet has a very big wingspan, and all these attributes of the jet will be taken into consideration to make sure that the correct decision is taken.
Madam, it will totally depend on that what is the problem in that aircraft. That has not come on openly in the public domain. Is it only the hydraulic problem, which looks quite unlikely, because in most of the hydraulic problem, either there is a hydraulic leak, or because hydraulic system is vital, it controls the flight controls, it controls the landing gear, steering, brake system, slats, flaps, thrust reversers. So many aircraft systems is getting controlled by the hydraulic system. But what is the actual problem? It could be a hydraulic pipeline leak. Simply the pipeline could have been changed. If it is a hydraulic pump failure, the pump could have been refitted. A new pump or a serviceable pump could have been refitted. After that, it is to be tested. So we exactly don't know what is the actual problem on the aircraft. Accordingly, the rectification or maintenance work is to be performed. In case if it is beyond the capability of the engineers and the assets, the tool testers and the equipment they bring in for the rectification, if it cannot be done, then definitely it is to be transported back in the C-17 Globemaster. It will depend on the nature of the work. In case if there is some damage on their outer coating or something which is involved with the specific capability of the aircraft, they would like to transport back at their base where they will take permanent and detailed repair.
All right, thank you for joining us there. That was our guest, Group Captain, who is helping us understand what will happen next. Thank you, Group Captain JP Vajpayee, aviation expert. I also want to go across to my colleague who's on the spot. We have with us Ashwin, joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram. Let's go to Ashwin right now. And Ashwin, you know, we can clearly see that F-35 jet right behind you. And this is coming in on Republic, and Republic has the jet right behind our colleague there, Ashwin. Ashwin, 1 p.m. is a time when the crew will be arriving soon from Muscat. This is a group of engineers and technicians to assess the situation. What is the update on that?
Shivangi, big breaking update. In fact, what we are getting right now to understand is that it is going to be the Atlas 400. Now, this Atlas 400 is even a mightier cargo ship, cargo vehicle that can carry. In fact, if Atlas is coming down, if it is Atlas 400 which is going to come down over here, certainly there is no need for any kind of dismantling. Now, that is a big breaking update that we can give. In fact, the Atlas 400 is very well capable of carrying an F-35 well within it, without it being dismantled, because essentially the payload capacity of this particular Atlas 400 is around 37,000 T. Now, a flight like this, what you see on this frame is the F-35. Even with a full fuselage, even if it's filled with full fuel, that well comes around 27,000 T. Without the fuel, it will be 14,000 T. So certainly this Atlas 400 is very well capable of carrying this vehicle. Now, what we get to understand is that from Muscat at around 9:57 a.m. IST, this flight has taken out. So essentially, we're expecting that within 3 hours, this flight is going to be landing in Thiruvananthapuram. Or because it's a military aircraft in nature, the route will not be shown in many of these softwares which allow us to see the flight path. But what we can understand, what we can confirm from information that has been provided to us is that certainly an F-35 is likely to be carried on an Atlas 400. Now, what we also get to gather from the informer is that this particular Atlas 400 in fact took off from Bristol Norton in England on Friday itself and had landed in Muscat. And there's another similar A400 Atlas which has also come to Muscat, and after that flight landed, the two Atlas 400 landed in Muscat. One of them has taken off at 9:57 a.m. So certainly when you look at this entire story put together, we can put these pieces together, this information, when we put it together, we certainly know that we can probably point to the fact that it is all likely to be carried in an Atlas 400 without even being dismantled. The wings need not be clipped, or there need not be any other kind of mechanism that is there, because the Atlas 400 is very well capable of carrying even some of the bigger aircrafts than the F-35. So this is a big breaking news that we are bringing in. Certainly we are expecting the flight to come in a few hours time from now.
All right.
Shivangi.
Yes. Okay, Ashwin. Ashwin is getting us this big breaking update coming in only from Republic TV, where our colleague Ashwin is saying in the Atlas 400, it's a big possibility, huge possibility that jet could be brought back. Thank you, Ashwin, for getting us that huge update and those pictures of first and exclusive of the F-35 from the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport. All right, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Thank you, Ashwin, for getting us those updates. We're coming to know that the Supreme Court administration seeks immediate eviction of ex-CGI Chandrachud from his official bungalow. Now, the Supreme Court administration has written to the government seeking immediate eviction of the former Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, from the official bungalow for the CGI. The letter reportedly stated that Justice has stayed at the residence beyond the permissible period, with permission granted for retention expiring on May 31st. So this is what you see right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where we're coming to know that Chandrachud, we're coming to know that there has been a request sent. So the Supreme Court administration is saying that the former CGI Chandrachud has overstayed, I repeat, overstayed, and they want him to leave the official residence. Huge update coming in right now, and he has been asked to vacate the residence immediately. All right, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories that we are tracking.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The monsoon season has unleashed severe weather across Himachal Pradesh with torrential rains triggering flash floods, landslides and widespread destruction in multiple districts. At least 74 people have lost their lives and more than 246 roads, especially in Mandi, are blocked. Himachal and Pradesh LOP and former CM Jairam Thakur visited the flood-affected areas. Red alert issued in Himachal. In an encounter in Greater Noida, 2 miscreants were shot in the leg. Police recovered looted cars, stolen cash and 3 pistols from miscreants. More than half a dozen cases were registered against miscreants. Operation Langda continues in Uttar Pradesh. SI charge sheets 11 terrorists in narco terror case in Jammu. 11 terrorists charge sheeted, including Hizbul chief Saeed Salahuddin and Basharat Ahmad Bhatt, on charges of funding terrorism through cross-border narcotics smuggling. Investigation in the case uncovered a well-organized network of terrorist associates and couriers aiding Hizbul Mujahideen by facilitating smuggling of narcotics and raising the funds for the terrorist outfit. PM Modi has arrived in Brazil to attend the 17th BRICS summit. Now, he received a grand welcome from the Indian community upon his arrival in Rio de Janeiro. And the members of the Indian diaspora performed a cultural dance and folk song as they welcomed PM Modi to Brazil. Now, during this 17th BRICS Leaders Summit, PM Modi is expected to exchange views on key global issues including peace and security, strengthening multilateralism, responsible use of artificial intelligence, climate action, global health, and economic financial matters as well. So PM Modi is in Brazil right now where he will attend the BRICS summit. And he has said India is committed to BRICS as a vital platform for cooperation among emerging economies. And viewers, Elon Musk announces new political party, America Party, after his fallout with US President Donald Trump. The Musk says big, beautiful tax bill would bankrupt America. Take a look.
The tattered bromance between President Donald Trump and his main campaign financier, Elon Musk, took another fractious turn. Elon Musk has officially announced the formation of new US political party, the American Party. This comes after the heated dispute between Musk and Trump after Trump's recent spending and tax bill. Elon Musk says Trump's big, beautiful tax bill would bankrupt America. Musk only departed from the White House this May, but has been critical of Trump's signature policy bill. A day after asking his followers on his social media platform X whether a new US political party should be created, Musk declared that the America Party is formed to give you back your freedom.
Getting some mobile cameras coming in right now, viewers, where we see that there is a update in terms of Shia mourners protesting in Srinagar. Protesters holding posters of Khomeini, Jammu and Kashmir, LGs participating in the Muharram procession. This is what we see right now, viewers. Back to whatever is coming in right now, Republic TV. The latest update is that we have Zinat. Zinat, what we see right now is that there's a protest. Shia mourners are protesting and they're holding posters of Khomeini. If you just could take our viewers through what is happening at the protest.
See, there is no protest at present. It's only the 10th Muharram. It's commemorating the martyrdom of Imam Hussain alayhi salam, the grandson of Prophet Muhammad. And on this day, the Shia mourners in huge number, they come remembering the scenes of the Karbala where the martyrdom of Imam Hussain alayhi salam had taken place along with his 70 companions, and this incident took place in 680 CE. Today we are seeing the mourners are joined by LG Manoj Sinha. He is also here distributing the water. The security wing of Jammu and Kashmir, we are seeing SSP Srinagar present along with the IG Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha here, and the Shia protesters are remembering the scenes of Karbala and are paying the glorious tributes to Imam Hussain and his companions during the Battle of Karbala. One can see the alam that is being taken out. Even after the scene, there will be a Zuljalan that will also be taken out by the Shia mourners. This is the 10th Muharram. This is also known as Roz Ashura, which is being observed on the 10th of Muharram. This is the first month of the Islamic lunar calendar, and here we are seeing the LG Manoj Sinha along with his administration have joined the mourners, paying the glorious tribute to the Karbala martyrs. As my VJ Firdaus is showing you the visuals where the mourners are remembering Imam Hussain alayhi salam and his sacrifices. There have been the stringent arrangement of the security. We are seeing the deployment at the multiple posts. In fact, the traffic has also been diverted. But in the mourners, we are also seeing the portrait of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Although just on the 8th of Muharram, there has been an FIR that was registered by the Srinagar police against the unknown people for violating the guidelines, and also there was some law and order incidents that were reported on the 8th of Muharram. But today, on 10th of the Muharram, we are seeing the peaceful protests are peaceful. The mourning is taking place. The processions are taking place, where you see the hundreds of the Shia mourners which are joined by the Sunnis on this day of Ashura. So the visuals that we are showing you comes from the downtown. This is the Zadibal area of Srinagar where the procession is on.
Right. Right. You know, Zeenat, we also know that that as we keep getting these pictures for our viewers, we know that the security is also taken care of. You see that the security has been, it's a layered security. Arrangements have been made. Police and civil authorities have made that there should be this entire, the mourning which is happening should be extremely smooth. If we could just take our viewers through the security arrangements as well on the spot.
See, as far as the security arrangements are concerned, my VJ is showing you, sees this. With the mourners, you are seeing the stringent arrangements, the deployment of the Jammu and Kashmir police. You seeing the SSP Srinagar, the IG Kashmir. They are with LG Manoj Sinha. In fact, the district administration is also present. And in and outside this very area, there has been a deployment of the CRPF. So even in this procession, the CRPF men are guiding and also seeing that nothing is violated on the ground. So this is the day of the 10th Muharram, where the Karbala martyrs are remembered by the people, by the Muslim world, and there you see the procession that is taking place. This is one of the longest, and also the number of mourners is always highest when it comes to 10th Muharram of the Islamic lunar calendar. The strict arrangements coming from the Jammu and Kashmir police, the CRPF that is present here guiding the mourners, and you see most of the people are in black clad today. Black symbolizes mourning. So majority of the Shia mourners, their attire is black, holding the banners in the hand and reciting elegies. That is how to produce, how to pay tributes to those who have sacrificed their life in 680 CE. So this is the day, Yom Ashura, commemorating the sacrifices and remembering the sacrifices of Imam Hussain alayhi salam and his companions in the Battle of Karbala.
All right, okay. Zeenat, live from the procession, where Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has also recalled the sacrifices made by Hazrat Imam Hussain. Thank you for getting us what's happening on the ground there. Zeenat, I will be coming back to you. We have to move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking here on Republic TV. More breaking news coming in. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has rejected Hamas's changes to the ceasefire plan for Gaza. Netanyahu's office confirmed that an Israeli delegation will travel to Doha on July 6 to resume negotiations. Once again, Israel rejects Hamas's ceasefire proposal. And this is coming in as Israel sends a team to Qatar for negotiations but rejects Hamas demands to change the ceasefire proposal. Israel has continued to launch waves of airstrikes in Gaza hours after Hamas said it was ready to start talks immediately on a US-sponsored proposal for a 60-day ceasefire. Let's move ahead right now to some other stories. Tracking a dramatic police encounter unfolded in Greater Noida as part of the ongoing Operation Langra, a crackdown against repeat offenders and criminals. During the encounter, 2 miscreants were shot in the leg. Here's a report. Viewers, take a look.
An encounter took place between Surajpur police and a gang of miscreants near the Omax roundabout during routine checking. According to the police, 2 miscreants were shot in the leg during the brief gunfight, while 1 accused was caught during the follow-up combing operation. In a major breakthrough, police have recovered a looted Kia Sonet car from Bisrak area in Greater Noida West. In addition, 3 pistols, several live cartridges, Rs 6,000 in cash, and stolen items from multiple homes, including stolen caps, were seized. Sources confirm that over half a dozen cases are already registered against the arrested accused. With Greater Noida police stepping up the night patrols and checkpoints, officials say such encounters send a strong message to criminals operating in the area.
थाना सूरजपुर पुलिस टीम द्वारा जब ओमिक्रॉन गोलचक्कर के पास नियमित रूप से चेकिंग की जा रही थी तो उन्हें एक बिना नंबर प्लेट की कार तेज गति से आती हुई नजर आई। कार किया सोनेट थी। जब पुलिसकर्मियों ने उस संदिग्ध कार को रोकने का प्रयास किया तो उस कार में बैठे व्यक्ति ने उतरकर पुलिस की तरफ जान से मारने की नीयत से फायर किया। पुलिस वाले भाग बचे। जब पुलिस ने जवाब में आत्मरक्षा में जवाबी फायर किया तो उनमें से 2 बदमाशों के पैर में गोली लगी और तीसरा बदमाश वहां मौके से फरार हो गया। बाद में कॉम्बिंग के दौरान उसको भी गिरफ्तार किया गया। दोनों घायलों को अस्पताल में भर्ती किया गया। तो इसमें आगे तफ्तीश की गई तो मालूम चला कि इनके द्वारा जो किया सोनेट कार इस्तेमाल की जा रही थी वह कुछ समय पहले थाना बिसर क्षेत्र से चोरी की गई थी और इनके पास से कुछ अन्य डेल्टा 2 सेक्टर से चोरी किए गए सामान बरामद भी हुए। इनके पास से तमंचा, जिंदा कारतूस बरामद भी हुए हैं। तीनों ही अभियुक्तों का बहुत ही लंबा चौड़ा आपराधिक इतिहास भी मिला है। अभियुक्तों को न्यायिक जांच दिया जाएगा, अन्य विधिक कार्रवाई पेश होगी।
Getting some more breaking news coming in. SIA charge sheets Mujahideen chief Saeed Salahuddin. State investigation agency filed a charge sheet against 11 people, including 2 Pakistan-based terrorists, Hizbul Mujahideen Supremo Saeed Salahuddin and Basharat Ahmad Bhatt, on charges of funding terrorism through cross-border narcotics smuggling. Pictures on your screen. 11 terrorists charge sheeted in the narco-terror case. Once again, as investigative agencies are pursuing these cases of narco-terrorism. This time it's against the Hizbul chief. This is coming in as we see that SIS charge sheeted the Mujahideen chief, Saeed Salahuddin. Okay, much more coming right up. We are live in breaking. Much more coming up. We'll put a focus on PM Modi, who's wished Dalai Lama on his 90th anniversary birthday. And the Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has attended Dalai Lama's birthday event in Dharamshala. And PM Modi arrives in Brazil for the BRICS summit. Diaspora engagement and key bilaterals are on the agenda. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add
This week on Get Me Right, we put a searchlight on the plight of the Hindu community of Sindh in Pakistan. Their daily struggles just to be able to survive amid abductions, conversions and targeting of their women. Also, is China deliberately hitting India's food security by squeezing the supply of specialty fertilizers amid Kharif season? And if yes, do we have a way out? Is an experiment with genetically modified crops worth a shot to increase India's agricultural output? Join me this weekend only on Republic TV.
A 25-member British aviation engineering team to arrive at Thiruvananthapuram Airport today to examine the F-35 jet. The jet has been stranded for over 3 weeks. Prime Minister Modi arrives in Brazil for the BRICS summit. Diaspora engagement and key bilaterals on the agenda.
I join millions around the world in wishing His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama a most happy and joyful 98th birthday.
Prime Minister Modi wishes Dalai Lama on his 90th birthday. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju attends the Dalai Lama's birthday event in Dharamshala. Supreme Court admin writes to the centre seeking immediate eviction of ex-CJI Chandrachud from official bungalow. And Elon Musk says he has formed a new US political party, the America Party. The top story that we are tracking for you at this hour, the Central Bureau for Investigation of the CBI has uncovered one of the biggest medical education scams in our country. The case spans multiple states and involves top officials, middlemen, private college representatives, prominent educationists, and even a self-styled godman. The CBI has so far arrested 8 people in the case, including 3 NMC doctors who allegedly took 55 lakh rupees bribe to issue a favourable inspection report to Rawatpura Institute of Medical Sciences in Naya Raipur. All right, let's get all the updates on this medical education scam in our country. Satya Vijay is joining us for more. Satya Vijay, just give us all the details about this, one of the biggest scams as far as the medical education is concerned in our country. And apparently it involves a lot of influential people, officials, middlemen, and even a self-styled godman as well. Tell us more.
या बिल्कुल देखिए, सीबीआई ने एक बड़ी कार्रवाई की है। सीबीआई ने 6 राज्यों के 40 ठिकानों पर एक साथ रेड की और रेड और सर्च के दौरान इस मेडिकल स्कैम का, ये जो मेडिकल कॉलेज से जुड़ा हुआ स्कैम है, इसका खुलासा हुआ है। चूंकि इसमें मेडिकल काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया, या कहना चाहिए कि मेडिकल कॉलेज की मान्यता दिलाने की आड़ में रिश्वतखोरी, घूसखोरी का पूरा एक नेटवर्क चल रहा था और इस नेटवर्क में कई बड़े मेडिकल इंस्टीट्यूट से जुड़े खिलाड़ी इन्वॉल्व हैं। इसीलिए सीबीआई ने अभी फिलहाल इसमें 6 लोगों को, जिसमें मेडिकल के अधिकारी भी शामिल हैं, इनके साथ साथ 3 और लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है। इन पर रिश्वतखोरी के आरोप हैं कि करीब 55 लाख की रिश्वत इन्होंने ली। इसके अलावा चूंकि मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, छत्तीसगढ़ में सबसे बड़ा इससे जुड़े हुए तार है, क्योंकि छत्तीसगढ़ में ही मेडिकल इंस्टीट्यूट जो है, रघुनाथपुरा सरकार इंस्टीट्यूट जो है, उसके तार सबसे ज्यादा इससे जुड़े हैं। इसके अलावा इंदौर में भी सुरेश भदौरिया एक शख्स हैं जो कि इंडेक्स मेडिकल कॉलेज के ऑनर हैं, वो अभी इस घटनाक्रम में, इस छापे के बाद से फरार है। चूंकि ये बड़ा स्कैम है, इसमें कॉलेजों को मान्यता दिलाने के लिए पूरा नीचे से लेकर ऊपर तक, यानी कि कॉलेज में जो निरीक्षण करने आती है टीम, वहां से लेकर टॉप अथॉरिटी तक रिश्वत दी जाती थी और इसके आड़ में अवैध तरीके से मान्यता ली जाती थी। जो मानक तय किए जाते हैं कॉलेज के, उन मानक को ना पूरा करते हुए इसी के लिए रिश्वत दी जाती थी कि किसी भी तरह से मान्यता मिल जाए, और बच्चों की सीट की जो संख्या है उसे बढ़ाने को लेकर भी रिश्वतखोरी की जाती थी। इसी के चलते अब सीबीआई ने रेड की है। इसमें जैसा कि मैंने कहा, देश भर के 40 ठिकानों पर एक साथ ये सर्च और रेड की गई थी, जिसमें से अभी 6 अरेस्ट हुए हैं। इसके अलावा कई लोग इस घटनाक्रम के बाद जो सीबीआई का जो रेड है उसका से फरार है। इन सबके लिए भी टीम लगातार इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है।
All right, the CBI unearthing what is being described as one of the biggest medical education scams in the country. Thank you so much, Satya, for bringing us all those updates there on that big story. And viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. Well, 20 days after British F-35B stealth fighter jet made an unscheduled landing at Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram International Airport, the state-of-the-art aircraft remains grounded. With the field repair attempts yet to succeed, the United Kingdom is now exploring the option of airlifting the jet aboard a C-17 Globemaster transport aircraft, which is a rare move for a fighter of its class. Now, crew members will arrive today to airlift the British jet, and it is expected to land at the Thiruvananthapuram Airport at around 1 p.m. from Muscat. And the aircraft carrying UK crew members is going to land at the Thiruvananthapuram Airport at 1 p.m. That is the latest that we are getting from the ground. Atlas 400 expected to land in Thiruvananthapuram at around 1 p.m. And this flight is going to arrive from Muscat. This is Atlas 400. It is going to carry UK crew members. All right. Ashwin, my colleague, is at the airport there. He's been getting us all the updates from the Thiruvananthapuram Airport. Ashwin, now what is the update that you have? Because the information that has been shared is that Atlas 400, and that is the aircraft carrying UK crew members, is going to land at around 1 p.m. What is the activity that you can see at the airport there?
Well, right now, as you can see, there is no activity happening at the airport right now. The Bay 4 is just a flight which has been quietly grounded for the last 21 days. In fact, since June 14th, this flight, jet fighter, the stealth jet fighter has been grounded. Very quietly it is sitting and it's making up sensational news, certainly. But what is need to be updated right now is that from Muscat around 9:57 a.m. IST, a flight had taken off, which is the Atlas 400. Now, when you look at the background of Atlas 400, it is bigger than the C-17, which was earlier speculated to carry it. And Atlas 400 is in fact militarily used for airlifting, and it is certainly we can when you put these pieces together and also look at the data that we try to get from flight radar and other sources, what we understand is that this flight is definitely heading to Thiruvananthapuram, which took off from Muscat earlier from Bristol in England, and the flight had taken off and it had landed in Muscat, is what we are getting. All these needs to be ascertained. A number of crew members who are coming needs to be ascertained. There has to be an official statement on that as well. But what we can certainly know is that within a matter of few hours, if this flight, Atlas 400, the Boeing Atlas 400 is likely to land, and if it is coming, if it is the Atlas 400, there's a high chance, in fact, there's a high chance that this is likely to be taken inside without any problems at all, because this carrier can in fact take the entire flight by itself without clipping its wings or any of those requirements, as we had that there was a speculation on that earlier. So if we are waiting for more details, we're expecting the flight to land anytime over here in the next few hours, probably between 12:30 and 1:30. We are expecting this flight to land in, but at the moment there is no other activity going on in the airport.
And Ashwin, now that you're mentioning about the flight that is going to land shortly in about 1.5 hours to 2 hours there at the airport, we would also like to know from you, that this crew that is going to arrive, they're going to decide on whether that this aircraft would be dismantled or will it be airlifted directly. So, talking about the technical security challenges that would likely appear when we're talking about dismantling, a stealth fighter like F-35B is concerned?
Well, certainly. I mean, the number of crew members who are coming, all these are right now when we are still subject to speculation. We do not know the exact number, but what we can say from our sources is that it will be somewhere between 10 to 20. That is the number that we are getting. We need to confirm that, but what we can definitely say is that the flight is coming down. The UK Air Force, Royal Air Force flight is going to come down over here. And when you look at that particular flight and this history of its military work that is done, then it is quite possible that this flight is coming down to airlift it and probably carry it within its belly and take it from Thiruvananthapuram Airport. For 21 days, F-35B, the Lightning fighter jet, has been lying over here. The 5th generation fighter jet is supposed to take part in a joint operation in Australia in the mid-July, and 19 nations are taking part in that, and is supposed to be part of it. While the carrier ship is in Singapore, the Prince of Wales carrier ship is in Singapore. This one of its strategic asset is still lying in Thiruvananthapuram Airport for the past 21 days, and that is certainly, it is likely that it will be taken, it will be concluded today by this operation by the UK Air Force.
All right, Ashwin, thank you so much for those details there and those beautiful visuals that we can see there. Thank you for getting us those visuals as well, because probably this is going to be the last day that we are going to look at that aircraft in Thiruvananthapuram. Let's move on in the bulletin now. Well, a dramatic police encounter took place in Uttar Pradesh in Greater Noida as part of the ongoing Operation Langra, a crackdown against repeat offenders and criminals. And during the encounter, 2 miscreants were shot in the leg and later arrested. Here is a report.
An encounter took place between Surajpur police and a gang of miscreants near the Omax roundabout during routine checking. According to the police, 2 miscreants were shot in the leg during the brief gunfight, while 1 accused was caught during the follow-up combing operation. In a major breakthrough, police have recovered a looted Kia Sonet car from Bisrak area in Greater Noida West. In addition, 3 pistols, several live cartridges, rupees 6,000 in cash, and stolen items from multiple homes, including stolen caps, were seized. Sources confirm that over half a dozen cases are already registered against the arrested accused. With Greater Noida Police stepping up the night patrols and checkpoints, officials say such encounters send a strong message to criminals operating in the area.
थाना सूरजपुर पुलिस टीम द्वारा जब ओमिक्रॉन गोलचक्कर के पास नियमित रूप से चेकिंग की जा रही थी तो उन्हें एक बिना नंबर प्लेट की कार तेज गति से आती हुई नजर आई। कार की सोनेट थी। जब पुलिसकर्मियों ने उस संदिग्ध कार को रोकने का प्रयास किया तो उस कार में बैठे व्यक्ति ने उतरकर पुलिस की तरफ जान से मारने की नीयत से फायर किया। पुलिस वाले भाग बचे। जब पुलिस ने जवाब में आत्मरक्षा में जवाबी फायर किया तो उनमें से 2 बदमाशों के पैर में गोली लगी और तीसरा बदमाश वहां मौके से फरार हो गया। बाद में कॉम्बिंग के दौरान उसको भी गिरफ्तार किया गया। दोनों घायलों को अस्पताल में भर्ती किया गया। तो इसमें आगे तफ्तीश की गई तो मालूम चला कि इनके द्वारा जो किया सोनेट कार इस्तेमाल की जा रही थी वह कुछ समय पहले थाना बिसर क्षेत्र से चोरी की गई थी और इनके पास से कुछ अन्य डेल्टा 2 सेक्टर से चोरी किए गए सामान बरामद भी हुए। इनके पास से तमंचा, जिंदा कारतूस बरामद भी हुए हैं। तीनों ही अभियुक्तों का बहुत ही लंबा चौड़ा आपराधिक इतिहास भी मिला है। अभियुक्तों को न्यायिक हिरासत में भेजा जाएगा। अन्य विधिक कार्रवाई प्रस्तुत है।
We have breaking news coming in. A tragic accident has claimed the life of a 2-year-old in Ramananthapuram. In a heartbreaking incident from Ramananthapuram, a 2-year-old girl has lost her life after being struck by an auto rickshaw. The child, the youngest daughter of one Zakir Hussain, a hotel owner from the Chinnakadai area, was reportedly playing near her home when she suddenly ran on the road and tragically she was hit by a passing auto. Though she was rushed to the hospital with severe injuries, she succumbed shortly after before treatment could be administered. And the CCTV footage of the incident has now emerged, intensifying the grief and shock in the community. The footage has prompted a widespread sorrow, especially in Chinnakadai and the nearby areas, and authorities are investigating the circumstances surrounding the incident. Let's get all the updates. So my colleague Sarda is now joining us for more details. Sarda, a very, very shocking and a very tragic incident. A 2-year-old child losing her life there after being struck by an auto rickshaw. What are the investigating authorities saying at the moment?
The investigation is now underway in Ramanathapuram. We can see the video that shows the child was just playing outside her house near the shop that the owner has in it. She was just running across the road when an auto hit her very badly, and immediately the auto driver stopped the vehicle and took her to the hospital. What we have been learning is that the police is now investigating the auto official and also checking if the accident was caused because of the parents did not monitor whether where the child was running or if it is very common in that area. However, the child, even before were treated in the hospital, was succumbed to an injury. So the investigation now leads to whether if more precautions needs to be taken to make sure that these accidents do not happen again.
Like, Sharda, have you been able to speak to the parents? Because Zakir Hussain, the father of the young child, he's a hotel owner in nearby area. Any information, about where the parents were when the incident happened?
Well, as of now, we were learning that they were running the business at the point of time when the child was playing outside the house. And they did not see the child running to the road is what we've learned at the moment. But the parents have not spoken to the media yet, grieving the lost child, and they wanted privacy. So we haven't asked them what exactly happened. We might be getting more details in a while.
All right, viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. There has been a blast at a firecracker factory in Tamil Nadu. So a blast has been reported from a cracker factory in Tamil Nadu. And these are the visuals, the firefighters, they're arriving on the spot. and trying to douse the flames there. This is a firecracker factory. Now, what exactly prompted the fire is not clear at the moment, but you can see that huge smoke, white smoke emanating from the factory, and on the road you can see there is a lot of debris, and there has been an explosion, a blast that happened, likely caused by the firecrackers inside. Let's get updates from Sharda. Sharda, what details do you have about this fire breaking out at the factory? Has it been doused, and any injuries that have been reported?
Well, one dead and 4 are injured in this particular factory accident that happened today, is just a few hours back. The fire has been completely doused now. However, this is not the first accident that we're seeing. This is the second in the last 1 week. What happened last week in Sivagasi made 5 people lose their life and 6 injured, and now 1 more died and 4 more injured. Especially it's coming from the same area where near Sivagasi, where the fireworkers and the factory is placed at. This is turning out to be a common incident in the state of Tamil Nadu recently, and multiple complaints and multiple factory blasts have happened. However, the investigation continues without an answer, and we've seen that the government is not taking any precautionary measures to make sure that these blasts don't happen. It's also stated multiple investigations have claimed that the storage of these firecrackers are leading to the blast unintentionally, and that's the reason. However, the government has not taken any precautionary methods for it and for the storage purpose, and that's the reason we've been learning that multiple firecracker industries have been losing it in the last few days.
All right, Sharda, thank you so much for those details there. And 1 person has been killed in the blast. That's what the report has been telling us. And several people have been injured. They've been taken to nearby hospitals. There have been more than 4 people who've been injured. 1 person has died in the blast at the cracker factory.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Let's take a look at some other news from across the nation. The monsoon season has unleashed severe weather across the state of Himachal Pradesh, with the torrential rains triggering flash floods, landslides and widespread destruction in multiple districts. At least 74 people have lost their lives, and more than 246 roads, especially in Mandi, are blocked. Himachal Pradesh LOP and former Chief Minister Jairam Thakur visited the flood-affected areas in Thunang district, and red alert has been issued in the state. In an encounter in Greater Noida, 2 miscreants were shot in the leg. The police recovered the looted cars, stolen cash and 3 pistols from the miscreants. More than half a dozen cases were registered against the miscreants as Operation Langra continues in Uttar Pradesh. The SIA has charge-sheeted 11 terrorists in narco-terror case in Jammu. 11 terrorists charge-sheeted include Hizbul chief Saeed Sahaluddin and Bashrat Ahmad Bhatt on the charges of funding terrorism through cross-border narcotic smuggling. The investigation in the case uncovered a well-organized network of terrorist associates and counters aiding Hizbul Mujahideen by facilitating smuggling of narcotics and raising funds for the terrorist outfits. Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, Prime Minister Modi arrives in Brazil for the BRICS summit, Indian diaspora engagement and key bilaterals on the agenda.
I join millions around the world in wishing His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama a most happy and joyful 98th birthday.
Mr. Modi wishes the Dalai Lama on his 90th birthday. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju attends the Dalai Lama's birthday event in Dharamshala. All the details and much more after a short break. Stay with Republic TV.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and make it more lethal for our adversaries. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, the backbone of our Air Force, is getting a radical make.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and make it more lethal for our adversaries. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, the backbone of our Air Force, is getting a radical makeover. And it is not just an upgrade, it is a transformation. Yes, we are talking about the Super Sukhoi, the massive 70,000 crore rupee upgrade that will make Sukhoi 30 more dominant than it already.
Thank you for joining us on the long form story. I'm Niranjan. On the show tonight, we look at the 5 biggest stories that dominated the headlines this week. In depth, the stories that made the headlines. First up, the $110 million aircraft, the world's most advanced fighter jet, stranded in Kerala. For days now and weeks now, we investigate the stealth, the snag, and the strange silence on this jet. From Kerala, we then go to Madurai, Tamil Nadu, where a 29-year-old temple guard, Ajit Kumar, was killed in police custody. We tell you about the police drunk on power in the Stalin government. From Tamil Nadu to Bengal, where a 24-year-old student was raped inside the South Calcutta Law College. Her rapist is a political predator, a serial offender. We get to his story. And then we move to a similar incident in Madhya Pradesh, where an 18-year-old trainee nurse stabbed to death inside a government hospital. Nobody saved her. No one stopped her killer as she was stabbed for 10 minutes. And finally, in Telangana's Sangareddy district, we get to the long-form story of a chemical factory that exploded, killing over 40 workers this week. Is there a cover-up on the explosion? Let's get started. It's the world's most advanced fighter jet. But in Kerala, it's stranded. A British Royal Navy F-35B, which made an emergency landing in Thiruvananthapuram on the 14th of June. And since then, it hasn't moved an inch. No official explanation, no timeline, just global headlines and growing questions. Some are blaming weather, some citing technical snags, but theories now go far deeper. And tonight on the long form story, we investigate the stealth, the snag, the strange silence around this 5th generation fighter jet that just can't seem to take off.
It is pudgy, but cruises at supersonic speeds. It appears roly-poly, but lands like a helicopter with absolute ease. Mind you, behind its thick exterior, this British Royal Navy aircraft hides its missiles inside its belly, one of a kind. Sadly, this short king is now making headlines for not-so-versatile reasons. Some call it Fat Amy, some Battle Penguin. But here in India, we recognize this Royal Navy aircraft as the unexpected face of Kerala tourism. A lonely one at that.
F-35B fighter jet that was grounded in the Thiruvananthapuram International Civil Airport on June 14th continues to be in the airport. It has been understood that there is a problem with the hydraulic system of this particular flight, because of which it has been grounded. It had made an emergency landing on June 14th, Saturday night at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport, and in fact all support was given by the Indian government. However, many days there has been a fiasco that the fighter pilot in fact refused to move away from this flight and refused the Indian authorities request to move it to a hangar as well.
Since departing the United Kingdom in late April, the aircraft carrier operated in the Mediterranean, conducting NATO exercises. On the 9th of June, the Indian Navy's INS Tabar commenced a passage exercise with HMS Prince of Wales and HMS Richmond, part of the UK carrier strike group in the northern Arabian Sea. This exercise concluded on the 10th of June. The riddle of the F-35 began on the evening of 14th of June, when without warning the Battle Penguin soared off its carrier to a destination unknown. All this after the exercise was over. The mystery deepens because no one knows the final destination. Flying 100 nautical miles off the coast of Kerala, low fuel and worsening weather forced the F-35B to land unexpectedly at Thiruvananthapuram International Airport. The story doesn't end here. The fighter pilot insisted that he would sit next to the aircraft and not go to the terminal. Stranded under unfamiliar skies for days, the aircraft was halted by a quiet mechanical failure, one that prevented its return to the carrier. The vacation of F-35B in Kerala begins, and with every passing day, it was turning out to be a global embarrassment for Britain. What is the F-35's kill switch theory? Well, some defense analysts claim the US holds ultimate control over the jet's systems through encrypted software and authentication keys. There's no physical switch, but in theory, the jets could be made inoperable without US approval. The Pentagon and Lockheed Martin strongly deny it. But yet, the debate raises a bigger question. In a software-defined fighter jet, who really holds the reins?
What we understand is that for 20 days, the crew members have not been able to identify what the exact problem is. And also, tomorrow they are likely to come. A bigger crew member, around 30 members, are supposed to come in a special military aircraft over here in Thiruvananthapuram, in this very bay.
The Royal Navy's Battle Penguin chose to remain outside in the pouring rain instead of accepting India's gracious offer to shelter it in a hangar. A week later, the British High Commission spokesperson told media that the aircraft would be moved inside once the UK engineering teams arrived. And the plot thickens.
And so that decision would have been taken between Lockheed Martin and Royal Air Force to decide as to whether they could have done this. And I'm sure all these days they would have deliberated in terms of whether the equipment has to come from UK, the equipment has to come from the ship, whether the equipment is to come from US, whether Lockheed Martin team from the factory would need to come, or it could be done by the maintainers from RAF also. So because it's such a complex task, no nation takes a call overnight. And since the safety is involved, because it landed off an emergency, they would not like to have another emergency when it is taking off. I don't think India should be worried about it as much as US or UK would be worried. Primarily the technology is theirs, and they are the people who want to safeguard certain technologies.
Whether this was a red herring for something bigger or a wolf in sheep's clothing, as some defense experts suggest, one thing is clear. The F-35 once again made headlines for all the wrong reasons. Call it a meme fest or an unintentional photo op, the episode didn't exactly bolster the jet's mystique. Stranded for days at the tarmac at Thiruvananthapuram Airport, the stealth fighter may not have impressed militarily, but it certainly did wonders for Kerala's tourism. A team of UK aviation experts, engineers and officials arrived in Kerala's capital to begin dismantling the stranded stealth aircraft for transport back to a British naval base. No timeline has been provided yet on how long the process will take. As HMS Prince of Wales sails toward Australia, the final mystery remains. Will the F-35B ever reunite with its mothership? The vacationing of F-35B in Kerala isn't the only incident that has added to the bad press. A string of events linked to F-35 program. In June, Iran made a stunning claim of shooting down Israel's F-35, providing visual evidence. A claim that was vehemently denied by Israel.
Ajit Kumar was picked up for questioning last week. Since then, a video showing torture. A family left with a body and no answers whatsoever. In Madurai, a 29-year-old temple guard was killed in police custody, tortured, after being detained on suspicion of theft. There was no FIR, no arrest memo, and no post-mortem transparency. What followed were allegations of custodial torture, which has been seen in the videos, extortion, after killing him, and a hurried burial. Tonight, Republic on the long-form story breaks down what happened in Ajit's final hours.
The video that shook Tamil Nadu and forced open a case that system may have buried. Captured secretly through a narrow slit in the ventilation part of the wall of a temple, it shows a young man screaming, held down, beaten and pleading for mercy. The footage is grainy, the frame unsteady, but the violence is unmistakable. Multiple officers in casual clothes striking him repeatedly as he cries out. This video, now viral across the state and beyond, is what exposed the final hours of Ajit Kumar. Without it, the location, the method, the silence, none of it may have ever come to light. Madurai, often called the city of temples, faith and culture. But beneath the sacred rhythms of devotion, a disturbing incident has shaken this spiritual heartland. 29-year-old Ajit Kumar lived in Shivaganga, a small town about 45 kilometers from Madurai. He worked as a daily wage laborer and lived with his mother and younger brother Naveen. They resided in a modest house tucked into a narrow by-lane. But on June 26th, Ajit's name surfaced in a police investigation, one that took him to Madurai, and one from which he would never return. The case that brought Ajit into the police net involved a complaint of theft, specifically 80 grams of gold ornaments missing from Madurappam Kali Amman temple in Madurai. The complaint was that of a woman named Nikita, who sources say is closely associated with a local DMK functionary. On June 26th, Ajit was first detained and released after preliminary questioning. The next day, a special team picked him up again, and this time they took his brother and 2 others as well. Ajit was brought back to the Madurappam Kali Amman temple, the site of the alleged theft. The temple is located adjacent to the Assistant Commissioner's office. None of them were formally arrested. No FIR was filed at that stage. It was here, according to multiple accounts, that the second round of questioning turned violent.
வெளியே வந்து பார்க்கும்போது இந்த லெஃப்ட் ஹேண்ட் சைடு வந்து இப்படி உடைச்சாங்க ஒரு வரலா உடைச்சிட்டு தண்ணின்னு கேட்டாங்க. நான் எனக்குள்ளே நின்று இந்த ஒரு லவாப்பழம் மரம் நிற்கும் நின்று நான் பார்க்குறேன், எல்லோரும் கை கட்டி வேடிக்கை பார்க்குறாங்க. தண்ணின்னு கேட்டாங்க. ஒரு போலீஸ்காரர் செருப்பு கழட்டி சப்பு மூஞ்சில அடிச்சாரு.
This is the same temple where the 27-year-old Ajit Kumar, who recently passed away under the police custodial death, was working at. It was this same road where he was beaten up by the police and taken away in the car for an investigation. However, the case went on without an investigation, but which led to a custodial death, and also a special investigation team which was inquiring Ajit Kumar, which was not appointed by anyone. But where is the person who gave the complaint? Where is the person who actually ordered for the special investigation team? It all remains a question.
Ajit's cries were reportedly heard from outside this gate, but no help came. He reportedly suffered seizures and became unresponsive. Ajit was later taken to a private hospital where doctors declared him dead.
This is the exact hole from which the video that's been surfacing online is what we are seeing. It was exactly from that spot where they have spotted Ajit Kumar sitting right here, being hit by the police under the custody of multiple head constables and under the DSP of Mana Madurai. The local people also tell that one of the officials from inside the temple had asked the police to beat Ajit Kumar so that he will tell the truth. However, the locals here try to say that Ajit would not have done the mistake of stealing the gold, and it was police that had an ulterior motive, and that's the reason they had brought him back to the temple here and was hitting him right here in front of the other officials that were inside the temple.
Republic visited the spot where Ajit reportedly collapsed. According to reports, he suffered an epileptic shock due to internal and external injuries. The site, marked by witness accounts, now stands as a grim reminder of what transpired. The family alleges that both Ajit and his younger brother were taken in. Only one returned.
என்னையை கூட்டி போய் அடித்ததுக்கான ரீசன் வந்து நைட்டு ஃபுல்லாக அடித்து அவன் சொல்லலை, வேறு ஃபேமிலியில் யாராவது அவனை வச்சு அடிக்கும்போது உண்மையை ஒத்துக்கிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்குன்ற எண்ணத்தில் என்னை கூட்டி போய் அடிச்சிருக்கோம். விசாரிக்கும் போது அம்மா மேலேயும் உன் மேலேயும் கஞ்சா கேஸ் போடுவேன் அப்படின்ற மாதிரிலாம் மிரட்டினாங்க.
Naveen also claimed that the police extorted money from him during custody. No formal FIR was shown for either of their detentions. In Madurai, protests broke out over the incident. Human rights organization and opposition leaders demanded an independent investigation. The post-mortem report clearly shows the extent of injuries Ajit suffered. There were 44 external injuries on his body: cuts, bruises, abrasions, especially on his arms and legs. Inside, doctors found 18 more internal wounds, including deep bruises on his back and head. Both his eyes were cloudy, his scalp was swollen, and there were multiple impact marks across his body. The report also mentions bleeding in parts of his brain that could have led to seizures. The findings directly contradict any suggestion of natural or stress-induced collapse.
I met the victim's family, particularly mother and his brother. On behalf of our party, we consoled them. In this case, our Honorable Chief Minister have taken proper action against this brutal murder by the police, and he permitted to investigate this case by CBI. This is really appreciable one. Our Honorable CM expressed his genuinity through this declaration, CBI inquiry. I demand the Tamil Nadu government should give compensation to this family 1 crore rupees. Already they have announced that brother of Ajit Kumar, Mr. Naveen Kumar, will get government job immediately, and Tamil Nadu government is assured that free house patta 3 cents and house will be allotted for them.
Before this, there were confirmed reports that DMK office bearer has bargained with that family and they would give 50 lakhs. Now why 5 lakhs? Let government give what they have already promised.
Sir, and also do you think Stalin's comment on saying that it will not happen again is a repetitive comment, but it's been 25?
This is not the first incident. He has put a quarter century of lockup death. Apart from it, more than 6,700 murders have taken place in Tamil Nadu in the last 50 months. So he is a nalayak chief minister, unfit chief minister, who, if he really feels that he should do justice for the people of Tamil Nadu, he would resign.
In the aftermath, Minister Periya Kurupam visited the family. The Tamil Nadu government offered Rs 5 lakh compensation and a job to the younger son, an offer the family says they accepted under fear and pressure.
என்னோட குடும்ப சூழ்நிலை தான் சார், அவ்வளவுக்கு வசதி இல்லை, யாரையும் தெரியாது. அதனால் சரி நம்ம பிள்ளை வந்து அனுபவிக்க முடியாத ஒரு கொடூரத்தை அனுபவித்து இறந்து போயிருக்கு, அதை எப்படியோ நல்லடக்கம் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி நான் செஞ்சேன்.
Neighbors told Republic they saw Ajit being taken away by the police. Multiple accounts claim chili powder was used during the assault and that plastic pipes and rods were recovered from the location. An FIR under the section 196(2)A of the Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita was filed nearly 30 hours after Ajit's death, naming the police officers involved. Court filings say the location of torture was a cattle shed behind the Assistant Commissioner's office near the temple. 6 police officers have since been suspended pending investigation. A writ petition filed before the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court prompted judicial scrutiny. Taking note of the seriousness of the allegations, the court ordered a judicial inquiry. The case is now listed for hearing on July 8. Ajit's case is not the first time that Tamil Nadu has been forced to confront custodial violence. In June 2020, during the COVID-19 lockdown, the father-son duo Jayaraj and Benix died after being detained by police in Shantakulam, also in Tamil Nadu. The incident sparked outrage across the country and led to the arrest of several officers. 4 years later, Ajit's death has revived those questions again about what happens behind closed doors in custody and how long it takes for accountability to follow.
It was only after the gruesome video of Ajit Kumar being brutally beaten up by the police inspectors and the head constables, the magistrate court of the Madras High Court bench took an action stating that the DMK and the TN Chief Minister Stalin should react on this particular case, following which the DMK has now settled the family with a certain amount of money, a land and a work for his brother Naveen. However, now the family do states that it was not under pressure of the DMK that they agreed to it, but the situation of the family at the moment they are in right now, and with the loss of their son, the family is no more ready to fight this tedious process of going against the government and the police officials. This is not the first case. Let it be the ADGP case where is an abduction of a minor, and there's also the Anna University sexual harassment case where the main culprit seems to be missing according to the opposition's claim, and also the very old Phoenix and Jairaj case which was also a custodial death. And apart from this are more than 24 other deaths just like Ajit Kumar who lost their life for the police brutality in the state of Tamil Nadu.
From a locked temple gate to a rushed cremation, from a cattle shed to High Court, the echoes of Ajit's last moments have stirred long-standing questions about custodial violence and accountability. Ajit's name now joins a long list of custodial deaths in Tamil Nadu. As the investigation progresses, his family awaits a decision that the law must now deliver.
There's been a rare admission by the Stalin government. They've admitted that the state was behind the killing. They claim it's a mistake. Moving on to West Bengal now, where a 24-year-old student was raped inside the South Calcutta Law College. It was last week. She was beaten with a hockey stick, filmed, blackmailed by 3 men, and one of them, a local Trinamool Congress Chhatra Parishad leader Manojit Mishra. Despite a long criminal record, Manojit was appointed ad hoc faculty just weeks before the crime. He was backed by a governing body led by a Trinamool Congress sitting MLA. He wasn't just protected, he was promoted. Watch our investigation this week into how political patronage enabled a repeat offender and the alleged rapist. The story that's dominating the news in West Bengal.
In the heart of South Kolkata, under the glow of heritage and history, A young woman was dragged through the 3 rooms of terror. Beaten, raped, filmed, and blackmailed. The FIR tells of 3 crime scenes inside this college. A student union room, a locked washroom, and the security guard's chamber, where the girl was beaten with a hockey stick. Where they stripped her, raped her, recorded her, threatened her life. She was fighting for breath, begging for her inhaler. This isn't a case of allegations. It's a case of overwhelming evidence, cross-verified, clinical.
সাউথ ক্যালকাটা ল কলেজে যে কেস হয়েছে ওটা পুলিশ তদন্ত করছে যেহেতু কেস খুবই সেন্সিটিভ আছে উই উড নট লাইক টু আমরা খুব ডিটেলস আমরা কিছু দিতে চাইছি না আমি এটাই বলবো দ্রুত করে এফআইআর করা হয়েছিল 3 জন এফআইআর অ্যাকিউজড প্রথম দিনেই ধরা পড়েছে ইন লেস দেন 12 আওয়ার্স প্রথম 3 জন ধরা পড়েছে
Although the college has only 3 CCTV cameras and none near the union or guard room where the alleged crime took place, the entry and the exit movements of all accused have been recorded. There is a video evidence, a 1.5-minute clip recovered from Monojit's phone showing the rape. According to investigators, co-accused and law students Zaib Ahmed and Parmeet Mukherjee filmed the assault at Mishra's instructions.
Based on evidence, আরও একজন ধরা পড়েছে অনেক এভিডেন্স আমরা কালেক্ট করেছি সেইগুলো অ্যানালিসিস হচ্ছে বাকি যে ইনভেস্টিগেশনের প্রসেস আছে সেটা হচ্ছে
But what gave Monojit Mishra such unchecked power inside this college? 5 incidents, 5 complaints, 5 desperate cries for action. All ignored over the last 6 years. Warnings were written in black and white, detailing abuse, intimidation, and misconduct. And yet, Monojit Mishra continued to rise, allegedly favored by the ruling Trinamool Congress, holding a key post in its student wing, TMCP, and even practicing law at the Alipur court. The letters piled up, so did the silence. How does a man facing multiple complaints since 2018 get appointed ad hoc faculty just 45 days before the crime? Because the hiring was approved by a governing body led by a TMC MLA. Because Monojit was the Trinamool Chhatra Parishad District General Secretary. Because this wasn't just a man, it was a system.
বলে আমাদের কলেজে পিওরলি টেম্পোরারি এই পিওরলি টেম্পোরারি জিবি ডাইরেকশনে একটা স্টাফ হিসেবে আছে এটা লিস্টিং করে করে তাকে রাখা হয় ও অফিসের কাজ করতে মানে অফিসের মানে খাতাপত্র এইসব দেখতে দেখতে টেম্পোরারি অ্যাপয়েন্টমেন্ট জিবি ডাইরেকশন আমার রেজোলিউশন আছে
Governing body is chaired by an MLA called Mr. Ashok Deb, who's a sitting MLA of TMC, and he's a chairperson of 9 other colleges. And he becomes the appointing authority, and through him the governing body acts. So this man, who could not have gotten any appointment anywhere because of his criminal track record, gets appointed as a staff member even on ad hoc basis, because for regular basis they have to take out an advertisement and do something.
This isn't the first rape under TMC's nose. Kasba, Arjikor, Abhaya. And each time the accused were shielded, the narrative distorted, survivors vilified, political cronies protected.
वो लड़की अगर नहीं जाता तो ये घटना नहीं घटते थे
अगर जाने का टाइम लड़की किसी को बता के जाते थे, दो सहेलियां लेके जाते थे, ये नहीं करते।
বন্ধু যদি বান্ধবীকে রেপ করে তাহলে সেখানে নিরাপত্তা কি করে দেবে বলুন তো আমাকে? কলেজের ভেতরে যদি করে সেখানে পুলিশ থাকবে কলেজে? শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠান, আরে ভাই শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠানে কি পুলিশ থাকবে? আপনি বলুন না। নিরাপত্তা কাকে দেবে? নিরাপত্তা তো তার সহকর্মীরা দেবে। সহকর্মীরাই রেপ করছে, তাহলে অন্যায়টা কারা করছে? কে করেছে? সহপাঠীরা করেছে।
The same Monojit who demanded death for rapist in Arjikor rape case is now charged with blackmailing a girl with videos of her rape. For years, students whispered of an admission racket, rupees 50,000 to 2 lakhs per seat. Monojit was the fixer, the gatekeeper. Untouchable because he delivered votes and money. Even the ex-principal had written to the police in 2018. It was ignored. Today, graffiti celebrates him. Walls declare, Monojit Dada is in our hearts.
He घेराव the principal, he put fire on government properties on college campus. He did various mischievous activities and he threatened the principal in various ways. My husband was threatened by him and several times he put fire on college campus.
Her words echo in the FIR. Every quote, every line, backed by evidence, photos, timelines. And yet, his lawyer calls it an act of consensual intercourse and engages in blatant victim shaming.
প্রসিকিউশন কি এই কথাটা বলেছে যে তার ঘাড়ে একখানা লাভ বাইট পাওয়া গেছে? মনোজিৎ মিশ্রান এই কথাটা আপনাদেরকে প্রসিকিউশন বলেনি। যদি রেপ হয় কোনোদিন লাভ বাইট পাওয়া যায় না, যেটা আমি আমার ক্লায়েন্টের সঙ্গে দেখা করে তাকে এক্সামিন করে এসে আপনাদের সামনে বলছি।
In another alarming revelation, police found several objectionable images on Monojit's phone. These included morphed images of multiple girl students with their faces superimposed on pornographic pictures shared across various WhatsApp groups. Investigators are now probing whether this was a part of a larger pattern of harassment. What happens when politics protects predators? When a college becomes a crime scene? When justice is mocked in graffiti and power hides behind party flags?
এই মনোজিতের কালো হাত ফেলে দাও, ঘুরিয়ে দাও। এই মনোজিতের কালো হাত ফেলে দাও, ঘুরিয়ে দাও। ধর্ষকদের বিচার চাই, বিচার চাই, বিচার চাই। ঘুরিয়ে দেব, ঘুরিয়ে দেব।
This could not have happened without political protection. Will the Trinamool Congress take responsibility? Or will another survivor be silenced?
An 18-year-old trainee nurse is stabbed to death inside a government hospital in Narsinghpur, Madhya Pradesh. The attacker slits her throat inside the emergency ward and keeps stabbing her for nearly 10 minutes. This continued as doctors, hospital staff, security guards just stood and watched. Some even pulled out their phones to record the murder. Nobody tried to stop the killer. Nobody tried to save her. Horrific details that went unnoticed last week is on the long-form story tonight.
Narsinghpur, a quiet town in Madhya Pradesh, witnessed the unthinkable. An 18-year-old girl murdered in cold blood. Her throat slit in broad daylight inside a hospital. But here's what makes this case even more chilling. This wasn't a crime committed in isolation. Doctors and staffs were present, yet no one rushed to help. No one intervened. Some stood still, some recorded it.
आई विटनेसेस काफी सारे थे उसमें, हाँ भीड़ थी। तो स्टेटमेंट्स जो आए हैं उसमें ये कहा है एक आध लोगों ने कि हमने कोशिश की थी कि हम आरोपी को रोके, लेकिन उसने ये कहा कि जो भी आएगा पास में मैं उसको भी चाकू से मार दूंगा। लेकिन हाँ, हम हमेशा ही हम ये सोचते कि शायद कोई आता तो बच जाती, शायद कोई कुछ फेंक देता, लड़का दिख रहा है कि इतना मजबूत भी नहीं है शायद। तो ये एक मन में तो जरूर होता है कि काश कोई आता।
सिर्फ वीडियो बनाते रहे, तमाशा देखते रहे। ये गार्ड जो है, गार्ड भी भग गया, कहाँ चले गए कोई मालूम नहीं है। वहाँ से वो पैदल चला गया भाई रोड पे, और जो घटना करके पुलिस वाले भी कुछ नहीं बोले, देखते रहे। तो इन्हें पुलिस वहाँ से बर्खास्त करें, ड्यूटी से अलग करें, दूसरे मतलब डिपार्टमेंट वहाँ पे रखा जाए।
आप जब नरसिंहपुर जिले में चिकित्सालय में चौकी स्थापित है, उसके बाद भी स्टाफ 10 मिनट बाद तक की घटना घटती रही, उसके बाद भी चौकी का स्टाफ सामने नहीं आया। वो जाते हुए छोरा लेके जा रहा है और छोरा लेके आ रहा है, घटना करने के बाद भी ना को वहाँ का स्टाफ आया सामने, ना वहाँ का गार्ड आए। तो ये तो बड़ी चूक है, बहुत सुरक्षा में तो बड़ी चूक है, और डर नहीं है किसी को शहर में।
हाँ हो गया तो सबको लोगों को बोलना था, 50 आदमी थे, किसी ने बचाया नहीं है। उसको फांसी की फंदा उसने होने चाहिए लड़का को, सब चीज़ से वो बहुत आदमी देखा था, मन किसी ने नहीं बचाया। उसको होने चाहिए कुछ भी, एक ही सुधार होने चाहिए।
On June 27th, inside ward number 22 of Narsingpur District Hospital, a 19-year-old trainee nurse, Sandhya Chaudhary, was going about her routine duties. But at around 3 p.m., calm turned into chaos as she stood outside the ward. She was suddenly seized by the head and slammed against the wall without warning.
नरसिंहपुर जिला अस्पताल में जो घटना हुई उसे देखकर सभी के रोंगटे खड़े हो गए, क्योंकि वो खौफनाक दृश्य इतना खतरनाक था कि अस्पताल में भी कई लोगों को उस घटना को देखने के बाद उल्टियां होने लगी। फिलहाल मैं आपको उस स्पॉट पर ले जाऊंगा जहां पर आरोपी अभिषेक ने संध्या चौधरी, जो कि यहां पर नर्स की ट्रेनिंग कर रही थी, उसकी हत्या की। देखिए ये वो स्पॉट है, यहां पर इसी जगह पर जो नर्स की ट्रेनिंग कर रही संध्या है वो आरोपी से टकराती है। आरोपी पिछले कई दिन से उससे बदला लेने के लिए, उसे मौत के घाट उतारने के लिए तैयारी कर रहा था। आरोपी ये आप देख रहे हैं सामने से आता है, उसके पास हथियार भी होता है, और वो यहाँ पर लड़की जो है संध्या चौधरी, उसे उसका गला रेत कर हत्या कर देता है।
Abhishek Koshti pulled out a knife and attacked Sandhya without hesitation, going straight for her neck. He didn't stop. He kept stabbing for nearly 10 minutes. Doctors and nurses and staff stood by.
सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि ये जो जगह है काफी चहल पहल वाली जगह है। सामने आप देखिए आकस्मिक चिकित्सा कक्ष है, जिस तरह से आप ये लोग देख रहे हैं, मरीज, डॉक्टर, तमाम नर्सिंग स्टाफ, सभी लोग यहाँ पर उस समय मौजूद थे, और किसी ने भी उस बच्ची को, संध्या चौधरी को बचाने के लिए पहल नहीं करी। लोग तमाशबीन बने रहे, वीडियो बनाते रहे, लेकिन जो सिक्योरिटी गार्ड है उसने भी यहाँ आने की जहमत नहीं उठाई। इसी जिला अस्पताल में कैंपस में ही पुलिस चौकी है, लेकिन परिवार का और स्थानीय लोगों का कहना है कि वहां से यहाँ तक आने में पुलिस वालों को इतना टाइम क्यों लगा। यहाँ घटना हो जाती है, आरोपी यहीं से लड़की को मौत के घाट उतारकर, इसी स्पॉट पर, यहीं पर लड़की थी, यहीं पर मौत के घाट, उसका गला रेतता है इत्मीनान से, फिर मोबाइल पर बात करते हुए यहाँ से निकल जाता है। ना सिक्योरिटी गार्ड रोकता है, ना पुलिसकर्मी यहाँ पहुँचता है, और इसीलिए कानून व्यवस्था पर भी सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं।
After the brutal murder, Abhishek, cold, unflinching, turned the knife on himself in a failed attempt to self-harm. And then, as if nothing had happened, he simply walked out. Blood on his hands, phone to his ear, calmly leaving behind the body, the chaos and the deafening silence he had unleashed.
हमने यहाँ पर कई लोगों से पूछा कि वो यहाँ पर थे, किसी ने देखा। अधिकांश लोग मना करते दिखे, जैसे कि अभी ये जो डॉक्टर भाई, आपने उस घटना के समय आप थे यहाँ?
नहीं, मैं नहीं था, मेरी नाइट चल रही थी।
अच्छा, कोई नहीं देखा?
नहीं, मेरी नाइट चल रही थी, मैं अब इवनिंग में आया हूँ।
अच्छा जी। उस दिन कौन था?
उस दिन मेरी नाइट थी, तो मैं नहीं बता सकता आपको इस चीज़ को।
ये जो घटना स्थल मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, यहाँ पर तमाम पेशेंट रहते हैं, हॉस्पिटल का स्टाफ रहता है, डॉक्टर रहते हैं, किसी ने भी उस आरोपी को हत्या करने से नहीं रोका, वो यहाँ पर वारदात को अंजाम देके इसी रास्ते से, जिस रास्ते से आया था उसी रास्ते से निकल जाता है। देखिए पूरा ये जो इलाका है हॉस्पिटल के अंदर, यहाँ पर ये वारदात हुई।
The Superintendent of Police, speaking to Republic, explained the unfolding of events as they have now taken cognizance of the whole crime scene and intend to move it in a fast-track court.
जैसे ही ये घटना हुई है हमने तुरंत चिन्हित करके फास्ट ट्रैक कर दिया है और अभी हम चालान भी करेंगे विद इन 7 days और DNA और स्लाइड जो भी फॉरेंसिक है उन सब से भी हम विद इन 5 days लेके चालान करेंगे।
The police and Abhishek's brother claim that Abhishek and the victim knew each other before the incident as well.
हमारे पास स्टेटमेंट्स अभी घर वालों का नहीं आया है, लेकिन जो हमारे पास स्टेटमेंट्स आया है वो है लड़के का और लड़की के कुछ दोस्तों का, जिनमें लोगों का कहना है कि लड़की ने बात की थी,
फ्रेंडशिप थी। तो
ऐसा कहना है कि लड़की की भी जान पहचान थी उसके साथ।
Speaking to Republic's reporter, Abhishek's brother opened up about the fact that he had been planning to harm Sandhya, as he was aggrieved by her alleged ignorance for him.
लड़की से क्या उसकी दोस्ती थी?
दोस्ती नहीं, वो 2 साल से उसका पेड़ था।
अच्छा।
2 साल से पेड़ था और मतलब एक दूसरे को चाहते थे वो।
अच्छा। उससे कुछ बताया अभिषेक ने?
नहीं, वो बता रहा था कि मतलब मेरी माँ मतलब मम्मी से बोल रहा था कि मतलब मेरी शादी करवा दो उससे। लड़की राजी नहीं थी, लड़की बोलने लगी हम मतलब राजी नहीं है, तुम हमसे मतलब दूर रहो, मतलब हम तुमसे मतलब रखना नहीं चाहते।
अच्छा। फिर आपने क्या समझाया अभिषेक को? उसने कभी ये हिंट किया था आपको कि मैं ऐसा कर दूंगा?
नहीं, हालांकि बोल रहा था वो, मनोपन ने सोचा यार जी ऐसा नहीं करेगा, क्योंकि वो बहुत के दिन से बोल रहा था, महीना 1.5 महीना था जी बोल रहा था कि मतलब करके मैं मर्डर कर दूंगा ऐसा वैसा।
Sandhya's mother, stunned by grief, said her daughter never spoke of Abhishek, now branded her boyfriend. She knew nothing of any such bond. Silent with shock, she can utter only one demand: justice for the daughter who was her sole support.
तो यही चाहते जैसी हमारी बेटी को मारा है सही उसी को फांसी की सजा होना चाहिए। हमें तो कुछ नहीं चाहिए, उसको तो फांसी होना चाहिए। हमारी बच्ची की एक तो याद होती है, मेरी बेटी ये कही तो थी जैसे मेरी बेटी है मारो ऐसा ही फांसी होना चाहिए, उसका भी गला कटना चाहिए। मेरे तो ये कई सहारो तो वही छीन लो रे।
बेटी ने बताया था कि उसे कोई परेशान कर रहा है?
मेरी बच्ची ने कुछ नहीं बताया, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं थी।
Her father, a humble vegetable vendor, first heard something was wrong through a call from Sandhya's uncle, but nothing could prepare him for what he saw at the hospital. His daughter lying still, her throat brutally slit.
हमने साड़ू भाई ने फोन लगाया था कई अपनी संध्या की तबीयत खराब, मैंने की भैया फिर मैंने बात करी है, मैंने कही अब हम शाम में गई है मोड़ी तई से, तो अचानक क्या तबीयत खराब, नहीं तुम सीरियस है तुम जल्द ले जाओ। हम गए तो देखो गला कटा लगा डला था बेटे का।
Sandhya's uncle called it a collective failure. Guards vanished, police arrived too late, and bystanders stood frozen as she was butchered in full public view for nearly 10 minutes. The family says they never knew the accused and refuse any compensation.
हमारी मांग ये है कि फांसी की सजा चाहिए हमें। जो सरकार हमें वो दे रही है, पैसा दे रही, जो न दे मन फांसी की सजा दे।
मुआवजा ना दे चलेगा लेकिन फांसी की
सजा दे। वो फिर उसके ऊपर मन फांसी की सजा चाहिए पहले। वो मुआवजा दे अथवा न दे, वो उनकी मर्जी, मुआवजा दे वो न दे, वो मन फांसी की सजा चाहिए।
He did say that his brother should be punished, but was hesitant to show sympathies for the victim's family and their demand for justice.
लड़की का परिवार है वो कह रहा है कि ये जघन्य अपराध है और लड़के को फांसी की सजा होना चाहिए। आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे इस पे? आपको मतलब पछतावा है आपके परिवार को?
पछतावा का नहीं रहेगा, वो भी देखो घर परिवार का बड़ी बात ये भी है, किसी की लड़की की जान भी गई है यार, तो वो तो अपने हिसाब से सो बोलेंगे।
मतलब सजा होना चाहिए।
अब देखो सजा की तो मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकता।
बताइए सजा होनी चाहिए। नहीं मतलब जो हत्या कर दी, इतनी बड़ी वारदात है।
नहीं, थोड़ा बहुत उसको भी सबक मिलना चाहिए, ऐसा नहीं है। देखो मैं, मेरा भाई है, मैं जरूर ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, थोड़ा बहुत उसको मतलब सबक मिलना चाहिए, उसको मतलब ऐसा कि पता चलना चाहिए कि भाई किसी की जिंदगी अपन ने बर्बाद करी है, तो भाई अपन को भी मतलब कुछ, उसको भी कुछ महसूस हुए।
When speaking in the victim's neighborhood, our reporter encountered a few people who were ready to speak about the gruesome murder that has put them in a state of shock.
नरसिंहपुर में जो खौफनाक घटना हुई उसके बाद से पूरे इलाके में दहशत है। जिसने भी वो वीडियो देखा जिसमें आरोपी जो है वो लड़की को गला काट रहा है, लोग उसके बाद से बीमार तक पड़ चुके हैं। फिलहाल ये जो मोहल्ला है, इसी गली में ये जो घर है, ये संध्या चौधरी का घर है। हमने घर के लोगों से भी बात की और हम इस मोहल्ले के और नरसिंहपुर के स्थानीय लोगों से भी बात करेंगे कि आखिर ये जो घटना हुई है इसके बाद यहाँ का माहौल क्या है, लोग क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं। तमाम स्थानीय और जागरूक लोग हमारे साथ हैं, इनसे मैं बात करूंगा। सर, ये जो घटना आपने देखी, किस तरह से वो लड़की को दिन दहाड़े सरेआम गला काट रहा है?
नरसिंहपुर की ये घटना जिले की क्या प्रदेश देश की घटना, इतनी खतरनाक घटना हुई है कि कोई कह नहीं सकता। दिल दहला वाली घटना है। इस घटना में वो जैसे कोई कसाई काटता है जानवरों को, उस तरीके से अभी से वो कोष्टी ने उसको काटा है।
कहीं ना कहीं अपने शहर में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की कमी है। इसके कारण मैं ये चाहता हूँ पुलिस स्टाफ में थोड़ी सी कमी सुधारी जाए, क्योंकि कोई डर नहीं है अपराधियों को। दिन दहाड़े अपराध हो रहे हैं, शहर में नेता पिट रहे हैं, क्या आम आदमी की क्या सुरक्षा है? मेरे को तो ये लगता नहीं।
A man who sat on a dharna near the hospital against the lapse of law and order stated that the police did little in the aftermath until the protesters had arrived.
घटना स्थल पर हम लोग थे, अच्छा धरना दिया था, हम लोगों ने मांग भी की थी। तो ये जहाँ कहाँ अपन चाहे तो ये सिक्योरिटी की बहुत कमी है।
पुलिस एक्टिव हुई,
तब जाके एक्टिव हुई है पुलिस।
This cold-blooded crime in Madhya Pradesh has exposed the darkest sides of human nature, with a man that killed a woman by slitting her throat that he allegedly was in love with, and the bystanders not moving a single inch to help the girl who was stabbed again and again for over 10 minutes. It is now difficult more than ever to judge who is to blame for the young girl's life, the one who did it or the ones who stood and did nothing.
A massive blast, a factory in ruins, and dozens of lives lost in an instant. In Telangana's Sangareddy district, a chemical unit exploded this week, killing over 40 workers in what is now one of the biggest industrial disasters in India. What caused the explosion? Was it negligence, poor maintenance, or oversight by authorities for years together? As officials begin investigation and families demand answers, all the details are on the long-form story tonight.
"47 kilometers from Hyderabad, deep within the industrial stretch, stood Sigachi Industries, a chemical unit that manufactures microcrystalline cellulose powder, a flammable substance used in pharmaceuticals. At the entrance, a white board still displays the company's name, Sigachi Industries, a silent marker of what once was a 3-story high factory painted in blue and white. On the morning of the 30th of June, around 9:20, an explosion tore through this unit, bringing down the entire structure in a matter of few seconds. The blast killed over 40 and left at least 35 injured. 10 workers are still feared missing, buried beneath the rubble. The number of casualties are high. Workers from 2 shifts were present at the factory on the day of the explosion. They were present to attend a key meeting. This 36-year-old industry housed around 140 labourers working the night shift at the time of the blast. Many of them belong to the states of Odisha, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, West Bengal, migrated to Telangana in the hope of building a better life.
Well, right now we are at Sigachi Industries Private Limited in Medak district, where we see that on Monday morning and very massive explosion had taken place here at this very chemical factory. As you can see how the devastation that has taken place due to this massive explosion. What we are being told is that near about 36 people have lost their life, whereas 17 people are still missing, and also many of them are still undergoing treatment at the hospital. And as you can see, due to the massive explosion, it is being said that there was a dryer that had blasted and which led to the explosion, due to which a 3-story building has been completely collapsed. And right now, as you see, NDRF teams, SDRF teams, the local administration, fire department officials have been working on to clear the debris. Well, they fear that some of them could be still stuck under the debris, and that is the reason why the rescue operations continue even after the 24 hours after the incident had taken place.
The rescue operation began immediately after the explosion was reported, with 11 fire tenders, the SDRF, NDRF, the police department, firefighters and the disaster response teams pushing into action. Amid the chaos, this video of a father along with his elder son standing helplessly outside the factory gates looking for their missing son who just joined the factory 3 days ago defines the chaos and helplessness at Sigachi.
आपका बेटा है?
हाँ, मेरा लड़का है।
उनका नाम क्या है?
इरफान अंसारी।
अभी आपने किसी से बातचीत की?
बातचीत तो बहुत साहब से किया मैडम, लेकिन बोला था अभी बॉडी मिलने से कुछ कह सकेंगे, अभी कैसे कुछ कहेंगे।
बॉडी
नहीं मिले मैडम।
हॉस्पिटल में
चेक किया उधर तो हॉस्पिटल में तो जाना ही नहीं देता, घुसने नहीं देता है। सुबह गए थे लेकिन जाना नहीं दिया, घुसने नहीं दिया। ब्लड टेस्ट का वो आएगा तब अपने आप को हम बुला के दे देंगे।
किसी से बातचीत हुई आपकी?
बातचीत तो बहुत साहब से किए हैं, पूरा हॉस्पिटल छान मारे हैं, बोल रहा है मिसिंग है। तो उसके बाद अभी देखो शाम तक बोला है कि आपका ब्लड सैंपल आ जाएगा तो बॉडी दे देते हैं।
आपने ब्लड सैंपल कब दिया?
1 तारीख को सुबह 7 बजे।
Like them, there were several other family members, wives, children, parents, waiting in despair outside the factory gates and the hospital, desperate for any news that could trickle about their loved ones.
आपके कोई रिलेटिव थे?
मेरा हस्बैंड था।
हस्बैंड अंदर काम करते थे? ड्यूटी पे आए थे?
हाँ, आया था।
आपकी कब बात हुई थी उनसे आखिरी?
सुबह ड्यूटी हो आया, मैं ड्यूटी गया, वो आया ड्यूटी।
आपको यहाँ ये इसके बारे में जानकारी किसने दी?
मेरा दूसरा आदमी बताया ऐसे तरह जिस कंपनी में काम कर रहा है उधर जल गया बोल के।
अब हॉस्पिटल में जाके आए?
सब हॉस्पिटल ढूंढ लिया, किधर भी नहीं है।
यहाँ पे आपने किससे बातचीत की?
किसी से नहीं है, ये लोग से सब पूछ रहा था, बोल रहा डिटेल आएगा तो बताऊंगा। जितना नाम आया उसमें से मेरा हस्बैंड का नाम नहीं है।
The DNA samples of several family members have been collected to match the bodies found in the debris. The massive explosion ensured the bodies were charred beyond recognition.
It's really unfortunate that in this incident nearly 39 people have passed away, and debris is almost cleared. Some of the bodies which were left over, I think they are not able to put the pieces together. So necessary DNA tests are being done to ensure that the right identification is taking place.
Days after the blast, these families express how they are still in the dark, even after submitting the DNA samples.
DNA टेस्ट दे दिया है, कल सुबह मॉर्निंग में दिया था 9:40 में। हाँ 9 बजे पहले।
अभी क्या बोल रहे हैं ऑफिसर?
वो ऑफिसर बोले वहाँ अभी सुबह गए मॉर्निंग में 10 बजे के लिए बोला था, हम लोग 12 बजे पहुँचे तो उन्होंने बोला कि अभी DNA टेस्ट नहीं आया, नाइट में आपको DNA टेस्ट मिलेगा। 12 बजे तक जैसे आएगा तो हम आपको सूचित करेंगे, फ़ोन कांटेक्ट करके आपको बताएंगे। जी।
अभी आप यहाँ पे कितने देर से खड़े हैं, क्या कह रहे हैं, यहाँ पे आपको जाने दे रहे हैं?
वो अभी बोल रहे हैं कि ठीक अभी बता रहे हैं आपको जो है। अभी सर पुलिस 5 घंटे तो मेरे को यहाँ हो गए ऑलरेडी, यहाँ बैठे वहाँ गया, वो सब चले गए खाने के लिए। खाने को बोलते हैं हम खाना खा के आ रहे हैं, मैं भी खाना खाने चला गया, यहाँ 1 घंटा खड़ा था। जाने के बाद मैं वहाँ देखा तो वहाँ पे कोई नहीं है, यहाँ पे फ़ोन आया, मैं खाना खा ही रहा था तो तुरंत फिर भागने के बाद आज अभी 2-2.5 घंटे हो गए मैं इधर फिर बैठा हूँ, फ़ोन कर रहा हूँ, मेरा कोई फ़ोन रिसीव नहीं कर रहा है। अंदर जा रहा हूँ तो अंदर कोई जाने भी नहीं दे रहा है।
Many of the families of victims are seen anxiously moving between the accident site and hospitals, seeking any available information about their missing relatives or hoping to spot a loved one among those injured.
4 दिन से हम लोग यहीं पे है, खाना नहीं कुछ नहीं, यहीं पे खड़े हैं। पुलिस वाले अंदर जाने नहीं दे रहे, ऊपर से जाने को गए तो लाठीचार्ज करेंगे, धो जाओ बोल के बता रहे। तो हमारे को कोई यहाँ पे रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी देने वाले कोई है नहीं। हम 4 दिन से यहाँ पे परेशान हैं। तो जो हुआ है इंसिडेंट उसको तो देख के गवर्नमेंट तो हमारे को कोई मदद भी कर रहे नहीं। जो हुआ है उसको परसों जो गिरा है उसको ही निकाल रहे, नया जो है वो खोजे तो हमको मिलता क्या कि बोल के हमारा एक ये है। तो अभी तक वो हमारे को कुछ हो रहा नहीं, यहीं पे बैठे हैं हम 4 दिन से।
Over 40 dead and families left unattended. But what exactly triggered the explosion? A preliminary investigation suggests catastrophic overheating within the MCC spray dryer. Temperatures spiking past 399 degrees Celsius, igniting fine cellulose dust and triggering a rare industrial explosion.
This microcrystalline cellulose drying unit is there. So there is a blast in the drying unit. That is the cause of the blasting, followed by the fire incident. This is basically they handle the cellulose material. So it is called microcrystalline cellulose. So they basically powder it and then dry it in the processing unit.
While allegedly old machines were being used in the factory, the state government has washed its hands of any accountability and claims the accident was the result of poor management.
Here there were no interlocking systems. That is what the inspection report clearly mentioned. So this was the responsibility of the management to figure out what are the vulnerable points and what kind of action should be taken there. I think that has been lacking in this company. That is why when the pressure loads went up, there was no cut-off points. Normally there should be a cut-off point when the pressure goes high in the ducts. So I think necessary safety measures, necessary safety controls which are supposed to be there were not there.
After putting several of its employees' lives at risk, Sigachi Industries, in response, released a templated press statement just condoling the lost lives and announcing compensation to the families of the deceased. The Telangana government, in response, held a news conference. They have formed a multi-member expert committee with scientists from CSIR, IICT and NCL Pune to probe safety protocols and determine accountability. The committee is expected to submit its findings in a month. Who should be held accountable? The government, which is answerable for checks and audits, has now distanced itself from any blame. Or is it the Sigachi management that doesn't even feel the need to react to the blast that they are directly responsible for?
4 రోజులే మా ఫ్యామిలీ మొత్తం ఉపాసం తపసమాడ ఉన్నది. మరి ఇప్పుడు ఆడికి పోవద్దా? ఏమంటున్నారు? ఇక ఇట్లనే లీల పెట్టుకొని లీల పట్టారు, ఈడ పోస్టర్లు ఇలా పెట్టినట్ల. శాంపుల్ వాళ్ళు ఇచ్చారు. అలా తండ్రి ఉన్నాడు, అక్క చెల్లెళ్ళు ఉన్నారు, ఇచ్చిర్రు వాళ్ళు. ఇంకా ఏం పతకలేదు.
Well, now the larger question remains is that what went wrong at the Sigachi Industries that led to such a huge explosion, and also at the same time the FIR which has been registered against the Sigachi company management, it states that the company was given information, the authorities of the company were given information about the machineries, old machineries being used at the manufacturing unit, but despite that they continued to work with those old machineries, and that led to such a huge explosion. But then now the larger question is that were all the safety protocols followed, and also at the same time we see that Telangana government has also formed an experts committee to probe into this very matter as to what went wrong and who is accountable for such a huge incident that took place at the Sigachi Industries in Pashamailaram in Sangareddy district.
That's it on this edition of the long form story, India's only show that goes deep into the biggest headlines of the week. In case you missed it, you can catch the full show again at 11 p.m. tonight or 12 p.m. on Sunday. Thanks for watching.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. This is Republic and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Madhurima Mishra. Let's get started with the headlines. 25-member British aviation engineering team arrives at Thiruvananthapuram Airport to examine the F-35 jet today. Jet stranded for over 3 weeks. One dead, 4 injured after blast at a firecracker factory in Tamil Nadu. CBI busts biggest medical college scam. Godman, ex-UGC chief, among 34 named. Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrives in Brazil for the BRICS summit. Diaspora engagement and key bilaterals on the agenda. Prime Minister Modi wishes Dalai Lama on his 90th birthday. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju attended his birthday event in Dharamshala.
I join millions around the world in wishing His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama a most happy and joyful 98th birthday.
Elon Musk says he has formed a new United States political party, the American Party. Now, breaking news coming in US 20 days after British F-35 stealth fighter jet made an unscheduled landing on Kerela's Thiruvananthapuram International Airport. The state-of-the-art aircraft remains grounded with field repair attempts yet to succeed. The United Kingdom is now exploring the options of airlifting the aircraft aboard a C-17 Global Master Transport aircraft, a rare move for the fighter's jet of its class. We are now getting the visuals of arrival of the 400 aircraft, from which the crew that is going to deal with the situation will be coming out, and the dismantling could also take place. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Ashwin. Ashwin, you're there live on the spot. It's been a couple of weeks over there that the aircraft, the British aircraft remains there stranded. What can we expect now that the British crew has arrived there on the ground?
Absolutely. In fact, what was earlier speculated was, as you pointed out, a C-17 will land. But now what has landed is an Atlas 400, a bigger machine which main military purpose is for airlifting. So now when you look at the configuration of that, this particular aircraft can carry around 37 tons of payload. Now, this particular aircraft, what you see on this frame, without fuel, it's around 14 tons. And with fuel, it's 27 tons. Which essentially will gives us an indication that all formality is being looked into for possibly taking this aircraft as it is back to repair it in the designated space. Where now this flight landed exactly at 12:42 today from Muscat, and I mean, Republic was the first channel to even break this news that aircraft is starting from Muscat at 9:57. So our information was truly credible, and as per the information, this flight landed exactly at around 2:42. We had stated earlier also, Madhurima, that it will take around 3 hours. So certainly all this information that we had put out for our viewers turns out to be true. And what we know right now is that after landing, this particular Atlas 400 is there in one corner because there are certain restrictions which are there. We are not able to show you the aircraft that has landed right now, but in some time we are expecting this aircraft to maneuver itself towards this flight where you're seeing the F-35 landed at the Bay 4 of the domestic airport. Now, all operations are likely to be conducted there, but one thing is certain, today a decision will be taken. Flight that landed on June 14th, today is day 21. Certainly a decision about it will be finalized and concluded today. It certainly looks like it. Madhurima.
Absolutely, Ashwin. Ashwin, like you were telling us as to how difficult it is to dismantle the stranded aircraft. Also, talk to us about how the British aircraft, will they be getting, the British crew, will they be getting some help from here in India, or have they brought in the entire team that is going to help them dismantle this stranded aircraft? What could be the procedure from here on?
Madhurima, earlier the speculation was that C-17 is landing. C-17 cannot carry this particular aircraft because of the Bay Area entrance will not fit in. But what is landed, Madhurima, is Atlas 400. Now, the Bay entry of this particular aircraft, in fact, it's a bigger aircraft than the C-17, and certainly it could fit in without any dismantling. So we'll have to take a guess there, but it is likely that it will not be dismantled, but it will be directly, parked inside this massive jumbo that just landed over here. So that could be the operations. We are yet to confirm. Now, what we know is that there are crew members who has come along, because this flight which has earlier started from England, then it landed in Muscat, and from Muscat it has come over here. The journey of this flight, this jumbo, in fact, started on Friday, and so certainly what we know so far is that it is likely that the operation will be done in such a manner that they could if there's a need to airlift it, they will do that, because they've come up with that kind of a capacity to, without much of a challenge, they can easily take this flight into F-35. Because essentially the F-35 with fuel and all the payload in it will weigh around 27 tons. Now without it, it will weigh around 14 tons, which can easily be accommodated in an Atlas 400, which has a payload capacity of around 37 tons. So all that is, when we look at these figures that we compare it, we can point it out that it is likely to be airlifted inside. It will be taken inside this vehicle, and then it is likely to be flown back where it will be repaired. This is the assumption that we are doing right now, because the UK authorities have been tight-lipped about it. We have had sent several mails to the designated email addresses. We haven't got a prompt response. All they have said is like there are many speculations, and they didn't answer specifically about it. But one thing is certain, at 12:40, just a while ago, the Jumbo has landed over here, and there may be crew members in it who will be looking into it. What we know also is that Lockheed Martin engineers is definitely have to be there. This is what some of the defense experts and the aircraft engineers have told us, that they have to be there in order for this F-35 to be moved back to the place where it belongs.
Absolutely, Ashwin. Ashwin also talked to us about as to how long will it take for them to, like you said, that dismantling would not be an option here, because they have come with an aircraft that has the capacity to subsume the aircraft that is stranded there on the Thiruvananthapuram Airport. How long will this entire procedure take, even if they're planning to drag it and put it in the Atlas 400 aircraft? And also, Ashwin, give our viewers a quick recap as to what really happened in the past couple of weeks, how this plane got stranded and what has happened since then.
Madhurima, in fact, after this aircraft landed, we could, earlier, because we have seen this, we could see a flurry of the CISF convoy which was going around. There were multiple turns taking, they were doing few rounds around it. Perhaps it was part of protocol or something like that. But what we understand is that once there is definitely, because there is an immigration department in Delhi which gives permission for them to, all the officials and these experts and the crew members to land in India, and the MEA is definitely involved in it, and their permission has to be given. And also there are some strict protocols, because remember, this is a civilian airport and there are other flights in schedule which has to land over here. There are bays which has been allotted for it. Now, since this is a procedure that is going to take a few hours, all that have to be arranged by the airport authorities over here. And when we look back into this entire saga, usually we all say that stories are pretty stories which are very loud stays for long. But remember, this story started on June 14th, Madhurima. June 14th night, a jet landed over here, and we had taken reports of people who live close by saying they were really shocked. They even thought that some war has started, because the Jumbo landing in the dead of the night scared a lot of people in the surroundings. Now, after that, it was found that there was a technical problem. Initially, they said there's a fuel-related problem, because of which they were not able to land, and there was some inclement weather condition later that shifted to a possible problem with the hydraulic system. Now, after that, what we heard was a series of diplomatic relations that was on display. Very, very astute diplomatic way of working with the Indian and the UK authorities, where all support was rendered. There has never been any kind of a tiff or a tension that happened in this last 21 days. Since June 14th, there was several set of talks that happened. We know for a fact that between June 14th and June 20th, the British High Commission members were here in this airport talking about how to go forward. We also know that it was between June 14th and 20th that the fighter pilot who was manning this and the co-pilot refused to take their eyes off from it. And we also know that since then they also refused any kind of parking this F-35 in a hangar also. We also know that there was some talk going on of providing temporary hangar exactly where this jet is landed. Even that was very politely denied by the UK authorities, is what we get to know. Now, ever since that, what India has done is a spectacular display of diplomacy and the kind of support that has been rendered. In fact, in multiple emails that the official emails that has been exchanged, we have seen that they have profusely thanked the Indian authorities for giving this kind of a red carpet reception for a flight which landed. As per protocol, this flight is considered as a country itself. So all protocols were in place, and India has displayed a very amicable attitude towards this, and that is something which will be carried forward in history. Also, very important to say is that ever since this flight landed, this could have been a possible embarrassment for a developed country, a country like UK. And all that, the Indian authorities didn't speak anything regard to that. However, on one side this was there, but there was a meme festival also. Even the Kerala government official tourism handle saying those who come to Kerala do not want to leave, and that particular meme went viral as well, and several other meme was there. Humor thing aside, what was put on display was a spectacular relationship between UK and India on display. Media was hardly given access to many of this information that were privy, and we were able to cull out some of this information. But saying that on day 21, what we know is that today it will be a concluding day for taking this flight back to its source. This flight had landed on June 14th. It was part of the joint operations that was exercise that was going on 100 nautical miles away from Thiruvananthapuram. This flight is also supposed to take part in massive operations, in a joint operations in Australia in mid-July, and all this is there. Certainly a big story. A flight that has very quietly landed has turned the national attention, and that is something which we have seen. In fact, Republic has been relentlessly showing you all the updates. We have waited for hours and hours. In fact, our video journalist Mani S and myself, we have been waiting over here. There has been several security protocols which we had to do it, and certainly it is the moment has come today. At least we will see the concluding part where this flight, where you see behind me, will be taken back to its right source. Madhurima.
Absolutely, Ashwin. Ashwin, thank you for putting that in perspective in great detail. We'll keep coming back to you as it's going to be an ongoing operation, at least for today. Thank you, Ashwin. Moving on, viewers, let's shift our focus to state of Punjab, where Shiromani Akali Dal leader Bikram Majithia, arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau on the 25th in connection with a 540 crore disproportionate asset and alleged drug money laundering case, was remanded to a 14 days of judicial custody by a Mohali court today. Majithia has been dismissed the FIR as a political witch hunting, maintaining that his arrest and remand violate legal procedure, while prosecutors have pointed out to substantial unexplained deposit in his family-run business, including 161 crore in cash and 141 crore routed via foreign entities. So Bikram Singh Majithia has been sent to judicial custody, where the Shiromani Akali Dal and Majithia himself continues to call this arrest as a political vendetta. He has been sent to judicial custody. Listen in to what his prosecutor had to say.
आज बिक्रम मजीठिया को कोर्ट में पेश किया गया था और उनके जुडिशियल रिमांड की रिक्वेस्ट की गई। तो एक चीज़ बिल्कुल साफ़ है कि पुलिस जब जुडिशियल रिमांड की रिक्वेस्ट करती है तो उसमें ये होता है कि अब पुलिस इनकी कस्टडी नहीं चाहती है, पूछगिछ नहीं करना चाहती है। तो जो विजिलेंस 2 दिन पहले कह रही थी कि ये कॉपरेट नहीं कर रहे हैं, हमें तो इनके खिलाफ इतने सबूत मिल गए हैं, तो आज वो कहते कि हमें फर्दर इसमें इंटेरोगेशन नहीं करनी है, इन्हें जुडिशियल रिमांड में भेज दें। झूठों पे आधारित जो भी सरकार ने बातें की हैं, अब सरकार की जवाबदेही उन बातों पे तय करी जाएगी।
Well, viewers, that was prosecutor for Bikram Singh Majitia, who cries foul amid his arrest and him being sent to judicial custody. Now shift of focus to the NCR region, where a dramatic police encounter unfolded in Greater Noida as part of the ongoing Operation Langra, a crackdown against repeat offenders and criminals. During the encounter, 2 miscreants were shot in the leg. Here's the detailed report.
An encounter took place between Surajpur police and a gang of miscreants near the Omax roundabout during routine checking. According to the police, 2 miscreants were shot in the leg during the brief gunfight, while 1 accused was caught during the follow-up combing operation. In a major breakthrough, police have recovered a looted Kia Sonet car from Bisrak area in Greater Noida West. In addition, 3 pistols, several live cartridges, Rs 6,000 in cash, and stolen items from multiple homes, including stolen caps, were seized. Sources confirm that over half a dozen cases are already registered against the arrested accused. With Greater Noida police stepping up the night patrols and checkpoints, officials say such encounters send a strong message to criminals operating in the area.
थाना सूरजपुर पुलिस टीम द्वारा जब ओमिक्रॉन गोलचक्कर के पास नियमित रूप से चेकिंग की जा रही थी, तो उन्हें एक बिना नंबर प्लेट की कार तेज गति से आती हुई नजर आई। कार किया सोनेट थी। जब पुलिसकर्मियों ने उस संदिग्ध कार को रोकने का प्रयास किया, तो उस कार में बैठे व्यक्ति ने उतरकर पुलिस की तरफ जान से मारने की नीयत से फायर किया। पुलिस वाले भाग बच। जब पुलिस ने जवाब में आत्मरक्षा में जवाबी फायर किया, तो उनमें से 2 बदमाशों के पैर में गोली लगी और तीसरा बदमाश वहां मौके से फरार हो गया। बाद में कॉम्बिंग दौरान उसको भी गिरफ्तार किया गया। दोनों घायलों को अस्पताल में भर्ती किया गया। फिर इसमें आगे तफ्तीश की गई तो मालूम चला कि इनके द्वारा जो किया सोनेट कार इस्तेमाल की जा रही थी, वह कुछ समय पहले थाना बिसर क्षेत्र से चोरी की गई थी और इनके पास से कुछ अन्य डेल्टा 2 सेक्टर से चोरी किए गए सामान बरामद भी हुए। इनके पास से तमंचा, जिंदा कारतूस, कोर कारतूस बरामद भी हुए हैं। तीनों ही अभियुक्तों का बहुत ही लंबा चौड़ा आपराधिक इतिहास भी मिला है। अभियुक्तों को न्यायिक हिरासत में भेजा जाएगा। अन्य विधिक कार्य प्रस्तुत है।
Viewers, we're getting more breaking news where the Central Bureau of Investigation has uncovered one of the biggest medical education scams in India. The case spans across multiple states and involves top officials, middlemen, private college representatives, prominent educationists, and even a self-styled godman. The CBI has also so far arrested 8 people, including 3 NMC doctors who allegedly took rupees 55 lakh bribe to issue favorable inspection report to Rawatpura Institute of Medical Sciences in Naya Raipur. So this is the biggest medical scam that has unraveled, viewers, where multiple efforts were made to make sure that this particular Rawatpura Medical College of Sciences is given all the certificates and needed documents to run illegally. Listen in to voices that we are getting in the story.
₹55 लाख ब्राइब ली गई है, ऐसा आरोप लगाया है सीबीआई ने। और जब्ती जो की गई है वो करीब करीब 16 लाख कुछ की गई है और एक जन से 38 लाख की गई है। लेकिन जो जब्ती भी जो बताई जा रही है, वो जिस व्यक्ति को जो व्यक्ति जिस नाम का बताया जा रहा है कि भ्रम है, वो उसके व्यक्तिगत जो संपत्ति और प्रॉपर्टी के पेपर्स के रिलेटेड जो उसने बेचा खरीदा, उसके जो पैसे थे वो उसके घर से जब्त किया गया है। सीबीआई की 3 जो बेंच मतलब है दिल्ली की, उन्होंने एक शिकायत की है किसी मयूर रावल के नाम पर, जो उदयपुर की किसी संस्थान का डायरेक्टर है या वहाँ का रजिस्ट्रार है। और ये बताया गया है इस पूरे उसमें कि खाली सिर्फ रावतपुरा सरकार का नहीं है। आरोप ये लगाया गया है कि जो निरीक्षण समिति गुप्त रहती है, पूरी तरह से किसी को बताया या डिस्क्लोज नहीं किया जाता है, उस डिस्क्लोज किसी ने किया है। अब किसने किया है उसकी जांच की जा रही है। और ये बताया गया है कि जो रावतपुरा सरकार यूनिवर्सिटी में जो लोगों को जांच करना था मेडिकल कॉलेज में, रावतपुरा मेडिकल कॉलेज में, वो डॉक्टर्स की जो 4 लोगों की टीम थी, वो 4 लोगों ने रिश्वत ली है कि उनके जो मानक स्तर सही था या नहीं था, उनके फेवर में रिपोर्ट बनाने के लिए ये केस बनाया है, आरोप ये लगाया है सीबीआई ने। और सीबीआई आज 6 लोगों को पेश किए हैं यहाँ कोर्ट पे, जिसमें कुछ लोगों के संबंध में उनके पास कोई विशिष्ट जानकारियां उपलब्ध नहीं है, और हमने उसी का ऑब्जेक्शन लगाया है कि बिना 41 की नोटिस दिए, बिना किसी 35 की नोटिस दिए आपने कैसे ही गिरफ्तार किया। पहले आप जांच करें, आप सिर्फ संदेह के आधार पर आप गिरफ्तार नहीं कर सकते।
Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Satyavijay. Satyavijay, ये जो स्कैम है जो अब अनर्थ हुआ है, किस तरीके से इसकी जांच हो रही है इस वक्त? कौन कौन लोग शामिल हैं इसमें? क्योंकि ये पता लगने में आ रहा है कि एक सेल्फ स्टाइल्ड गवर्नमेंट भी इन्वॉल्व हैं, कई एजुकेशनिस्ट इन्वॉल्व हैं, मेडिकल फील्ड से लोग इन्वॉल्व हैं, तो किनका नाम सामने आ रहा है?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए बड़ा स्कैम, मेडिकल स्कैम का खुलासा हुआ है और सीबीआई ने खुद 6 राज्यों के 40 ठिकानों पर एक साथ सर्च किया था, रेड किया था, उसके बाद ये खुलासा हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि छत्तीसगढ़ की राजधानी रायपुर में रावतपुरा मेडिकल कॉलेज है, उससे स्कैम की शुरुआत हुई है, क्योंकि रावतपुरा सरकार मेडिकल जो कॉलेज है वहां पर अवैध तरीके से मान्यता देने के चलते रिश्वत का पूरा ये खुलासा हुआ है कि रावतपुरा सरकार मेडिकल कॉलेज को जिस तरह से सीट बढ़ाने के लिए और मान्यता के लिए जो निरीक्षण किया गया उसकी गलत रिपोर्ट बनाने के आधार पर इसी आधार को बेस बनाते हुए रिश्वत ली गई। और जैसा कि अभी सीबीआई ने जो प्रेस नोट जारी किया उसमें भी ये चीज बताई कि 55 लाख की रिश्वत लेते पकड़ाए हैं, जिसमें 3 डॉक्टर हैं और 3 अन्य लोग हैं। कुछ इसके अलावा चूंकि इस रैकेट के तार छत्तीसगढ़ के अलावा मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, दिल्ली, तमाम राज्यों से जुड़े हुए हैं। इंदौर के एक इंस्टीट्यूट के डायरेक्टर हैं सुरेश भदौरिया, उनका भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट सामने आ रहा है। तो एक बड़ा इस मेडिकल स्कैम है जिसको लेकर अब सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। जिन आरोपियों को गिरफ्तार किया है, जिसमें कि 3 डॉक्टर और 3 अन्य लोग हैं, इसमें बिचौलिए भी हैं, मेडिकल काउंसिल से जुड़े कुछ अधिकारी हैं जो कि ग्राउंड पर जाकर निरीक्षण करते हैं और उन्हीं ने गलत रिपोर्ट बनाई है। ये भी एक हवाला दिया जा रहा है कि जो है मेडिकल कॉलेज की जो सीट्स हैं उनकी संख्या बढ़ाने को लेकर भी रिश्वत की मांग की गई थी। तो इन सब पहलुओं को जोड़ते हुए सीबीआई ने इन आरोपियों को अरेस्ट किया है, इनको कोर्ट में पेश कर रिमांड लिया है और रिमांड के दौरान इनसे इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है, पूछताछ की जा रही है और इस पूछताछ में कुछ और खुलासे हो सकते हैं। बड़ी बात यह कि रावतपुरा सरकार जो है, जिनका की इंस्टीट्यूट है, उनके खिलाफ भी सीबीआई ने एफआईआर दर्ज कर लिया है। तो बड़े नाम जो हैं इस पूरे स्कैम में सामने आ रहे हैं और कई और कॉलेज जो हैं उनको भी गलत तरीके से मान्यता देने या उनकी सीट का जो कोटा होता है उसे बढ़ाने को लेकर पड़ते अभी खुलेंगी, क्योंकि सीबीआई ने अब एक साथ ये सर्च किया है। तो अब सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगी और इसमें बाकी जो आरोपी हैं, कुछ ऐसे भी आरोपी हैं जो सर्च के बाद से फरार हो गए हैं, उनकी गिरफ्तारी होगी, उनसे पूछताछ होगी। जो आरोपी अरेस्ट हुए हैं उनका उनसे आमना सामना कराया जाएगा। तो इसके बाद कई और खुलासे हो सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल सत्यप्रकाश, thank you for those details. We'll keep coming back to you as this is the biggest scam that we've exposed here at Republic Media Network. Thank you, Satyaprakash. Now viewers, let's move on. At least 43 people including 15 children have died in Kerela country of Texas due to flooding caused by a storm. Several more individuals have died in the nearby counties. The storm unleashed approximately a foot of rain from Friday and sent floodwaters gushing out of the river through the hilly region. Here's more on the story.
Central Texas was hit by a storm yesterday, which unleashed nearly a foot of rain. The rainwater caused severe flooding in the area. At least 51 casualties have been reported due to the flooding. 43 deaths have been reported in Kerr County and several others have been reported in nearby counties. The flooding also hit Camp Mystic, a Christian summer camp situated along Guadalupe River. Currently, 27 girls are missing from the camp. Texas Governor Greg Abbott and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem have visited the campsite. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has vowed that the authorities will be relentless in rescuing and recovering victims. He stated, "We will find every one of them." Helicopters, boats and drones are being used to look for victims and to rescue people stranded in trees and from camps isolated by washed out roads.
One dead, 4 injured after blast in firecracker factory in Tamil Nadu. Elon Musk says he has formed a new US political party, the America Party. We'll get you more on this, but right after a short break. Stay tuned.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and make it more lethal for our adversaries. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, the backbone of our Air Force, is getting a radical makeover. And it is not just an upgrade, it is a transformation. Yes, we are talking about the Super Sukhoi.
Viewers, top headlines. 25-member British aviation engineering team arrives at Thiruvananthapuram Airport to examine the F-35 jet today. Jet stranded for over 3 weeks. 1 dead, 4 injured after blast at firecracker factory in Tamil Nadu. CBI busts biggest medical college scam godman. Ex-UGC chief and one godman among 34 named. PM Modi arrives in Brazil for the BRICS summit, diaspora engagement and key bilaterals on the agenda. Shiromani Akali Dal leader Bikram Singh Majithia sent to 14-day custody following completion of 11-day remand.
I join millions around the world in wishing His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama a most happy and joyful 98th birthday.
PM Modi wishes Dalai Lama on his 90th birthday. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju is attending Dalai Lama's birthday event in Dharamshala. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. 20 days after British F-35 stealth fighter jet made an unscheduled landing, viewers, now we see there has been more movement. This happened at Thiruvananthapuram. Those pictures are coming in. This is the Atlas 400 aircraft which has arrived. This is a state-of-the-art aircraft, remains grounded with field repair attempts yet to succeed. The UK is now exploring the option of airlifting this jet aboard a C-17 Globemaster transport aircraft. Rare move for a fighter of its class. And we'll put those pictures out once again for you, but this is the information that we have so far. UK technicians have arrived to examine the stranded F-35. And this is coming in as we see that this fighter jet has been stranded for around 3 weeks there in Thiruvananthapuram.
Multiple attempts have been made to repair this fighter jet, but they are not successful so far. Additionally, viewers, we're coming to know that this team has arrived and the pictures are coming in. This is the Atlas 400 aircraft. And I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have with us Ashwin joining us live. Ashwin is right outside where the F-35 jet has been parked for like 21 days, Ashwin. And now we know that the crew has arrived to assess this jet a short while back. If you could just take our viewers through what is happening right now. Has the crew left the Atlas 400? Have they started assessing the jet yet?
We have some breaking updates. In fact, the breaking update is that from official sources and very credible sources, we have confirmed that 31 crew members have arrived in this particular A400, which landed at 12:42 in Thiruvananthapuram. That is 31 crew members are here. And we have also got information that this entire operation will be wrapped up by 4 p.m. That is right, A400 will fly back today by 4 p.m. That is what the plan of the UK is, the UK authorities are. So if it is so, if this is the likely time, then that essentially means there won't be any repair or anything that is to be done. It in all likelihood, this flight will be taken inside the A400 is what we can definitely affirm, and that is what it is pointing to. So 4 p.m. today, this entire operation is going to be wrapped up, is what we are getting from very credible sources on the ground, and which essentially means within a matter of few hours from now. Now the time is 1:35. By another 1.5 hours, 2.5 hours, in fact, this entire operation will be completed and the flight will be going back at 4 p.m. So this is a breaking update that we are bringing in right now. As far as the current update is concerned, the flight A400, which came down with 31 crew members, have now gone into the international airport side. They would have parked it in the bay over there, and in some time they would be granted permission to come near this aircraft, or perhaps there will be some machinery that they will bring down to take this particular aircraft into the international bay and then unload it load it into the A400 and take it. Certainly the kind of information that we are getting when it says that operation will be concluded by 4 p.m., we can definitely ascertain and take a very logical guess that this flight will not be repaired. I think that is a logical conclusion that we can come at right now. It will not be repaired right now. It will all be, the flight will be taken. The F-35, which has a capacity which is around 27 ton when it has a payload, fully payload and fuel. Without payload and fuel, it will be around 14 tons. This 14-ton massive 5th generation stealth fighter will be carried on an A400. In fact, the A400 is well designed to do similar kind of operations, and it has done so in the past as well. So the A4, when it landed, this jumbo of the jet which landed over here, it certainly has come to bring the entire operation to a conclusion. So certainly we can expect that to be concluded by 4 p.m. Back to the studio.
That is right. That is right. Ashwin, you know, this is a huge update coming in right now. So are you saying that the crew members will be wrapping up the operation by 4 p.m. today?
Absolutely, absolutely. 4 p.m. is what we are getting. By 4 p.m. they are going to fly back, which essentially means, because flying back operation, now if you put a normal jet itself, for it to take off from the airport and all those procedures will take around 35 to 40 minutes. Now also important is that the parking fee that needs to be paid, which is a very common practice, that any flight which lands in any airport, they have to pay parking fees. So the 21 days parking fees, all that legal documentation, that would be going on as we speak inside the international terminal in the immigration section. That would be done, is what we are getting information. At the same time, so it is a matter of just a few minutes operation is what we can. Now the time is around, as I said, 1:35. Now when we look into it, when they say they are going to fly back by 4 p.m., which essentially means the flying back operation will probably commence between 3 to 3:30, and by 4 they will take off. So if the Jumbo A400 is going to take off by 4 p.m., that means it will start moving by around 3 p.m. and that essentially means there will not be any kind of any repair that is going to be done. This is what we are taking a very informed guess over here with the credible timing that has been given by one of the sources on the ground, and certainly it looks like the aircraft will be carried back to UK or to any space, probably in Muscat or to London or wherever the Lockheed Martin engineers will be looking into the trouble that it caused to the jet fighter.
All right, thank you, Ashwin, for getting those details. I will be coming back to you as we track this story very closely. We are coming to know that very soon this crew members who have arrived are going to go ahead and assess the situation, and they might be leaving by 4 p.m. We really have to move ahead right now. Breaking news coming in. Blast at a cracker factory in Tamil Nadu. 1 dead and 4 injured in the explosion. So this is a big update coming in right now, viewers. Let's go ahead to the big story that we're getting for our viewers. According to the latest information, blast at the cracker factory in Tamil Nadu. 1 dead, unfortunately 4 injured in the explosion. So we have the pictures coming in right now. This is in Tamil Nadu, where there's a blast at a firecracker factory. And according to the latest information that we're getting for our viewers, we're coming to know, I repeat, we're coming to know that 1 person has lost their life and multiple people are injured. Now, why this blast happened, we do not know that yet. We're still waiting for more updates. But this is a firecracker unit in Tamil Nadu's Virudhunagar. According to the updates coming in, 1 person lost their life while this blast was reported at a firework unit. Rescue teams are on the spot. You can see rescue teams are on the spot, rush to the spot to take the injured to the hospital for treatment. Okay, we have with us Sharadha, who is joining us live. Sharadha, we can see pictures coming in of the fire and rescue teams which have reached the spot post the explosion. 1 person has died, 4 are injured. The injured are being moved to the hospital. What is the state of the operation right now in terms of controlling the fire and the explosion?
Shivangi, the fire has been completely doused out at the fire factory, and now we've seen the videos how the debris shows a lot of firecrackers waste in the spot. It's come to a notice that it was because of the storage problem that there was a blast, and then precautionary measures were not taken at that particular factory to properly store the firecrackers. 1 died and 4 are seriously injured and have been admitted in the hospital, and they have now under treatment, and it's expected that they'd soon be all right. However, the damage that's been extensive around Sivagasi, and this is not the first because in the past 5 days we've seen this is the second attack. Last attack had 5 people died and 6 seriously injured, so it continues to be a recurring attack in the firecrackers factory that's situated in Sivagasi near Virudhunagar. So they expected that the government will now take precautionary measures and check if all these factories are properly dazed with whatever safety measures is required for the people, and also to make sure that these accidents do not occur again. How properly the firecrackers can be stored is what the government are in talks now. A probe has been launched to figure out how the blast has actually happened, Shivangi.
All right, thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you, Sharadha, for more on the story. As we see, the fire has been doused already. A reporter is saying this is the blast of a firecracker unit in Tamil Nadu. We're going to move ahead right now, getting some more updates coming in. Let's go to the next breaking set of news coming in. Now we go to Srinagar. Hezbollah flags seen at Muharram procession in Bebina, Srinagar. Earlier in the procession, protesters were seen holding placards of Khomeini. This is what we see right now, viewers. Muharram rally, there you go on your screen. This is a Muharram rally where we see that there's a controversy which is sparked due to the presence of Hezbollah flags and posters of its leaders as well, which have been seen. Placards of Khomeini have also been seen at this rally and at the procession in Srinagar. I'm being joined right now by my colleague who's joining us live. We have Zinat from Srinagar. Zinat, this is a procession in Srinagar where we saw Hezbollah flags. This is not the first time. We have seen this for the past few days. If you could just take our viewers through what is happening on the ground.
See, these are the visuals from the Bemina, Srinagar. This is Srinagar West, where the incident has taken place. The procession, the Muharram procession was going on. There was a brawl between the police corps and the mourners, and in this, the police officer was pushed to the wall. The mourners tried to trash, although the police is trying to take the situation into control. Meanwhile, the Hezbollah flags were also wavered by the mourners in Srinagar's west, the Bemina area, where this incident had taken place. We have already spoken to IG Kashmir, who has said that the things will be taken into control, and also the action will be followed who will be violating the law. The incident has taken place in the Bemina, where the DSP was seen and the mourners was trying to push to the wall the DYSP concerned from the west of Srinagar, where the procession was going on. As this is the 10th of the Muharram, and I am also here showing you the visuals of the Zadibal Srinagar. This is the downtown area of Srinagar, where you have one of the biggest gathering of these mourners. The flags that you see, this is Rozi Ashura that we call, and this is commemorating the martyrdom of Imam Hussain alayhi salam, the grandson of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And today the mourners are remembering the Battle of Karbala, where Imam Hussain was martyred along with his companions. One can see the people here walking barefooted. These are the mourners who you can see walking barefooted. Some of the police cops are also assisting these mourners. We have been seeing the SSP Srinagar monitoring the situation so that everything goes peaceful. The mourners are remembering the Battle of Karbala, meanwhile reciting elegies and also remembering the sacrifice that were made by Imam Hussain alayhi salam and his companions. And we are seeing the largest gathering coming in from the Zadibala Srinagar. In the morning, LG Manoj Sinha was also here. He was also the part of the procession. He offered the drinks to the people, because in this procession you will see that apart from people in the black clad, they are the Shia mourners. Even those who are not in black, they are also the part of the procession, the Sunni mourners. And the flags that you see here, although we didn't see in Zadibal the Palestinian or the Hezbollah flags, but those flags were seen in Bemina, Srinagar. Meanwhile, people are waiting for Zul Jalan and also the Alam that will be seen, and for which the people, they will be moving with the procession. This procession is going to continue till midnight. Today is the 10th of the Muharram, and the engagements that are coming in from Srinagar police here and the district administration, we are seeing the proper plans that have come from the traffic department. There had been multiple diversions that have been given for the people convenience, and so that there is no people won't face any inconvenience. You can see here, you see apart from the flags, you see the picture of the Ayatollah Khamenei and the Palestinian flags that tells you the solidarity with the Palestinian people. These are the mourners of the Srinagar. This is 10th Muharram, where the mourning is taking place in the form of procession. People are sprinkling water also on those who are joining this procession. Men, women, children, old age people. You will see most of the people here being the part of the procession. Most of them are barefooted. This is a tradition that is being followed here, and this is a tradition of hundreds of years, where you see people are bare.
Right. Okay. Thank you for getting those details, Zeenat. Those pictures are coming in of my colleague Zeenat, who's showing us live pictures as Hezbollah flags are seen at Muharram procession in Srinagar. Earlier in the procession, protesters were seen holding placards of Khomeini, and according to more information we're getting for our viewers, law and order has also been erupted. Situation has erupted in some of these processions. I really have to take a break right now. We are getting more updates coming in. Let's take a short break. 1 dead, 4 injured after blast in firecracker factory in Tamil Nadu. Plus, Elon Musk says he has formed a new US political party, the America Party. Stay tuned. We are live in Break It.
The दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor,
And viewers, let's go ahead to some of the other stories of tracking. Prime Minister Modi has arrived in Brazil to attend the 17 BRICS summit. He received a grand welcome from the Indian community upon his arrival in Rio de Janeiro. And you can see a beautiful program, a cultural program for the Prime Minister. The members of the Indian diaspora performed a cultural dance and folk songs as they welcomed PM Modi to Brazil. Now during the 17 BRICS leaders summit, PM Modi is expected to exchange views on key global issues including peace and security, strengthening multilateralism, responsible use of artificial intelligence, climate action, global health and economic and financial matters. Take a look at these reactions coming in from the Indian diaspora.
फीलिंग रही मोदी जी से मिलके, एक अद्भुत सी एनर्जी नज़र आई मुझे उनमें और उनका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है ब्राज़ील में। शुभकामना करते हैं कि मतलब जो भी यहाँ पे डिस्कशन हो हमारे देश के लिए प्रभावशाली हो, जो भी डिसीजन यहाँ पे लिए जाएं वो अपने देश के लिए बेहतर हो।
It was a wonderful feeling and I met him first time and felt really well. The energy is very different. BRICS will be very nice for India. It is a great opportunity in the world for India to come up.
We were very excited to meet him and it was a moment of joy for us and also a privilege because in India it is not possible to meet the Prime Minister but here it was possible.
बहुत खुशी हो रही है, इसीलिए आए हैं, स्पेशली इसी के लिए आए हैं और बहुत अच्छा लगा मिलके। पिछले 10 सालों में जो इंडिया का एक स्टैम्प वर्ल्ड पे है वो बहुत ही अमेजिंग राइज जो हुआ है, चाहे वो इकोनॉमिकली, पॉलिटिकली, डिफेंस, सब कुछ ही बहुत ही वर्ल्ड स्टेज पे आज की डेट में नज़र आता है।
और बहुत ही अच्छा मोदी जी सही में पर्सनली मिलने का अवसर मिला आज। ऐसा बहुत कम मुझे लगता है कि अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलता है। इट्स वेरी एक्साइटिंग एंड आई थिंक इट वाज अ गुड अपॉर्चुनिटी।
जब हमें ये पता चला कि यहाँ पे ब्राज़ील के अंदर सबमिट होने वाला है मोदी जी प्राइम मिनिस्टर के साथ, तब हमारा जो पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू होता है कि हम जब इंडियन बताते हैं कि आई एम फ्रॉम इंडिया, तो लोग यहाँ पे बहुत रिस्पेक्ट देते हैं हमें। तो ये चीज़ जब हम रियलाइज करते हैं, हमने तो सुना था, जब हमने एक्सपीरियंस किया तो बहुत हाई लेवल से हमारा नजरिया होता है इस चीज़ के अंदर।
And viewers, let's go ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking in our next segment, Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Monsoon season has unleashed severe weather across Himachal Pradesh with torrential rains triggering flash floods, landslides and widespread destruction in multiple districts. At least 74 people have lost their lives and more than 246 roads, especially in Mandi, are blocked. Himachal Pradesh LOP and former CM Jairam Thakur visited the flood-affected areas. Red alert issued in Himachal. Encounter in Greater Noida. 2 miscreants were shot in the leg. The police recovered looted cars, stolen cash and 3 pistols from the miscreants. More than half a dozen cases were registered against miscreants. Operation Langra continues in Uttar Pradesh. SIA charge sheets 11 terrorists in narco terror case. In Jammu, 11 terrorists charge sheeted including Hizbul chief Saeed Salahuddin and Basharat Ahmad Bhat on charges of funding terrorism through cross-border narcotic smuggling. Investigation in the case uncovered a well-organized network of terrorist associates and couriers aiding Hizbul Mujahideen by facilitating smuggling of narcotics and raising funds for the terrorist outfit. Getting some big breaking news coming in right now, viewers, and SC, Supreme Court admin, is seeking immediate eviction of ex-CGI Chandrachud from official bungalow. A Supreme Court has written to the government, and what they're saying right now is that they're seeking immediate eviction of former Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, from the official bungalow for CGI. The letter reportedly stated that Justice Chandrachud has stayed at the residence beyond the permissible period with permission granted for retention expiring on May 31st. This is the update coming in right now, where we see that Justice D.Y. Chandrachud has been asked to vacate his official residence as soon as possible. The Supreme Court is saying that he should leave his residence without any further delay. Supreme Court seeks his removal from the residence and writes to the centre as well, requesting the centre to reclaim the official residence of former CGI D.Y. Chandrachud, as his permitted occupancy has now exceeded the deadline. At least 43 people, including 15 children, have died in Kirk County of Texas due to flooding caused by a storm. Several more individuals have died in nearby countries and counties. Now we see storm unleashed approximately a foot of rain on Friday and sent floodwaters gushing out of the river through the hilly region. Here's more on the story.
Central Texas was hit by a storm yesterday, which unleashed nearly a foot of rain. The rainwater caused severe flooding in the area. At least 51 casualties have been reported due to the flooding. 43 deaths have been reported in Kerr County, and several others have been reported in nearby counties. The flooding also hit Camp Mystic, a Christian summer camp situated along Guadalupe River. Currently, 27 girls are missing from the camp. Texas Governor Greg Abbott and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem have visited the camp site. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has vowed that the authorities will be relentless in rescuing and recovering victims. He stated, "We will find every one of them." Helicopters, boats and drones are being used to look for victims and to rescue people stranded in trees and from camps isolated by washed out roads.
Getting some big updates coming in right now, viewers. Shiromani Akali Dal leader Bikram Singh Majithia, arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau on June 25th in connection with the 540 crore disproportionate asset and alleged drug money laundering case, was remanded to 14 days of judicial custody by a Mohali court today. Majithia has dismissed the FIR as political witch hunting, maintaining that his arrest and remand violate legal procedures, where prosecutors have pointed to substantial unexplained deposits in his family-run business, including 161 crores in cash and 141 crore which has been routed through these foreign entities, viewers. So this is what we see right now. Shiromani Akali Dal leader has been arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau on June 25th in connection with a 540 crore disproportionate case, has now been remanded to 14 days of judicial custody by the Mohali court today.
आज बिक्रम मजीठिया को कोर्ट में पेश किया गया था और उनके जुडिशियल रिमांड की रिक्वेस्ट की गई। तो एक चीज़ बिल्कुल साफ है कि पुलिस जब जुडिशियल रिमांड की रिक्वेस्ट करती है तो उसमें ये होता है कि अब पुलिस इनकी कस्टडी नहीं चाहती है, पूछगिछ नहीं करना चाहती है। तो जो विजिलेंस 2 दिन पहले कह रही थी कि ये कॉपरेट नहीं कर रहे हैं, हमें तो इनके खिलाफ इतने सबूत मिल गए हैं, तो आज वो कहते हैं कि हमें फर्दर इसमें इंटेरोगेशन नहीं करनी है, इन्हें जुडिशियल रिमांड में भेज दें। झूठों पे आधारित जो भी सरकार ने बातें की हैं, अब सरकार की जवाबदेही उन बातों पे तय करी जाएगी।
Much coming up, PM Modi wishes Dalai Lama on his 90th birthday. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju attends Dalai Lama's birthday event in Dharamshala. And the PM Modi arrives in Brazil for the BRICS summit, diaspora engagement and key bilaterals on the agenda. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and make it more lethal for our adversaries. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, the backbone of our Air Force, is getting a radical makeover. And it is not just an upgrade, it is a transformation. Yes, we are talking about the Super Sukhoi, the massive 70,000 crore rupee upgrade that will make Sukhoi 30 more dominant than it already is. Let's start with the why. The Su-30 MKI is already India's most numerous and battle-tested fighter. But the F-16s across the border have seen several upgrades, and China is fielding next-gen platforms as well. India needed more than a match, it needed mastery. Enter the Super Sukhoi program. At the heart of this transformation is a state-of-the-art avionics suite. Think digital cockpit, better situational awareness, and seamless sensor fusion. And the radar? A brand new AESA radar, active electronically scanned array.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and make it more lethal for our adversaries. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, the backbone of our Air Force, is getting a radical makeover. And it is not just an upgrade, it is a transformation. Yes, we are talking about the Super Sukhoi, the massive 70,000 crore rupee upgrade that will make Sukhoi 30 more dominant than it already is. Let's start with the why. The Su-30 MKI is already India's most numerous and battle-tested fighter. But the F-16s across the border have seen several upgrades, and China is fielding next-gen platforms.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 2 p.m. this Sunday afternoon. The lonely F-35B of the Royal Air Force finally has a compatriot from back home. An Atlas 400 of the Royal Air Force has landed in Thiruvananthapuram with a team of technical experts and a lot of hope to perhaps take this stalled aircraft back in air. But will both of them take off together? That's the story we'll be tracking in this bulletin in just a moment. But as always, let's start this Live and Breaking bulletin with the headlines. 25-member British aviation engineering team arrives in Thiruvananthapuram Airport to examine the F-35B jet today, the jet that has been stranded for over 3 weeks now. 1 dead, 4 injured after a blast at a firecracker factory in Tamil Nadu. CBI busts biggest medical college scam, Godman and ex-UGC chief among 34 accused named in the FIR. PM Modi arrives in Brazil for the BRICS summit, diaspora engagement and key bilateral meetings on the agenda of the Prime Minister. Shiromani Akali Dal leader Bikram Singh Majithia has been sent to 14 days of custody following completion of 11 days of remand.
I join millions around the world in wishing His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama a most happy and joyful 98th birthday.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi joins to wish Dalai Lama on his 90th birthday. Union Ministers Kiran Rijiju and Ranjan Rai also attended Dalai Lama's birthday event in Dharamshala. It has been nearly 20 days, ladies and gentlemen, since the fighter stealth aircraft, the F-35B of the Royal Air Force, has been stranded on the tarmac in VIP slot number 2 on the Thiruvananthapuram Airport after making an unscheduled landing following certain technical or hydrological issues. Now, the state-of-the-art aircraft remains grounded with the field repair attempts yet to succeed. And now the United Kingdom is exploring different options, including a very unusual one: airlifting a jet on board a C-17 Globemaster transport aircraft, which is an extremely rare move for a flight that cannot fly. For a fighter of its class, it's a massive embarrassment for the US manufacturers. And now we are getting a visual of the arrival of an Atlas 400 aircraft on the Thiruvananthapuram Airport, a transport aircraft of the RAF, carrying a technical team of experts, a 25-member delegation of British aviation engineering experts, which are expected to come and assess what went wrong with this flagship 5th-generation stealth aircraft, the F-35B of the Royal Air Force, that made an unscheduled landing and so far has no schedule for takeoff from the Thiruvananthapuram Airport. That's the big story that we are tracking this afternoon. 20 days on, and the F-35 is still on the ground, stranded for more than 3 weeks. Will this Atlas 400 aircraft crew of British technical experts finally be able to resolve the mystery of what went wrong with this stealth fighter aircraft that made this unscheduled landing and has not been able to move since then from that parking slot that you see on your screens? The British insisted to keep it under open air, perhaps to keep a closer eye, and now a team of technical experts is visiting India in an attempt to take even closer look at what went wrong and whether they can get the stalled fighter back in air. The alternative is perhaps then to pack it up and put it inside a massive C-17 Globemaster transport aircraft and take it back home. What will the fate of this F-35 be? That's a big update that we are tracking. Meanwhile, the Central Bureau of Investigation has uncovered one of the biggest medical education scams in the country. The case spans multiple states and involves top officials, middlemen of private colleges, representatives and prominent educationists, even a self-styled godman. The CBI has so far arrested 8 people, including 3 NMC doctors, who allegedly took a bribe of rupees 35 lakhs to issue a favorable inspection report to the Rawatpura Institute of Medical Sciences in Naya Raipur. That's a big sensational allegation going all the way top to the medical echelons of this country. Even a former UGC chairman, the chairman of the University Grants Commission, the apex body of education vis-a-vis university education in the country, also being allegedly named in the report filed by the CBI. And this massive national racket has now been blown open with sensational details of some of the top officials in the field of education, including ministry officials, certain former bureaucrats, and even a self-styled godman being named as part of the CBI inquiry and the report that has been subsequently filed in the case. The visuals on your screen are of 6 people who have been arrested on charges of bribery, particularly for medical colleges where bribes were given to dole out certificates of efficiency in exchange of money to medical colleges. And at the center of this entire scam is the Rawatpur Institute of Medical Sciences in Naya Raipur. There have been new inputs coming in on this story. Let's listen into what the defense of these accused is saying in this case.
55 लाख रुपए ब्राइब ली गई है, ऐसा आरोप लगाया है सीबीआई ने। और जब्ती जो की गई है वो करीब करीब 16 लाख कुछ की गई है और एक जन से 38 लाख की गई है। लेकिन जो जब्ती भी जो बताई जा रही है वो जिस व्यक्ति को व्यक्ति जिस नाम का बताया जा रहा है कि भ्रम है, वो उसके व्यक्तिगत जो संपत्ति और प्रॉपर्टी के पेपर्स के रिलेटेड जो उसने बेचा खरीदा उसके जो पैसे थे वो उसके घर से जब्त किया गया है। सीबीआई की 3 जो बेंच मतलब है दिल्ली की, उन्होंने एक शिकायत की है किसी मयूर रावल के नाम पर, जो उदयपुर की किसी संस्थान का डायरेक्टर है या वहाँ का रजिस्ट्रार है। और ये बताया गया है इस पूरे उसमें कि खाली सिर्फ रावतपुरा सरकार का नहीं है। आरोप ये लगाया गया है कि जो निरीक्षण समिति गुप्त रहती है, पूरी तरह से किसी को बताया या डिस्क्लोज नहीं किया जाता है, उस डिस्क्लोज किसी ने किया है। अब किसने किया है उसकी जांच की जा रही है। और ये बताया गया है कि जो रावतपुरा सरकार यूनिवर्सिटी में जो लोगों को जांच करना था मेडिकल कॉलेज में, रावतपुरा मेडिकल कॉलेज में, वो डॉक्टर्स की जो 4 लोगों की टीम थी, वो 4 लोगों ने रिश्वत ली है कि उनके जो मानक स्तर सही था या नहीं था, उनके फेवर में रिपोर्ट बनाने के लिए ये केस बनाया है, आरोप ये लगाया है सीबीआई ने। और सीबीआई आज 6 लोगों को पेश किए हैं यहाँ कोर्ट पे, जिसमें कुछ लोगों के संबंध में उनके पास कोई विशिष्ट जानकारियां उपलब्ध नहीं है और हमने उसी का ऑब्जेक्शन लगाया है कि बिना 41 की नोटिस दिए, बिना किसी 35 की नोटिस दिए आपने कैसे गिरफ्तार किया। पहले आप जांच करें, आप सिर्फ संदेह के आधार पर आप गिरफ्तार नहीं कर सकते।
Bogus patients, dummy doctors and bribes for certificates. That's the biggest medical scam that we are closely tracking. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, from Uttar Pradesh, the Operation Langda continues with an encounter unfolding in Greater Noida, where 2 miscreants were caught in a firing incident with the police. Both of them walked away with a bullet in their feet. Here's a report.
An encounter took place between Surajpur police and a gang of miscreants near the Omax roundabout during routine checking. According to the police, 2 miscreants were shot in the leg during the brief gunfight, while one accused was caught during the follow-up combing operation. In a major breakthrough, police have recovered a looted Kia Sonet car from Bisrak area in Greater Noida West. In addition, 3 pistols, several live cartridges, rupees 6,000 in cash, and stolen items from multiple homes, including stolen caps, were seized. Sources confirm that over half a dozen cases are already registered against the arrested accused. With Greater Noida police stepping up the night patrols and checkpoints, officials say such encounters send a strong message to criminals operating in the area.
थाना सूरजपुर पुलिस टीम द्वारा जब ओमिक्रॉन गोल चक्कर के पास नियमित रूप से चेकिंग की जा रही थी, तो उन्हें एक बिना नंबर प्लेट की कार तेज गति से आती हुई नजर आई। कार किया सोनेट थी। जब पुलिसकर्मियों ने उस संदिग्ध कार को रोकने का प्रयास किया, तो उस कार में बैठे व्यक्ति ने उतरकर पुलिस की तरफ जान से मारने की नीयत से फायर किया। पुलिस वाले मार बचे। जब पुलिस ने जवाब में आत्मरक्षा में जवाबी फायर किया, तो उनमें से 2 बदमाशों के पैर में गोली लगी और तीसरा बदमाश वहां मौके से फरार हो गया। बाद में कॉम्बिंग दौरान उसको भी गिरफ्तार किया गया। दोनों घायलों को अस्पताल में भर्ती किया गया। तो इसमें आगे तफ्तीश की गई तो मालूम चला कि इनके द्वारा जो किया सोनेट कार इस्तेमाल की जा रही थी, वह कुछ समय पहले थाना बिसर क्षेत्र से चोरी की गई थी और इनके पास से कुछ अन्य डेल्टा 2 सेक्टर से चोरी किए गए सामान बरामद भी हुए। इनके पास से तमंचा, जिंदा कारतूस, कोर कारतूस बरामद भी हुए हैं। तीनों ही अभियुक्तों का बहुत ही लंबा चौड़ा आपराधिक इतिहास भी मिला है। अभियुक्तों को न्यायिक जांच दिया जाएगा, अन्य विधिक कार्य पेश होता है।
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, a big breaking news update is coming in. A tragic accident has claimed life of a 2-year-old in Ramanathapuram in a heartbreaking incident that has emerged in which a 2-year-old girl lost her life because she was struck by an auto rickshaw. The child, the youngest daughter of Zakir Hussain, a hotel owner in the Chinakadai area, was reportedly playing near her home when she ran onto the road and tragically she was hit by a passing auto. Though she was rushed to the hospital with severe injuries, she succumbed after reaching the hospital before treatment could be administered. Now, CCTV footage of the incident has emerged, intensifying the grief and shock in the community. The footage has gone viral, prompting widespread sorrow, especially in the Chinnakudai area and the hospital. Authorities are investigating the circumstances under which the incident took place. However, the visuals are on your screen. In a very unfortunate incident, a 2-year-old kid ran onto the road and came in the path of an auto rickshaw suddenly, and she was rushed to the hospital but could not survive the tragic incident.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The monsoon season has unleashed severe weather across Himachal Pradesh, with torrential rains triggering flash floods, landslides and widespread destruction in multiple districts. At least 74 people have lost their lives and more than 246 roads, especially in Mandi area, are blocked. Himachal Pradesh's leader of opposition and former Chief Minister Jairam Thakur visited the flood-affected areas in the Tunag, and red alert has been issued in Himachal. In an encounter in Greater Noida, 2 miscreants were shot in the leg. Police recovered looted cars, stolen cash and 3 pistols from the miscreants. More than half a dozen cases were registered against the miscreants. Operation Langda continues in Uttar Pradesh. SIA charge-sheet 11 terrorists in narco-terror case in Jammu. 11 terrorists charge-sheeted, including Hizbul chief Syed Salauddin and Basharat Ahmad Bhatt, on charges of funding terrorism through cross-border narcotics smuggling. The investigation in the case has uncovered a well-organized network of terrorist associates and couriers aiding Hizbul Mujahideen by facilitating smuggling of narcotics and raising funds for the terrorist outfits. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, panic struck the Spanish airport of Palma when a Ryanair flight headed to Manchester had to abort a takeoff after a fire alert went off inside the aircraft. Now, several passengers were injured in the emergency evacuation procedures, and here's a detailed report on what exactly happened when a fire was reported on board a Ryanair flight at the Palma airport in Spain.
After midnight yesterday, a Ryanair Boeing 737 at Palma de Mallorca airport triggered a fire alarm moments before takeoff. The crew immediately opened emergency exits, but chaos and panic ensued. Frightened, passengers climbed onto the aircraft's wing and jumping directly onto the tarmac, bypassing inflatable sides in their rush. 18 passengers sustained mainly minor injuries. 6 of the 18 injured were hospitalized, with patients taken to 2 local hospitals in Palma. Emergency services responded swiftly, dispatching 4 ambulances, airport firefighters, and civic guard officers. Ryanair confirmed the alarm was a false alert, apologized to passengers, and arranged a replacement aircraft for departure to Manchester. This scare follows last week's American Airlines emergency after an engine fire forced a mid-air diversion to Las Vegas.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Modi has arrived in Brazil to attend the 17th BRICS Summit. He received a grand welcome from the Indian community upon his arrival in Rio de Janeiro, where the summit is being held. The members of the Indian diaspora performed a cultural dance and folk songs as they welcomed the Prime Minister to Brazil. Now, during the 17th BRICS Leaders Summit, Prime Minister Modi is expected to exchange views on key global issues, including peace and security, and strengthening multilateralism through responsible use of artificial intelligence, climate action, global health and economic and financial matters. So those are some of the pressing issues that Prime Minister Modi is all set to discuss on the 17th edition of the BRICS Summit. This is also the longest stay that the Prime Minister will have, 2 nights and 3 days in Brazil on his 5-nation tour that he embarked on July 2nd. This is his 4th country en route. After attending the Brazil summit in Rio de Janeiro, the BRICS summit, he will travel to the capital city of Brasilia, where he will be accorded a state welcome as a state guest and will be held for a state banquet by the President Lula as a state guest during his visit to Brazil, and will wind up with a stop in Namibia before returning back to New Delhi. But those are the visuals of welcoming in Brazil.
से मिलके एक अद्भुत सी एनर्जी नज़र आई मुझे उनमें, और उनका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है ब्राज़ील में। शुभकामना करते हैं कि मतलब जो भी यहाँ पे डिस्कशन हो हमारे देश के लिए प्रभावशाली हो, जो भी डिसीजन यहाँ पे लिए जाएं वो अपने देश के लिए बेहतर हो।
It was a wonderful feeling and I met him first time and I felt really well. The energy is very different. BRICS will be very nice for India. It is a great opportunity in the world for India to come up.
We were very excited to meet him and it was a moment of joy for us and also a privilege because in India it is not possible to meet the Prime Minister but here it was possible.
बहुत खुशी हो रही है, इसीलिए आए हैं, स्पेशली इसी के लिए आए हैं और बहुत अच्छा लगा मिलके। पिछले 10 सालों में जो इंडिया का एक स्टैम्प वर्ल्ड पे है वो बहुत ही अमेजिंग राइज जो हुआ है, चाहे वो इकोनॉमिकली, पॉलिटिकली, डिफेंस, सब कुछ ही बहुत ही वर्ल्ड स्टेज पे आज की डेट में नज़र आता है।
और बहुत ही अच्छा मोदी जी, सही में पर्सनली मिलने का अवसर मिला आज। ऐसा बहुत कम मुझे लगता है कि अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलता है। इट्स वेरी एक्साइटिंग एंड आई थिंक इट वाज अ गुड अपॉर्चुनिटी।
जब हमें ये पता चला कि यहाँ पे ब्राज़ील के अंदर सबमिट होने वाला है मोदी जी प्राइम मिनिस्टर के साथ, तब हमारा जो पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू होता है कि हम जब इंडियन बताते हैं कि आई एम फ्रॉम इंडिया, तो लोग यहाँ पे बहुत रिस्पेक्ट देते हैं हमें। तो ये चीज़ जब हम रियलाइज करते हैं, हमने तो सुना था, जब हमने एक्सपीरियंस किया तो बहुत हाई लेवल से हमारा नजरिया होता है इस चीज़ के अंदर।
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news coming in after Reuters. Now, Global Times' social media account has been withheld in India. That's the big breaking news update. China's CCP's official international news mouthpiece, the Global Times X account or the Twitter account, has been withheld in India. That's the big breaking news development coming in. It's the second international platform that has been blocked in India in the last 24 hours. Last night at around 11:30 p.m., we saw Reuters' X account also being withheld in India, and now a big breaking development coming in. After Reuters, Global Times, the official mouthpiece of the CCP in terms of international news, has been banned or blocked in India on social media platform X. That's the big breaking news update coming in. Two major global news agencies and news platforms being blocked within a span of less than 12 hours. Reuters and then China's Global Times. Both accounts withheld in India. No official reasoning has been provided at the moment. We are awaiting more detailed inputs on what exactly led to Global Times' X account being withheld in India. But the big breaking news development coming in is that Global Times, which is accorded as often as China's mouthpiece, has been withheld on X in India. That's the big breaking news development. And while the crackdown on social media accounts of these global news aggregators continues, there's a lot more making news and headlines across the world. Let me take you through all those updates in the next 2 minutes. In the sensational twist of the Trump social media and Musk media wars, CEO of X, Elon Musk, has launched his own party. Musk went ahead with a critique that America is now becoming a one-party system and is no longer a democracy. Musk also went ahead and said in a tweet on X, "We have tried red, we have tried blue. Now America needs something that actually works. Now the middle way will have to have a voice." Torrential rains in Texas have resulted in a sudden flash flood at the central Texas area in the United States of America. More than 50 people have lost their lives. Secretary Kristi Noem of Homeland Security has assured speedy action to rescue the people. Sharing the spirit of Texans, the governor, Greg Abbott, has declared 6th of July as a day of prayer in response to the floods. An earthquake of magnitude 3.5 hit Nepal's capital city today. As per reports, the National Center of Seismology, an earthquake struck at the depth of about 10 kilometers deep. This is the second time an earthquake has hit Nepal in the last 10 days. No immediate reports of casualties or large-scale devastations coming in from Nepal. Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense has detected 9 Chinese military vessels and 1 official ship operating and patrolling around its territorial waters today at the break of dawn. Contrary to usual, no aircrafts were spotted on the radar, but this is a concerning development because earlier on Sunday, 18 People Liberation Army aircrafts, 11 People Liberation Navy vessels and 1 official ship were detected operating in these waters. A large number of Afghan deportees from Iran are facing homelessness, unemployment and lack of immediate support. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees claims that 1.4 million of native Afghans will be deported. There will be an urgent need of unprecedented support and the need of humanitarian assistance. The UNHCR also has stressed that the trauma of these people in exile should be avoided. Coming up next on Live and Breaking, 1 dead and 4 injured after a blast at a firecracker factory in Tamil Nadu. Also coming up next, Shiromani Akali Dal leader Bikram Singh Majitia sent to 14 days of custody following completion of 11 days of remand. More details on these stories when we come right back after a short break.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and make it more lethal for our adversaries. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, the backbone of our Air Force, is getting a radical makeover. And it is not just an upgrade, it is a transformation. Yes, we are talking about the Super Sukhoi, the massive 70,000 crore rupee upgrade that will make Sukhoi 30 more dominant than it already is. Let's start with the why. The Su-30 MK.
More breaking news coming in. Delhi's Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena has written to Chief Minister Rekha Gupta urging suspension of the end-of-life vehicle ban in Delhi, stating that Delhi isn't ready for such restrictions. That's the big breaking news update. The Delhi ALG has now returned to the Chief Minister to suspend the end-of-life vehicle ban. He has emphasized emotional and financial impact on the middle class and has requested a Supreme Court review of the 2018 order of the Delhi government. That's the big breaking news development coming in just days after Environment Minister of Delhi, Manjinder Singh Sirsa, also announced a temporary pause on the policy. Now the Lieutenant Governor has written to the Delhi's Chief Minister urging her to reconsider the ban on end-of-life vehicles in the national capital. Just last week, the Delhi government had initially implemented a policy in which petrol vehicles of 10 years or 12 years of age and diesel vehicles of that age will no longer be given fuel at petrol pumps and be mandatorily scrapped. That policy was temporarily paused, with Environment Minister making an intervention in Delhi, and now the Lieutenant Governor has returned to the Chief Minister of Delhi, Rekha Gupta, to suspend this end-of-life vehicle ban which was initially implemented in 2018 and has also requested a Supreme Court review of this 2018 policy. But the most biggest update coming in, the LG has now entered the conversation on the end-of-life vehicle ban, citing emotional and financial distress of the middle class. I have my colleague Riyanka joining us live on the broadcast with more details on the story. Riyanka, what are the details of this letter that has been now sent by the LG to the Delhi Chief Minister?
Well, Delhi LG Vinay Kumar Saxena has written to Chief Minister Rekha Gupta and he has urged the suspension ban, and he has rather stated that Delhi isn't ready for such restrictions, and he also went ahead and emphasized rather on the emotional and the financial impact that the middle class have been facing. Remember, we also try to understand how this particular ban on fuel to the vehicles that had reached the end of life, criteria, how this affected the middle class. In fact, that is the same thing that the Delhi LG Vinay Saxena is now saying. He is saying that it is an emotional and financial impact on the middle class, and he has requested the review of the Supreme Court order, the 2018. Remember, back in 2018, the Supreme Court had very clearly said that 15 years for petrol vehicles and 10 years for diesel cars. These cars will not ply on roads. And now, after the Delhi government said that they will not be giving in the fuel to these end-of-life vehicles, there was a huge uproar that we had seen from the people who were upset with this move by the government. And soon after that, remember, Delhi Environment Minister Manjinder Sirsa had briefed the media and saying that they are not going to be going forward with this particular rule, and they have sent a letter to the CAQM to decide on the future course of action. And this is another step moving forward by LG Vinay Saxena, who has now urged the Chief Minister of Delhi to somewhere stop this particular ban on fuel that the brunt is being faced by the middle class at the moment.
Thank you very much, Priyanka, for those details. Now, the Lieutenant Governor also hopping into the end of vehicle ban in the national capital of Delhi. Will be closely tracking all the developments in this story. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Texas, one of the states in the United States, has been battling a huge deluge of flood, which was triggered after a foot of rainfall was received. In just one county, the Kerr County, more than 43 people have lost their lives, including 15 children. Now, a complete state of emergency has been announced in Texas and rescue operations are underway. And here's a report on what exactly happened in Texas.
Central Texas was hit by a storm yesterday, which unleashed nearly a foot of rain. The rainwater caused severe flooding in the area. At least 51 casualties have been reported due to the flooding. 43 deaths have been reported in Kerr County, and several others have been reported in nearby counties. The flooding also hit Camp Mystic, a Christian summer camp situated along Guadalupe River. Currently, 27 girls are missing from the camp. Texas Governor Greg Abbott and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem have visited the campsite. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has vowed that the authorities will be relentless in rescuing and recovering victims. He stated, "We will find every one of them." Helicopters, boats and drones are being used to look for victims and to rescue people stranded in trees and from camps isolated by washed out roads.
Well, that's all we could pack in for this edition of Live and Breaking, but do not go anywhere. Breaking news continues on the other side of this very short break, because coming up next are more details on 1 dead and 4 injured after a blast at a firecracker factory in Tamil Nadu. Also coming up is Elon Musk saying that he has formed a new political party in the United States called the America Party. Where is the Trump and Musk saga headed? More details coming up right next on Live and Breaking. Do not go anywhere.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and make it more lethal for our adversaries. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, the backbone of our Air Force, is getting a radical makeover. And it is not just an upgrade, it is a transformation. Yes, we are talking about the Super Sukhoi, the massive 70,000 crore rupee upgrade that will make Sukhoi 30 more dominant than it is.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Get ready to plug into episode 14 of the Republic Positive Influencer Show with me, Tanvi Sood. It's a show where creators take total charge. Every week, we hand the reins to creators who don't just make content, they spark change. They shift moods, they inspire, they inform, and they do bring stories to life in bold as well as new ways. Before we get to the show today, if you think you've got what it takes to be part of the movement, head over to www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in, send in your video sample, and you might just be our next creator in the spotlight. We're onboarding fresh talent every single week. Now sit back and let's dive right into it. To get things rolling, we have the popular and the inspirational Captain Yashika Tyagi back with her Shaurya Tales. Captain Tyagi has been narrating some exceptional stories from the Kargil War, for which she too was deployed. Today, she sheds light on the remarkable bravery and precision of the Indian Army's artillery regiments during the Kargil War. With captivating narratives and first-hand accounts, Captain Yashika Tyagi brings to life the untold stories of courage, of strategy, and of course, sacrifice that defined India's victory in Kargil. Let's play that out.
कारगिल की बर्फीली चोटियों पे हाई एल्टीट्यूड की ये लड़ाई बहुत मुश्किल हालातों में लड़ी गई। दुश्मन ऊंचाई पर बनी पोस्ट पर मजबूती से बैठा था और हमारे इन्फेंट्री के जवान जैसे जैसे ऊपर बढ़ते, दुश्मन की गोली की बौछार आसानी से उन्हें पीछे धकेल देती। लद्दाख की पहाड़ियां इतनी सीधी हैं कि ये रेशियो ऑलमोस्ट 1:9 था, यानी यदि एक दुश्मन पहाड़ी के टॉप पे है तो नीचे से हमारे 9 सैनिक चलेंगे, तब हो सकता है कि एक सिपाही दुश्मन से लड़ने के लिए ऊपर पहुंचे। शुरुआती दौर में इन्फेंट्री के ऑपरेशंस को सफलता नहीं मिल रही थी और उस समय फैसला लिया गया कि आर्टिलरी गन्स का ज्यादा से ज्यादा इस्तेमाल करना होगा। आर्टिलरी यानी सरल भाषा में कहें तो तोपखाना। इसमें बड़ी बड़ी आर्टिलरी गन्स, हाउविट्जर्स, मॉर्टर्स, मल्टी बैरल रॉकेट लॉन्चर्स, फील्ड गन्स, 105, 160, 120 mm गन्स जैसी बड़ी बड़ी तोपें होती हैं जिनका गोला 30 से 35 किलोमीटर दूर तक मार कर सकता है। आर्टिलरी गन्स के गोले क्रेस्ट क्लियरेंस के एम से दागे जाते हैं, यानी पहाड़ी के ऊपर से गोले बरसाकर दूसरी ओर डिप्लॉयड दुश्मन या दुश्मन की गन्स को बर्बाद कर दिया जाता है। आमतौर पर जब इन्फेंट्री यानी पैदल सेना अटैक के लिए आगे बढ़ती है तो आर्टिलरी की तोपें सपोर्टिंग रोल में दुश्मन की लोकेशंस की ओर गरज उठती हैं, जिससे टारगेट अपना सिर ऊपर ही ना उठा पाए और हमारी इन्फेंट्री बिना नुकसान दुश्मन के बहुत नजदीक तक पहुंच जाए। इसके बाद आर्टिलरी का फायर रुक जाता है और इन्फेंट्री के सैनिक आमने सामने की लड़ाई करते हैं। ऑपरेशन विजय में आर्टिलरी के इस्तेमाल की स्ट्रेटजी में बदलाव किया गया और सपोर्ट फायर की जगह डायरेक्ट फायरिंग रोल में इसका इस्तेमाल किया। डायरेक्ट फायरिंग रोल यानी आर्टिलरी की गन्स को पहाड़ी के सामने स्ट्रेटेजिकली डिप्लॉय करना, उनकी बैरल्स को सही एंगल पर एम कर दुश्मन की पोस्ट्स पर डायरेक्ट फायर किया जाए। लॉजिस्टिकली यह बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज था। क्यों? पहला, देश के अलग अलग एरिया से ये गन्स और उनका एम्यूनिशंस रिकॉर्ड टाइम में पहले ट्रेन और फिर सड़क के रास्ते कारगिल, द्रास, मशको, बटाले, तुर्तुक और भी बहुत अन्य जगह पहुंचाया गया। दूसरा, 1998 में न्यूक्लियर टेस्ट के बाद भारत पर कई सैंक्शंस लग गए और इंटरनेशनल मार्केट से हमें एम्यूनिशन मिलना मुश्किल हो गया। इसके बावजूद यह मुश्किल हल हो गई। जब आर्टिलरी गन्स फायर करती हैं तो उनके गोले की ट्रैजेक्टरी से दुश्मन रिवर्स ट्रैजेक्टरी कैलकुलेट कर सकता है कि यह गोला दागने वाली गन कहां डिप्लॉयड है और कुछ मिनटों में ही दुश्मन का गोला हमारी गन पर एग्जैक्ट फायर कर सकता है। यहां बोफोर्स यानी 155 mm हाउविट्जर वाज अ गेम चेंजर। इनकी बैरल 70 से 75 डिग्री तक ऊपर उठ जाती है। इन अ रोल लाइक नेवर बिफोर। पहाड़ी के बेस पर गन को डिप्लॉय कर एलिवेशन रेज किया जाता था और डायरेक्टली दुश्मन की पोस्ट और पहाड़ी के टॉप पर फायर होने लगा। एग्जैक्ट हिट्स, थंडरिंग सक्सेस। पहाड़ी के बेस पर डिप्लॉय होने की वजह से दुश्मन के गोले इन्हें नुकसान नहीं पहुंचा पा रहे थे और ये गन्स मोबाइल हैं और फायर के बाद इनकी लोकेशंस को आसानी से चेंज भी किया जा सकता था। 13 जून 1999 तोलोलिंग की लड़ाई में आर्टिलरी ने तोलोलिंग के अभेद्य दुर्ग जैसी पहाड़ी के नीचे एक अग्नि रेखा खींच दी। क्या आप इमेजिन करेंगे? 120 गन्स का एक आर्क ऑफ फायर लगाया गया। रॉकेट्स, मॉर्टर्स, हेवी आर्टिलरी शेलिंग भयानक आवाज के साथ दुश्मन पर मौत बनकर बरस रही थी। दुश्मन को सिर उठाने का मौका नहीं मिला और इस अग्निवर्षा के नीचे से इन्फेंट्री के जवान भारत माता की जय और अपनी अपनी यूनिट्स के युद्ध घोष के साथ ऊपर बढ़ रहे थे। .4875 की लड़ाई बहुत यादगार और बहुत भयानक थी। आर्टिलरी के अग्निबाणों से पूरी पहाड़ी काली पड़ गई। .4875 को जीतने में आर्टिलरी के अमर रोल को अमर करते हुए इस पहाड़ी का नाम गन हिल रख दिया गया। कई बार तो ऐसा भी हुआ कि इन्फेंट्री के कंपनी कमांडर्स ने आर्टिलरी गन लोकेशंस को रेडियो सेट पे कहा कि हम दुश्मन के बहुत नजदीक पहुंच गए हैं। फिर भी आप फायर करिए, हम रहें या न रहें, दुश्मन मरना चाहिए। पर आर्टिलरी की फायरिंग का अचूक नमूना प्रोफेशनलिज्म इस पूरी लड़ाई में तब देखने को मिला when there was not even a single blue on blue kill। यानी हमारी फायरिंग से हमारी ही सेना को कोई नुकसान नहीं हुआ और दुश्मन सर भी नहीं उठा सका। ऑफेंसिव रोल और डायरेक्ट फायरिंग रोल में आकर आर्टिलरी ने इस जंग का रुख मोड़ दिया। लड़ाई के बाद आर्टिलरी की 3 रेजिमेंट्स को शाबाशी देते हुए चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ कमेंडेशन कार्ड से सम्मानित किया गया। यह देश सदा इनका ऋणी रहेगा। शौर्य टेल्स में ऐसी ही और रोंगटे खड़े करने वाली कहानियों के साथ हम फिर मिलेंगे। जय हिंद की सेना।
Captain Tyagi is always inspirational, isn't she? Now up next is a newly onboarded positive influencer. We welcome Dr. Anshika Gupta on board the Republic Positive Influencer Program. In her first video, Dr. Gupta has addressed the buzzword on the internet, the gut. In this video, she reveals the powerful connection between your gut and your brain and shares a very simple yet very effective recipe to heal your gut and boost your mental wellness. This is how small lifestyle changes can lead to those big goals of being a healthier and happier you.
Anxiety, depression, stress and low mood. What if I told you they don't start here but here? Hi, this is Dr. Anshika Gupta and today we'll explore the most powerful connection in your body, the connection between your gut and your brain. We'll talk about how your gut and your brain together control your mood. We'll talk about what disrupts this wonderful balance. And we'll also talk about some lifestyle interventions that will help you heal this connection. So your gut and your brain are in a constant communication. This is called the gut-brain axis. First, let's understand the wired part of this connection. Your gut has its own nervous system, which is called the enteric nervous system. This is in direct communication with your brain through a nerve called the vagus nerve. Now, this system controls your digestion, it controls the movement of food through your gut, and even the rhythm of your heart. There is, however, also a wireless system in place. Now, this system works through certain chemicals called neurotransmitters. These neurotransmitters are made by your gut, but they act on your brain. So, chemicals like serotonin, which is your feel-good hormone, dopamine, which is your reward and motivation chemical, and even GABA, which is your relaxation and sleep chemical. These are all made in your gut, and they act on your brain and stabilize your mood. So basically, your gut and your brain are two best friends, and they're constantly texting each other, connected through both wired and wireless connection. Now, when your gut health is poor, when you have growth of bad bacteria in your gut or lack of good bacteria, when you have poor digestion, when you have inflammation in your gut or increased gut permeability, all of that can have a massive impact on your mental health. Because remember that all your happiness, relaxation hormones are made in your gut. And remember, it's a two-way street. So while poor gut health can cause low mood, having low mood or having a lot of anxiety and stress can slow down your digestion and impact your gut health as well. So your gut and your brain are best of buddies. And when your gut is unhappy, your brain is unhappy. The question that comes up is, how do you make them both happy again? Well, the good news is that the ball is in your court. Simple lifestyle changes can give you dramatic results. So you want to start by removing everything that's hampering your gut health and your digestion. So we're talking about sugar, processed foods, alcohol, even unnecessary medications like NSAIDs and antacids. You want to get them out. Second, you want to start focusing on adding the right things. You want to focus on fiber, on good fats like omega-3 fatty acids, on good amount of protein and whole grains. To step it up a notch, you can include fermented foods and targeted probiotic supplements. Contact your healthcare provider for specific strains that show promise with mood issues. Also, things like collagen, glutamine, vitamin D, bone broth, these are a few things that really support the health of your gut lining. And of course, stress management plays a huge role. Daily practices like breathing, meditation, mindfulness yoga can all help to calm your mind and gut. Healing your gut-brain axis is a journey. It's not a quick fix. It requires you to consistently make good choices with respect to your food and your lifestyle. When you nourish your gut microbiome, you support a calmer, clearer, a more resilient brain. Remember, the journey to better mental health starts from your kitchen.
Now, Dr. Neeru Joshi, thank you so much for putting that together. It's something we all need. Now, on to the next video. The month of Sawan is ahead of us. And so many of you must be getting ready to fast or thinking if you're fasting this year. Now, wait. There's a science behind it. And to break it down, the story and the science behind fasting is positive influencer Upasana Dewangan. Let's play out her next video.
क्या आपने कभी सोचा कि सावन में व्रतों की परंपरा केवल धार्मिक ही नहीं बल्कि वैज्ञानिक भी है? चलिए समझते हैं कैसे। सावन एक महीने का होता है और हिंदू पंचांग के अनुसार आस्था और स्वास्थ्य के लिए ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण महीना होता है। माना जाता है कि इस समय समुद्र मंथन हुआ था और उस समुद्र मंथन में बहुत सी अनमोल वस्तुएं समुद्र से निकली थी, लेकिन साथ ही बहुत ही भयंकर विष हलाहल भी निकला था। अगर ये विष फैल जाता तो पूरी सृष्टि का सर्वनाश हो जाता। इससे डर के ऋषि मुनि, देव और असुर शिव भगवान से मदद की गुहार करने लगे। शिव जी ने जब ये सुना तो उन्होंने हलाहल को अपने कंठ में धारण कर लिया, जिसकी वजह से उनके गले का रंग नीला पड़ गया, इसीलिए उनको नीलकंठ कहा जाता है। विष के प्रभाव से शिव जी का शरीर तपने लगा और उनका तापमान धीरे धीरे बहुत बढ़ने लगा। उनके शरीर में शीतलता लाने के लिए उनको ठंडे गंगा जल, दूध, दही और शहद से स्नान कराया गया। तब से ये परंपरा है कि सावन के महीने में शिवलिंग पर दूध, दही, जल इत्यादि चढ़ाया जाता है। सावन का महीना शिव जी को अत्यंत प्रिय है, इसीलिए हर सोमवार को लोग व्रत रखते हैं। वैसे भी सावन का पूरा महीना त्योहारों से भरा होता है। इस बार सावन में 4 सोमवार, 2 एकादशी, हरियाली तीज, सावन अमावस्या, रक्षाबंधन और नाग पंचमी पड़ेंगे। तो आपके पास बहुत से ऐसे मौके हैं जब व्रत रख के आप अपने आराध्य को खुश कर सकते हैं। और वैसे भी अगर साइंटिफिकली आप इस चीज को सोच कर देखें तो सावन के महीने में लगातार बारिश होती है, तापमान लगातार बदलता रहता है और चारों तरफ नमी बनी होती है, जिसके कारण आपका पाचन तंत्र थोड़ा धीमा पड़ जाता है। तो अगर आप कम खाएं, हल्का खाएं या फिर उपवास रखें तो वह आपके पाचन तंत्र के लिए बहुत अच्छा है। इसीलिए कई लोग सावन के टाइम पर पूरे महीने भर इंटरमिटेंट फास्टिंग करते हैं, जिसके कारण उनका वेट कंट्रोल होता है और साथ ही एक तरह से बॉडी का डिटॉक्स हो जाता है, सारे टॉक्सिन्स रिलीज हो जाते हैं। तो एक तरह से ये आपके स्वास्थ्य के लिए भी बहुत अच्छा है। तो तैयार हो जाइए, सावन आने वाले हैं, आपके पास पूरा मौका है अपने आराध्य से जुड़ने का और अपने स्वास्थ्य को सुधारने का। मुझे बहुत ही गर्व की अनुभूति होती है ये सोचकर कि मैं एक ऐसे धर्म में पैदा हुई हूं जहां पर हर रीति रिवाज के पीछे कोई न कोई वैज्ञानिक कारण है। आप क्या सोचते हैं इस बारे में, हमें कमेंट्स में जरूर बताइए और ऐसे और वीडियोस के लिए हमारे चैनल को फॉलो कीजिए। हर हर महादेव।
Now that's your advice right from the doctor's mouth. Now to the next video. Staying with lifestyle and our choices, we welcome another new Republic positive influencer, Dr. Neeru Joshi, and she touches upon what she calls no more phobia, and that is the phobia of not having your phone around. Dr. Neeru Joshi is a well-known clinical psychologist, and she sheds light on the growing concern of nomophobia. In this insightful video, she breaks down the psychological triggers, behavioral symptoms, and long-term effects of digital dependency. Here are some practical tips, some expert advice on how to overcome phone addiction, regain mental clarity, and achieve emotional balance. A must-watch for anybody looking to take control of their screen time and digital well-being.
किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी धरोहर होती है उस देश के बच्चे, और बच्चे शिकार हो रहे हैं लाइफस्टाइल डिसऑर्डर का। चिड़चिड़ापन, गुस्सा आना, पढ़ाई ना करना, भूख ना लगना, पार्क में खेलने का मन नहीं करना, और इन सब के पीछे जो जिम्मेदार चीज है वो है मोबाइल फोन और उसका एक्सेसिव यूज। और यही वजह है कि WHO ने 2018 में बोला था कि जो बच्चे ऑनलाइन गेमिंग खेलते हैं बहुत ज्यादा, उनको मानसिक स्वास्थ्य विकार हो जाता है। और अपनी एक अपडेट में इंटरनेशनल क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ डिजीज की अपडेट में बोला कि ड्रग्स यानी हेरोइन, कोकीन और गैम्बलिंग से भी ज्यादा खतरनाक एडिक्शन है मोबाइल फोन का एडिक्शन। और ये हम देख भी रहे हैं, नोमोफोबिया बच्चों को होने लगा है, जो अपने आप में भयंकर बीमारी है। नो मोबाइल फोन फोबिया, जब बच्चों को लगता है कि हमसे मोबाइल फोन ले लिया जाएगा। इंसोम्निया, बच्चों को नींद नहीं आती है, रात को उठ के मोबाइल फोन चेक करते हैं, देर देर तक मोबाइल फोन यूज करते हैं, तो उनको सुकून की नींद नहीं आती है, जिसे इंसोम्निया बोलते हैं। और मोबाइल फोन में सबसे ज्यादा इन्फेक्शन होता है, बच्चे वॉशरूम में भी लेके जा रहे हैं, फिर जगह जगह रख रहे हैं, फिर खाते टाइम भी यूज कर रहे हैं, तो इससे इन्फेक्शन भी ऑब्वियस इन्फेक्शन होता है, राइट। और इतनी सारी प्रॉब्लम कि बच्चा वास्तविकता से दूर हो रहा है, ओरिजिनलिटी से दूर होकर इमेजिनेटिव दुनिया में जी रहा है, तो सोशल स्किल भी जीरो हो रहा है। तो वर्चुअल लाइफ चल रही है बच्चे की, हमें अपने बच्चों को इस चीज से बचाना होगा। और यही वजह है कि आज बच्चे के अंदर, क्योंकि अगर हमने ऐसा नहीं किया तो आने वाला समाज आप देख लीजिए, आपको कौन सा समाज मिलने वाला है। हमारी पीढ़ी एंग्सियस, डिप्रेसिव और खुद पसंद होने वाली है। उनके अंदर अब देखिए, वेब सीरीज देख रहे हैं तो एक ही दिन में 12 एपिसोड खत्म कर दिए। ऑनलाइन गेमिंग खेल रहे हैं, लेवल 1 रिवॉर्ड पॉइंट, लेवल 2 खेलना है, लेवल 3 खेलना है, तो क्यूरियोसिटी, खुशी का एहसास, ब्रेन में बनने वाला केमिकल डोपामिन, तो डोपामिन ज्यादा रिलीज हो रहा है, फिर ज्यादा आप वो काम कर रहे हैं, तो इसका मतलब आपको उसका एडिक्शन लगता जा रहा है। तो जिस तरीके से उपवास किया जाता है खाने पीने का, डिजिटल उपवास भी करना पड़ेगा, डोपामिन फास्ट भी करना पड़ेगा, बच्चों को एक टाइम टेबल बना के देना पड़ेगा। टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत जरूरी है, मैं मोबाइल फोन के अगेंस्ट नहीं हूं, मोबाइल फोन के स्मार्ट यूज के नहीं जो करते हैं, मैं उससे परेशान हूं कि 4-4, 5-5 घंटे अगर एंटरटेनमेंट है तो वो नो। इंफॉर्मेशन और कम्युनिकेशन के लिए अगर यूज हो रहा है तो जरूरी है, और आज के टाइम पर इस फास्ट मूविंग वर्ल्ड में जरूरी भी है। लेकिन अगर सिर्फ ऐसे ही आप यूज कर रहे हैं, आप पढ़ाई पे ध्यान नहीं दे रहे हैं, आप अपनों से दूरी बना रहे हैं, आप सिर्फ एक सोशल मीडिया पे अपनी आईडीज बनाकर आप वो लाइक, कमेंट, शेयर आप इसी में लगे हुए हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं गलत है। तो हमें इन सब चीजों को देखना होगा और बच्चों को इसका मास्टर बनाना है, इसका गुलाम नहीं बनाना है। तो आओ मिलके करते हैं एक स्मार्ट इंडिया की तैयारी और स्मार्ट यूज ऑफ स्मार्टफोन से। तो वो सभी को मिलके करना पड़ेगा। पेरेंट्स की भी जिम्मेदारी है, स्कूल की है, हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी है। टाइम टेबल बनाइए इसका और अपने बच्चों को एक अच्छा इंसान बनने की हम सबको प्रेरणा देनी है।
And to wind down the show today is Roma Abhyankar, who's back on the Positive Influencer show. Have you ever wondered what your emotions are really telling you? The Bhagavad Gita offers profound insights into emotional intelligence, helping you decode the wisdom behind your emotions. Discover the concept of bhava, the language of your emotions, and learn to tap into its power. In our next video, Positive Influencer Roma Abhyankar tells us how to unlock a deeper understanding of yourself and cultivate emotional awareness with the timeless wisdom of the Bhagavad Gita. Super timely before you hit that Monday.
What if I told you that the emotions you feel are trying to send you a message, and that these emotions can be deciphered, can be decoded? Namaskar. My name is Roma Abhyankar. Today, I'll help you understand what your emotions are actually trying to tell you. The discussion on emotions in the Bhagavad Gita is not because great warriors were heading into combat. Shri Krishna's advice to Arjun was to know when one was being steered by emotions rather than reason. Shri Krishna in the second Adhyay has a beautiful take on viewing emotions in our daily context. He says, Matra sparshastu kaunteya shitoshna sukhadukha daha agama paino nityas taunstitikshasva bharata. What the shloka means is that happiness and distress are like the winter and summer seasons. They appear and disappear, which tells us that nothing is permanent. Emotions arise because of our sensory perception. We learn to tolerate them and stay neutral. Emotions are often said to be energy in motion. And anything that has energy has the capacity to push you, bring about a change. Each feeling is a message, stirring something in you, trying to reach out to you. Let's put Sri Krishna's message in the current context and see what we can learn. For instance, when are you most anxious? When something is yet to happen, when the outcome is in the future. Anxiety peaks when the future is uncertain. It thrives in the space between what is and what might be. The best way to control anxiety is to stay in the present. Showcase awareness towards what you're doing right now, in the moment. Let's look at sadness. Sadness often flows from the past, from moments that didn't unfold as we wished. Though we can't rewrite what's done, we can choose to carry its lessons into the now with greater wisdom and awareness. Fear stems from the perception of loss of safety, of control, of something very dear to you. Avoiding it only gives it power. Facing it with reason and courage and reaching out when you need to helps you reclaim that power. Anger often rises from discomfort. When words, actions, or situations breach your sense of safety or familiarity, you feel rage building up inside you. The key is knowing where your boundary lies. Honor that line, and you'll find your mind regaining control over your reaction. But what about feel-good emotions like joy, happiness, comfort? Positive emotions aren't just pleasant, they are purposeful. They highlight the moments that energize and connect you. Paying attention to them helps you stay present and live with intention. Next time you find yourself embroiled in these emotions, Just take a pause, a moment to reflect. Why might you be feeling that way? Remember, the emotions are just energy in motion. How would you react to this energy? Do something you'll regret or make magic out of the energy? It's all in your hands. Dhanyavad.
And that's it from me, Tanvi Sood, on the Positive Influencer Show, episode 14. We had a good mix of new creators and those who have been working with us for the past 7 weeks. We're onboarding fresh talent each and every week on the Positive Influencer program. So if you think you have it in you to have your content showcased on our platform, drop your video. Head to www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in and drop your video sample. If WhatsApp is just easier, the number is on your screen. Drop us your sample and we'll dial you right back and get things working together. We'll see you in episode 15. Thank you so much for watching and have a super positive week ahead.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and make it more lethal for our adversaries. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, the backbone of our Air Force, is getting a radical makeover. And it is not just an upgrade, it is a transformation. Yes, we are talking about the Super Sukhoi, the massive 70,000 crore rupee upgrade that will make Sukhoi 30 more dominant than it already is. Let's start with the why. The Su-30 MKI is already
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, you're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. F-35 fighter jet remains stranded in the state of Kerala. We'll get you more updates on that. But first, as always, the headlines. 25-member British aviation engineering team arrives in Trivandrum to examine the F-35 jet today. Jet is stranded for over 3 weeks. One dead, 4 injured after blast at a firecracker factory in Tamil Nadu. CBI has bust biggest medical college scam. Godman ex-UGC chief among 34 have been named. Prime Minister arrives in Brazil for the BRICS summit, diaspora engagement and key bilaterals on agenda. Shiromani Akali Dal SAD leader Bikram Singh Majithia sent to 14 days judicial custody following completion of 11 days remand.
I join millions around the world in wishing His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama a most happy and joyful 98th birthday.
PM Modi wishes Dalai Lama on his 90th birthday. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju attended the birthday event in Dharamshala. A team of technical experts on board the British Royal Air Force Airbus A400M at least arrived at Thiruvananthapuram International Airport to assess the British Royal Navy F-35 fighter jet that made an emergency landing at the airport at least 2 weeks back, that is on June 14th. Now, after remaining grounded for over 2 weeks due to technical faults, the aircraft will now be dismantled and transported back to the United Kingdom on board the C-17 Globemaster transport aircraft is what we are learning. Since June 14, this F-35 fighter jet is stranded in the state of Kerala. And now what we're learning is that it will be dismantled and transported back to the United Kingdom. And what we're learning is that engineering team is going to be arriving at the international airport in Kerala to dismantle it and take it back to the United Kingdom. So later today, in fact, what we're learning is that an engineering team from the United Kingdom will be arriving at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport to assess the British Royal Navy F-35B fighter jet that made an emergency landing at the airport on June 14th. Let me go across to my colleague Ashwin, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Ashwin, you've been tracking this story very closely. You showed us the images of that F-35 fighter jet as well. Tell us what the situation on the ground is and how soon can it be taken back to the United Kingdom?
Well, Akanksha, there's a lot of update. In fact, just 15 minutes ago, we have been able to get the visuals of the F-35 being moved towards the Air India hangar. Now, the team of crew members of 31 people had in fact come on an A400 at 12:42, and after that, what we have seen is this. We have secured this very exclusive visuals where the F-35 was towed towards the Air India hangar on the other corner. It was essentially parked in Bay 4 in the domestic side, but now it has been moved towards the Air India hangar, which is very much close to the international terminal side as well. Now, this is a very important update that we are bringing in, and exclusive visuals, in fact, captured by video journalist Mani. What we are showing you is, in fact, these very important visuals. It is being towed now towards the Air India hangar. What is expected is that the engineers will be looking into the problem with the F-35 in the hangar. And earlier, it was also told that by 4 p.m., this particular flight which landed, the A400 which landed, is supposed to return back. Now, whether they will return it back with the flight or not was not clear earlier. But now we are getting information that crew members, around a part of the crew members is likely to stay in Thiruvananthapuram to get it repaired in the hangar, while the eyes are always there on the F-35, the 5th generation stealth fighter jet. So these visuals speaks for itself. The aircraft which has been grounded at Bay 4 for the last 21 days, that's 3 weeks now, has now been moved towards the Air India hangar, and that's the big breaking update.
Absolutely, Ashwin. And do tell us about India's assistance in this case, because what we're learning after dismantling and after the engineering work is done, it'll be taken with this C-17 aircraft. It'll be transported back to the United Kingdom. So tell us about the assistance that India is giving as far as this entire process is concerned.
Akanksha, I want to correct you there. It is not the C-17, it is the A-400 which has come over here. C-17 was a speculation. It is not true. What has come here is an A-400. Now, stating that the A-400 has come with the specialized equipments and engineers, and they are likely to repair it in the Air India hangar. Now, India has provided assistance on consistent basis, and in fact, this recent press note which has also come has given the testimonial to what India has done. They have profusely thanked the Indian authorities for the assistance that was rendered. In fact, the statement that was given was UK has accepted the offer of a space in the maintenance and repair and the overhaul in the hangar itself. The aircraft was moved over there, and currently the specialist equipments and everything necessary for the movement and repair process have been brought in the A400 flight. Now, after that, the UK has stated that they remain very grateful. I repeat, the UK remains very grateful for the continued support and collaboration of the Indian authorities and the airport team, which is manned by the Adani group. So certainly there has been a profuse thanking and gratefulness that has been expressed by the UK authorities in this regard, and India has shown a very tact diplomacy and in fact rendered all support to UK in this fiasco that opened up before them, an incident which is very minimally reported in UK press, but it has been extensively become a staple diet for the Indian media as well. Now, what we are unfolding today is the 21 days of enamor of anxiety and curiosity, which is now slowly coming to a conclusion. What we are showing you, these visuals, in fact, are the final possibility of getting it repaired and taking it out. So the dismantling part is currently right now out of the table for the time being, unless there is confirmation. This will not be done. There won't be any dismantling is what we get to understand, but we have not got an official confirmation on it yet. What is going to happen in the hangar, it will be a very information which will be extremely privy, and we'll probably try to get some information from our sources to know what is going to happen in the hangar, whether is it going to be a dismantling or is it going to be a repair that's going to happen in the hangar of Air India where F-35 has been moved. Akanksha.
Absolutely, Ashwin. And as you also mentioned, the British High Commission has issued a press statement. They've said that the aircraft will be moved along following the arrival of the UK engineers who are carrying equipments necessary for the movement and repair process. So Ashwin, take us through what sort of repair process will be taken out, since you've been tracking this story since the last 3 weeks.
In fact, the hydraulic system is what is meant to be repaired. If we have to talk about the hydraulic system, the engineers who must have brought in, because A400 is a massive jumbo jet. Now, just to bring in officials, they wouldn't use it. So probably we are taking a guess that there's going to be some equipments, specialized equipments, which will help in repair of it. So what we understand is that is going to be used. These equipments will be put to use, and repair possibilities will be looked in by these 31 engineers. A significant part of these engineers, we have been told by the Indian authorities that they will return back, but the preliminary investigation is being done by them, and that is why 31 members have come down. More information we are awaiting, but one thing is the F-35, which was grounded at Bay 4, has been moved to the Air India hangar, and it has completely been moved there. And the A400 is what you can see, this visual, the A400 which landed. Now you can see the A400 which is over there. That is also there right now. And what the image of the F-35, we cannot bring it because it has now been taken into the hangar. Now the members from the A44 are likely to come out. There might be some kind of movement that we are expecting, but at the moment what we can say is it has been moved to the hangar, and repair or whatever possible way ahead will be looked in by this team which has come from Muscat. They had taken a flight from Muscat that left at 9:57 a.m. IST, and now what you see is that finally F-35 has been moved to the hangar.
Absolutely, and the team has arrived there at the international airport. But let's talk about the transportation of this. It is the 5th generation cell jet which will be taken to the United Kingdom. It will not be a cakewalk, Ashwin, won't it be?
When you look at it, certainly there is a lot of technicality. We are privy to those information, but the A400 is very well capable of taking this flight inside, is what we are understanding. And but the official confirmation that we have got from the sources is that they are trying to repair it and then the jet can take off, because it's also a matter of pride for UK as well. And certainly these images speak for itself, what we have been following for the last 21 days of this flight, and what unrolled, the story that unrolled over it. Certainly very, very interesting. Today there's likely to be a conclusion on it and on the repair and all the possibilities. And it is likely that once the repair is done, the flight may take off by itself, or any other possible dismantling is not confirmed, but we have to see, wait and watch what the authorities are going to be doing in this regard. Akansha.
Absolutely. This, in fact, aircraft made an emergency landing at that international airport on June 14th is what we're learning. It's been 3 weeks, and now what we're learning is that the engineering team has arrived there, and they will be carrying out the dismantling along with the engineering, the repair, etc. And then it remains to be seen how it will be taken to the United Kingdom. There you can see the visuals from Thiruvananthapuram Airport. That's the international airport, where just on June 14th, this aircraft made an emergency landing. Now the repair work will be happening, the dismantling will be happening. Ashwin.
Absolutely. We are, again, dismantling or not has yet to be affirmed. But certainly the work it has been taken into a hangar. Essentially, when it has been moved into a hangar, what is wrong with this flight will be looked in by the top engineers. These are the guys who, Lockheed Martin engineers are the guys who made it. They will be looking into it. They will be checking if there's a possibility of taking it off by themselves, or the spare parts have all been brought in the A400 is what we get to understand. If that is possible, whichever is the easiest method possible, that is being looked in. Remember, for the last 21 days, ever since the flight was there, especially after the third day, there was multiple offers given by the Indian authorities that this can be moved into the Air India hangar, but that was refused. And from defense experts, what we understand is that UK always wanted an eye on their jet, and that is the reason. But now, when 31 engineers have come over here, they would want to look into it, and the hangar probably must have been completely been given to them to ensure all security protocols, because what is under the hood of this flight, what is under the belly of this flight is something extra sophisticated, and there is a fear for espionage or any kind of fears there, and allying those fears and understanding those fears, the Indian authorities have given all kind of cooperation to the UK as well, and certainly they have been grateful for it.
Live visuals that we can see on the screen from the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport, where this F-35B fighter jet is currently there. And in fact, what we're learning is that the engineering team is at the spot. This fighter jet has been moved to the hangar area. The engineers have arrived. The dismantling will happen. The repairing work will be undertaken. And then it remains to be seen how this will be carried back to the United Kingdom. Now, shifting our focus to the state of Karnataka, 10 Dalit professors is what we are learning at the Bangalore University. They have resigned from their post, and this is in fact the breaking update that we are getting for you. 10 Dalit professors at Bangalore University have submitted their resignation to the Vice Chancellor, claiming that there is discrimination in the appointment of the post and deliberate bypassing of the reservation policies. In a formal letter, the professors have cited persistent neglect of their concern despite repeated appeals, claiming that the university administration has manipulated the system to exclude eligible candidates from the marginalized community. Dalit professors, a handful of them have resigned from their post. Let me go across to my colleague Sri Lakshmi, who joins us from the Bangalore newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, tell us more about this, because this is very concerning. 10 Dalit professors, they have submitted their resignation, claiming that there have been irregularities. There have been, in fact, as far as selection is concerned. Give us more details about this.
Well, Well, 10 Dalit professors have already submitted their resignation, and there are another set of 67 professors who have written a letter against these discriminations and alleged discrimination. And it is also said that these backlog posts were empty, and appointments have been made for these backlog posts in the university, violating the rules formed by the government of Karnataka. The roster rules and many other rules which will benefit SC/ST community. And now these 67 professors are saying that a letter already has been given to the Vice Chancellor claiming that a huge discrimination is happening against SC/ST professors, and 10 have submitted their resignation. Now it is up to the Raj Bhavan and also the Chief Minister of Karnataka to look into this matter immediately, because what has happened in the university is it is said that Vice Chancellor has appointed around 5 professors from different universities of Karnataka without giving them any post, and it is also alleged that violating the norms of SC/ST benefits, these appointments have been happening. And there's another set of 22 posts which are being empty currently, and those posts are meant for SC/ST community professors, and that has not been fulfilled yet. So asking these questions, on which basis these appointments have been made, and why those 22 posts are empty, and asking these questions and against discrimination, these professors have written a letter to the Vice Chancellor of the university. Now this case may go to the Chief Minister of Karnataka. Back to studio.
Absolutely. Now this case will go to the Chief Minister, but these Dalit professors have said that they have faced discrimination and they have tendered their resignation. Shifting our focus, there's been a panic at the Palma airport in Spain. A Ryanair flight headed to Manchester had to abort takeoff after fire alert that went off inside the aircraft. Several passengers, what we're learning, were injured in this emergency evacuation. Here's more on that.
After midnight yesterday, a Ryanair Boeing 737 at Palma de Mallorca airport triggered a fire alarm moments before takeoff. The crew immediately opened emergency exits, but chahos and panic ensued. Frightened, passengers climbed onto the aircraft's wing and jumping directly onto the tarmac, bypassing inflatable sides in their rush. 18 passengers sustained mainly minor injuries. 6 of the 18 injured were hospitalized, with patients taken to 2 local hospitals in Palma. Emergency services responded swiftly, dispatching 4 ambulances, airport firefighters, and Civic Guard officers. Ryanair confirmed the alarm was a false alert, apologized to passengers, and arranged a replacement aircraft for departure to Manchester. This scare follows last week's American Airlines emergency after an engine fire forced a mid-air diversion to Las Vegas.
And back in India, in Uttar Pradesh, there's high alert as Muharram and Kawad Yatra, both major religious events, are overlapping this year, prompting unprecedented security measures. Authorities in Muzaffarnagar have deployed drones, installed thousands of CCTV cameras, set up multiple control rooms, barriers, mobilized tens and thousands of police officers, paramilitary, ATS, NDRF, SDRF, and bomb disposal squad on this particular day. Surveillance also extends to AI-enabled cameras, social media monitoring, and real-time crowd tracking as well. Here is the ground report.
मुजफ्फरनगर में कांवड़ यात्रा और मुहर्रम को लेकर पुलिस लगातार अलर्ट पर है, मुस्तैद है। हम इस वक्त मौजूद हैं शिव चौक। ये वही शिव चौक है जहां पर जो कांवड़िया आते हैं यहां पर ज़रूर मत्था टेकते हैं, भगवान शिव को प्रणाम करते हैं और फिर हरिद्वार की तरफ रवाना होते हैं। बहुत व्यस्त चौराहा है और बहुत संवेदनशील ये माना जाता है शिव चौक, चूँकि यहाँ दोनों समुदाय की आबादी है। और ये सामने पुलिस चौकी, पुलिस की मुस्तैदी आप देख रहे हैं। यहाँ पर पुलिस तैनात है और हर गाड़ी को देखा जा रहा है। ये बहुत व्यस्त रूट, यहाँ से कांवड़ियों का भी रूट है। कांवड़िया बड़ी संख्या में आते हैं। जो 11 जुलाई को कांवड़ यात्रा शुरू होगी, तो इस दौरान बहुत ये व्यस्त रोड हो जाएगी। इस लिहाज से यहाँ पर बंदोबस्ती की गई है। ऊपर कांवड़ कंट्रोल रूम, यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कांवड़ कंट्रोल रूम ऊपर तैयार किया जा रहा है और इससे भी शिव चौक पर निगरानी रखी जाएगी। लगातार यहाँ पर पुलिस मुस्तैद है और यहाँ पर कंट्रोल रूम तैयार किया गया है। अब
ऊपर किया हुआ है।
तो ये कांवड़ रूट यही है, यहीं से कांवड़िया आते हैं और यहाँ पर भगवान शिव को प्रणाम करके आगे बढ़ते हैं।
हाँ, ही पाए जाते हैं।
और मुहर्रम को लेकर भी आपको अतिरिक्त तैनाती की गई है, ज़्यादा मुस्तैदी दी?
जी।
मुहर्रम और कांवड़ यात्रा दोनों को ध्यान में रखते हुए लगातार मुस्तैदी की जा रही है। जो शिव चौक है, शिव चौक के पास पुलिस को लगाया गया है और यहाँ पर लगातार नज़र रखी जा रही है कहीं कोई असामाजिक तत्व ना हो, कहीं कोई उपद्रव की कोशिश ना करे।
Let me go across to my colleague Sagar, who joins us live from Sambal in Uttar Pradesh. Sagar, tell us, because Muharram और कांवड़ यात्रा दोनों एक ही दिन है, किस तरह की सिचुएशन है अभी ग्राउंड में, किस तरह के सिक्योरिटी मेजर्स हैं पुलिस के द्वारा वहां पे?
देखिए आकांक्षा, बिल्कुल अगर हम बात करें मुहर्रम का जुलूस इस समय निकाला जा रहा है रिपब्लिक भारत, ये संभल की लाइव तस्वीरें दिखा रहा है। साथ में देखिए ये जो है रूट कावड़ का भी है। इस जुलूस के दौरान जो है भारी संख्या में पुलिस बल की जो यहाँ पर तैनाती की गई, लगभग पीएससी की यहाँ पर 3 से 4 कंपनियां भी यहाँ पर तैनात की गई हैं। पुलिस के जवान जो है लगातार इस जुलूस के साथ ही साथ चल रहे हैं। जहां पर भी ट्रैफिक लग रहा है, जहां पर भी हालात जो है सही है, लगातार ये उसको मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, खुद कंट्रोल में। देखिए लगभग 4 से 5 देखिए यहाँ पर जो है जुलूस यहाँ पर मुहर्रम का इस पूरी रोड पर निकाला जा रहा है। जहां तक कैमरे की नजर जाएगी रिपब्लिक भारत की, आप देख पा रही हैं उस पर। लेकिन साथ में जो आसपास के पुलिस थानों के इंचार्ज हैं, जो चौकी है, वहां पर भी हमने दिखाया सुबह सुबह कैसे ट्रैफिक कंट्रोल रूम से, माफ करिए, सीसीटीवी के जरिए पूरी निगरानी की जा रही है। पुलिस कर्मियों ने इस बात की भी जानकारी दी थी। लेकिन अब देखिए बड़ी बात यह कि जो गाइडलाइन थी गवर्नमेंट की, जो प्रशासन की जो गाइडलाइन थी, लगातार उसका भी इस ताजिए में पालन किया गया। जूम करके एक बार दिखाइए, लगभग 12 फीट बोला गया था कि ताजिया की जो हाइट है वो होनी चाहिए जुलूस जिस दौरान निकाला जाएगा। लगभग देखिए प्रशासन की गाइडलाइन का यहाँ पर पालन किया गया है और जो भी मुस्लिम धर्म के लोग हैं बड़े शांतिपूर्वक देखिए इस मुहर्रम के जुलूस को यहाँ पर निकाल रहे हैं। प्रशासन ने जो यहाँ पर मानक तय किए थे उसी के आधार पर देखिए सब कुछ यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। लेकिन देखिए 2 पर्व बड़े एक साथ है, कावड़ यात्रा भी एक तरफ निकाली जा रही है तो इधर मुहर्रम का जुलूस भी है। इसको लेकर संभल जो है पूरी तरह से हाई अलर्ट पर है। बड़ी बात यह है कि संभल में जो जो रूट देखिए जाता है कावड़ यात्रा के लिए, ये सब वही रूट है और इसी से देखिए ताजिया भी होकर जाना है। ऐसे में पुलिस कहीं से भी नहीं चाहती कि लापरवाही यहाँ पर हो, क्योंकि योगी सरकार की भी पूरी नजर है यहाँ पर। अब आप देखिए जहां अगर कुछ देर के लिए अगर यहाँ पर ताजिया को होल्ड अगर यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है तो वहां पर पुलिसकर्मी भी रोक के मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं कि आखिर कहीं से भी हालात यहाँ पर ना बिगड़े। इसको देखिए पूरा ख्याल यहाँ पर रखा जा रहा है। अगर मैं बात करूं इमाम हुसैन की शहादत को याद करते हुए ये मुहर्रम का जुलूस यहाँ पर ये लोग निकाल रहे हैं, इस बात को भी यहाँ पर ध्यान में रखना है कि जो प्रशासन की गाइडलाइन है उसका भी यहाँ पर पालन हो। देखिए ये पहला मैं आपको जुलूस दिखा रहा हूँ, पीछे अगर मैं दिखाऊं तो ऐसे ही लगभग 4 से 5 देखिए ताजिया यहाँ पर निकाला जा रहा है। एक बार पूछ भी लेते हैं, प्रशासन की गाइडलाइन का पूरा पालन आप?
जी पूरा पालन कर रहे हैं।
क्या क्या गाइडलाइन रही है ताजिया को?
आपने 12 फीट की ऊंचाई बताई है, वही 12 फीट की ऊंचाई हम ला रहे हैं। जी जी।
और जो कहा गया था कि नाबालिग बच्चों का नहीं
है, कोई बच्चा नहीं है।
देखा आपने जिस तरह से हमने बातचीत की, प्रशासन की गाइडलाइन का पूरा यहाँ पर पालन और इनका ये कहना कि जो भी मानक तय की गए उसी के आधार पर ये ताजिया यहाँ पर निकाला जा रहा है। बड़ी बात यह है कि इस पूरे मुहर्रम के जुलूस में संभल में ऐसा पहली बार है। कितना शांतिपूर्वक की पर्व देखिए लोग मना रहे हैं और जो 52 से 55 फीट की ऊंचाई होती थी आकांक्षा, लेकिन देखिए इसको कम अब किया गया है। वजह केवल एक है, अब देखिए इस चौराहे से देखिए सभी जो है ताजिया होकर गुजरेगा और इसीलिए पुलिस जो है चारों दिशाओं में यहाँ पर अलर्ट पर यहाँ पर रखी गई है। ट्रैफिक पुलिस कर्मी भी लगातार देखिए इस रूट को यहाँ पर ब्लॉक कर रहे हैं और ये भी बता रहे हैं कि आप रूट को डाइवर्ट आप करिए, क्योंकि इधर से जहां जहां से ताजिया जा रही है, जहां जहां से कावड़ यात्रा जा रही है, लगातार ट्रैफिक पुलिस कर्मी भी इस बात का खास ख्याल यहाँ पर रखते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। अगर मैं जूम करके उधर दिखाइएगा संतोष, उधर भी देखिए तमाम पुलिसकर्मी पीएससी के जवानों की बटालियन जो यहाँ पर तैनात की गई है चप्पे चप्पे पर, वो भी मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, क्योंकि हर एक चौराहों पर, हर एक चौक पर पीएससी के जवान, फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियां मैं आपको दिखाऊं। फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ी भी इधर देखिए संतोष, प्रमोद दिखाइए, देखिए फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियां भी यहाँ पर एहतियातन के तौर पर यहाँ पर रखी गई हैं, ताकि अगर कोई भी देखिए आपातकालीन अवस्था अगर आए तो पीएससी के जवान देखिए मोर्चा तो संभाले हुए, लेकिन फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियां भी अगर कोई भी यहाँ पर घटना होती है तो उस दौरान यहाँ पर पूरी तरह से अलर्ट पर रहे। इनका मकसद केवल एक है कि शांतिपूर्वक कावड़ यात्रा और मुहर्रम का पर्व जो है यहाँ पर मनाया जाए। देखिए जहाँ पर भीड़ एकत्रित हो रही है वहां पर भी जो है देखिए तमाम यहाँ पर जवान जो है एकत्रित हैं। लगातार यहाँ पर भीड़ जो है ज्यादा इकट्ठी ना हो, हालात ना बिगड़े, उनको तितर बितर करने के लिए आंसू गैस के गोलों के साथ अपने पूरे वेपन्स के साथ यहाँ पर ग्राउंड पर लगातार मुस्तैद है। प्रशासन के लिए बड़ी चुनौती थी क्योंकि एक तरफ कावड़ यात्रा तो एक तरफ मुहर्रम का जुलूस इस तरह से निकालना, लेकिन इस बीच प्रशासन लगातार इस चुनौती को स्वीकार करते हुए और पूरी कड़ाई के साथ हर एक नियमों का पालन करा रहा है। आकांक्षा, बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Absolutely, and this Sambal area in Uttar Pradesh is anyway a very sensitive area, and that's why we are seeing security arrangements there in place. But the situation remains normal on ground. Thank you so much, Sagar, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus on the Dalai Lama's 90th birthday, Buddhist monk offered special prayers at the Tibetan monastery in Bodh Gaya. Hollywood actor and practicing Buddhist Richard Gere has also joined his birthday celebration in Dharamshala in Himachal Pradesh. Here's more.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
It's Dalai Lama's 90th birthday today, and all across the country we saw celebrations not just in Dharamshala but at several places across the country and in fact the world. There you can see several Buddhist monks offering prayers in Dharamshala, in Bodh Gaya in Bihar as well, and in the national capital as well. 4 people died after their car slipped off the road and fell down the mountain near Rahinala, which is in Rohtang Pass in Kullu district in Himachal Pradesh. There were a total of 5 people in this vehicle. 1 person is seriously injured. Rescue operation is currently underway. Delhi Police Crime Branch arrested a criminal, Ajay Lamba alias Bansi, a proclaimed offender who had been absconding from the last 25 years. The accused, a notorious robber cum murderer, was involved in 4 brutal robbery cum murder cases targeting cab drivers across the national capital, UP and Uttarakhand since 2001. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, CBI has busted biggest medical college scam. Government ex-UGC chief among 34 have been named. Shiromani Akali Dal leader Bikram Singh Majithia has been sent to 14 days custody following completion of his 11 days remand. This and much more on the other side. Keep watching Republic TV.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and make it more lethal for our adversaries. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, the
Welcome to this special panel titled She Builds Bharat. In fact, I'm joined by Sonali Rastogi, who is the founding partner at Morphogenesis. You all must have seen that big, beautiful diamond building in Surat, and she's the one who designed it. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV and be part of this real estate conclave. I want to start with asking about your experience about being in this industry. What led you to come here and start your own architectural design firm?
Firstly, thank you for inviting me to this event. It's an honor to be here. And I have a very easy answer to that. I was born to parents who are architects. I was scribbling things on drawings, planting trees on models before I could literally walk. So I think it was my destiny. One that I have embraced with passion, with a mission, and with a vision. And I live every day by that.
All right. Since the title of this panel is She Builds Bharat, what does building Bharat means to you? You're an architecture yourself.
You know, after my education in architecture, which was part in India in School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, and part at Architectural Association, London, I returned to open this firm in '96 with my partner, Manit. At that time, you know, we were just seeing the impact of liberalization. There were private clients emerging in the market. There were new typologies coming in the market, and that's what attracted us to come back and set up practice here. You know, the building Bharat for us started at that point. You know, this was the first time there were developers across the country. This was the first time we were going to high-rise living. First time there were retail outlets like malls, different kind of institutional projects, a different interpretation of luxury, a different interpretation of sustainability, which before this was just called green architecture, something that sort of vaguely meant green gardens which people make abroad. So we came back to be part of this sustainable future that was to be created. In addition to that, having studied in early 90s in England and Europe, I realized that the Indian design prominence was absolutely missing. We were not part of any dialogue. Our centuries of tradition, heritage, we've known how to build cities before the world woke up to what cities are. And none of that was part of a global dialogue. And we were excluded. Earlier panel has talked about included. My journey started from feeling excluded. And hence, part of the vision of coming back and setting up Morphogenesis and building in India was to play my part to make the Indian design voice globally included.
And I was going through your write-ups. You've mentioned that role of architects is very critical at this point because India has to lead. India doesn't have to copy the world. Do you want to elaborate on that?
So, as per our economic projections, we have 1 billion square meters to build, and which is literally one whole city of Chicago. That's the amount of built-up area we have to build in this country every year to meet our economic projections. We are also talking in the next 10 years of 200 million migrants from rural to urban. So, and this is probably the fastest rate of internal migration in the history of the world. Who is going to accommodate this migration? Who is going to accommodate these people? Who is going to build this? So building 1 billion square meters, it's a sort of an inconceivable amount. So therefore, this is a key turning point for nation builders, for the developers who spoke before me, for me to play my role in fulfilling my vision and mission, personally and for my country. And this is the point at which the world will be looking at us. Because a large majority proportion of building that is going to happen on planet Earth is going to happen here and now in Bharat.
Absolutely. And you're a woman leader making a mark in this industry, which has long been seen as a male-dominated one. So do you want to talk about, has it been challenging for you? How do you look at this industry through that sort of a lens?
I think what we have learned as a firm, which by the way is a gender positive firm towards women, we are always more than 51% women at Morphogenesis by choice. What I have learned is nothing matters more than delivering a successful project.
Absolutely.
And once that reputation becomes important, the definition of woman or male architect recedes a little bit. Of course, gray hairs help, but generally that reputation recedes if you deliver in a very futuristic, in a technology-embraced way, in a timely fashion, product that meets global aspirations, and you have been an empathetic listener in the whole process, and you have been inclusive. That's what really helped me supersede the gender tag.
And you're just not building homes, you're building dreams. So would you say that that being a women leader brings a human side to this entire the architectural design or home building? Would you say that?
You know, I'd like to believe that it does, because architecture is, for me, it's like looking into a crystal ball. So it's a reflection of what is going on, but more than anything, it's a projection of what can be. And what can be is always part of an ecosystem. To get to what can be requires a lot of care and requires inclusiveness. I want to say that I think this comes more naturally to women. I'm not saying it's not there with men, but I think if I had to make a gender differentiation, I think to take along the social ecosystem in whatever you do is just somehow tends to be a more quality of the female gender.
And staying on this topic, as far as architecture or design is concerned, what do you think, what are the glass ceilings that still need to be broken?
So I think the glass ceilings we need to break are as a real estate and architecture community as a whole. One of those is we need to embrace technology more strongly. You'll be surprised to know that actually the creators of technology that we use, architecture is and real estate is one of the top segments for which technology is created. Whether you look at softwares, whether you look at three-dimensional modeling, virtual reality, AI software, actually it's always created for designers, probably way ahead of other segments. But it's the embracing of technology. We need to today have a completely new vision rather than constantly worrying about this hurdle, this permission, that concrete, this, that, or the other. It just, the conversation needs to change. It needs to be a different paradigm. It needs to bring about that kind of change that first internet brought around to our lives, and now AI is very rapidly brought around to our lives. I think unless we make a very large paradigm shift in our thinking, which is circumventing this making plotted lands, then getting bylaws passed, then getting change in land use, then hurdle after hurdle, economic hurdles as we heard earlier. Now this cannot be the way to move forward. It has to be embracing technology, embracing vision, making targets match. Like we have a target to go net zero in this country by 2070. But if we are going to be building billion square meters now, which is not net zero, how does that target match? Or is it just some statement? So sustainability has to be thought through in a very different paradigm. Construction. Now we talk about an absence of labor, which China has, but we have technology. We have all the IITs supporting 3D printed construction, but 3D printed construction is at most a sample flat today in a developer's site. So, of course we can circumvent labor problem. We talk about skill development programs, but are they targeted for tomorrow? we have endless supply of people who are doing rural to urban migration. So why are they not being skilled? Why are we still lamenting about 80% of the labor on site not being skilled? So because we are still thinking the same ways of building blocks. We are not thinking the resource that is available, technology that is available, and what is the definition for the new paradigm.
All right, so if we talk about technology, since we are on that topic, I was going through one of your interviews and you spoke about AI and that you're still wary of artificial intelligence and its role as far as architecture is concerned. Do you want to elaborate on the role?
Yes. So that was, I think, December 2022 when DALI had first come out. And I was looking at it and I was thinking, oh my God, this is like literally escaping out of my hand, right? But I think I was short-sighted. I think the developments that are happening, literally I think of, oh, I think I should be doing this, which will remove the need of laborious work and give me more creative time, but I can't find a software to do it. Next thing I know, within 2 months, Midjourney is already thinking about how to put it out there like that. And here I'm talking about just, these are not core softwares, these are representational software. But generative AI is now addressing design solutions, I feel, above everything else. And I've committed myself as my learning, skilling exercise, 8 hours a week where I spend on this.
All right.
I've recently done a workshop at IIT Delhi, and I think, my God, if we had to spend time with thinking and innovation, then AI is liberating that time for us. So it's not taking away, but it's giving me more headspace and mind space than ever before to actually think about thinking. Ownership is important, but what is your ambition being met with right here, right now, is more important.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and make it more lethal for our adversaries. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, the backbone of our Air Force, is getting a radical makeover. And it is not just an upgrade, it is a transformation. Yes, we are talking about the Super Sukhoi, the massive 70,000 crore rupee upgrade that will make Sukhoi 30 more dominant than it already is. Let's start with the why. The Su-30 MKI is already India's most numerous and battle-tested fighter. But the F-16s across the border have seen several upgrades, and China is fielding next-gen platforms as well. India needed more than a match, it needed mastery. Enter the Super Sukhoi.
Let's talk more about urban design. It's as far as architectural real estate sector is concerned, it's long been tied to this idea of roti, kapada and makan. But today's generation is more ambitious, they're more fast evolving. So how do you stay connected to that old idea and still build people's house, build their dreams as well?
So, you know, Uber changed it all. And roti, kapada, makan, gaadi, ghadi, ये सब कुछ होता था. हाँ. पर right now, ownership is important, but what is your ambition being met with right here, right now, is more important. So, I think somewhere, typology in real estate should and will soon be addressing that as well. It's no longer the case that I can wait till I'm 40 and then own a house. Either I own it now or I move on to another idea. right? If I can't own it, then I move on to co-living or I move on to something else. But my quality of life that gives me freedom is necessary right here, right now. And that is what we need to design for.
Let's talk about your journey. Has there been any one instance that has stayed with you, that has changed the way you think about your industry, architecture, urban design, etc.?
So I think I'd like to give an example that I had a learning from Surat Diamond Bourse. So we won a global competition to do that in 2018 end. We have developed the design for about a year. And then when it was to go into construction, COVID hit. And the way the diamond merchants community came together to ensure that their dream did not get derailed during COVID was a learning. It was how communities and societies can organize themselves, how they can give each one a job description, how each community can say how to do this better. So I had 400 clients because it was a community-driven project. And they divided themselves into different segments. Each came up with, okay, I'm responsible for building facade. Architect will not be told to change their vision, will not be changed to dilute the vision because we want to make global impact. But how will I solve the supply line? How will I make everything not just made in India? Now it became made in Gujarat because state boundaries used to get shut down every now and then. And then that used to derail construction. How am I going to look after the community that is going to build this? So I will open the entire community village on the site. I will open a school on the site. I will open a hospital on the site. People will get COVID, they will go there, they'll get fixed and they'll come back. So it was how a community which had a common vision organized itself. And how the vision actually grew manifold due to proper job descriptions, proper KRAs that initially looked like they were difficult to meet, and how getting local, inclusive, and community thinking for each person who helped build that project was how this world's largest building, perhaps most sustainable at that scale because it consumes 50% of the LEED's platinum rated buildings do world over. 50% of that energy only, and it derailed by 6 months only due to COVID. So I have had a lot of learning about community inclusiveness and success based on that, and I have become a full believer in locally made.
All right, since we're talking about this phenomenal building in Surat, are there any other projects that you're really proud of? I read about one in the mountains as well that you did for a skincare brand.
Yes.
Would you want to elaborate on that?
Yes, so during COVID, we finished this building, which was the world's largest office building, 7.1 million square feet. Then we finished a small building, 10,000 square feet, up in Lodsi, where there was no road, no water, no electricity. A road stopped 2 kilometers before the top of the mountain. And we built a 10,000 square feet energy surplus building that creates a very luxurious brand, Forest Essentials. It had very high standards of the quality of air, the quality of sunlight, because that's how the product is, Ayurvedic product. But it was in COVID. How we had no people, how people going to build? So we built that project together with 60 local people who were not laborers, who were housewives, who were students, who were cattle herders, and we understood from them what they could do and modified the design based on that. The facility now works as an evening school as well because it's energy surplus. So it works as an evening school for the children of that hill. So it was perhaps one of the most satisfying experiences of my lifetime. It also inculcated a thought in my head about decentralized urbanization. If Estée Lauder, that is a partner of Forest Essentials, and a product which is a luxury product selling at the highest price point and sells in, I don't know, perhaps over 100 countries around the world, and gives employment right there on a hill where there was no electricity at the top. It gives employment to 60 households right there on a daily basis. I wish this exercise could be carried out all across India. So whilst migration is imminent,
right,
but migration should be out of choice, not out of helplessness. And these kind of projects will help eliminate that helplessness and let people be included in nation building.
Absolutely. And my last question to you, what message would you give to a girl who wants to venture into architecture, urban design? What message would you give to her?
So it's a really difficult profession, just because it's not a profession where you define everything. You know, it's a profession where there are many collaborators, many players. There's a large involvement of economics. There's a large involvement of technology, skills. And it's something which is a kind of a, you have to be a really learner profile person or want to be a learner profile, growth oriented person, especially in our country at this time. So I would say it's a phenomenal profession. It's given me more than I could have asked life for in terms of satisfaction. But only pursue if you feel you can do it with complete passion, where it becomes one with your life. It's not a profession which is, I go to work now, switch off, now this is my work-life balance home time. It's one with my life. I live it 24/7, 365 days a year. Sometimes I wake up and I've solved a problem which I've been struggling with for a week. So it's in my soul.
That's a good quality of a leader.
Yeah. So that's just what I'd like to tell somebody who
Thank you so much. And with this, we're ending this conversation with Sonali Rastogi, who's the founding partner at Morphogenesis. Thank you so much for being part of Republic TV and Real Estate Conclave. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. That was a very interesting conversation.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and make it more lethal for our adversaries. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, the backbone of our Air Force, is getting a radical makeover. And it is not just an upgrade, it is a transformation. Yes, we are talking about the Super Sukhoi, the massive 70,000 crore rupee upgrade that will make Sukhoi 30 more dominant than it already is. Let's start with the why. The Su-30 MKI is already India's most numerous and battle-tested fighter. But the F-16s across the border have seen several upgrades, and China is fielding next-gen platforms as well. India needed more than a match, it needed mastery. Enter the Super Sukhoi.
And back in India, in Uttar Pradesh, there's high alert as Muharram and Kawad Yatra, both major religious events, are overlapping this year, prompting unprecedented security measures. Authorities in Muzaffarnagar have deployed drones, installed thousands of CCTV cameras, set up multiple control rooms, barriers, mobilized tens and thousands of police officers, paramilitary, ATS, NDRF, SDRF, and bomb disposal squad on this particular day. Surveillance also extends to AI-enabled cameras, social media monitoring and real-time crowd tracking as well. Here is the ground report.
मुजफ्फरनगर में कांवड़ यात्रा और मुहर्रम को लेकर पुलिस लगातार अलर्ट पर है, मुस्तैद है। हम इस वक्त मौजूद हैं शिव चौक। ये वही शिव चौक है जहां पर जो कांवड़िया आते हैं यहां पर ज़रूर मत्था टेकते हैं, भगवान शिव को प्रणाम करते हैं और फिर हरिद्वार की तरफ रवाना होते हैं। बहुत व्यस्त चौराहा है और बहुत संवेदनशील ये माना जाता है शिव चौक, चूँकि यहाँ दोनों समुदाय की आबादी है। और ये सामने पुलिस चौकी, पुलिस की मुस्तैदी आप देख रहे हैं, यहाँ पर पुलिस तैनात है और हर गाड़ी को देखा जा रहा है। ये बहुत व्यस्त रूट, यहाँ से कांवड़ियों का भी रूट है। कांवड़ियाँ बड़ी संख्या में आते हैं। जो 11 जुलाई को कांवड़ यात्रा शुरू होगी, तो इस दौरान बहुत ये व्यस्त रोड हो जाएगी। इस लिहाज से यहाँ पर बंदोबस्ती की गई है। ऊपर कांवड़ कंट्रोल रूम यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं, कांवड़ कंट्रोल रूम ऊपर तैयार किया जा रहा है और इससे भी शिव चौक पर निगरानी रखी जाएगी। लगातार यहाँ पर पुलिस मुस्तैद है और यहाँ पर कंट्रोल रूम तैयार किया गया है। अब
हाँ, ऊपर किया हुआ है।
तो ये कांवड़ रूट यही है, यहीं से कांवड़िया आते हैं और यहाँ पर भगवान शिव को प्रणाम करके आगे बढ़ते हैं।
हाँ, ही पाए जाते हैं।
और मुहर्रम को लेकर भी आपको अतिरिक्त तैनाती की गई है, ज़्यादा मुस्तैदी दी।
जी।
मुहर्रम और कांवड़ यात्रा दोनों को ध्यान में रखते हुए लगातार मुस्तैदी की जा रही है। जो शिव चौक है, शिव चौक के पास पुलिस को लगाया गया है और यहाँ पर लगातार नज़र रखी जा रही है कहीं कोई असामाजिक तत्व ना हो, कहीं कोई उपद्रव की कोशिश ना करे।
Let me go across to my colleague Sagar, who joins us live from Sambal in Uttar Pradesh. Sagar, tell us, because Muharram और कांवड़ यात्रा दोनों एक ही दिन है, किस तरह की सिचुएशन है अभी ग्राउंड में, किस तरह के सिक्योरिटी मेजर्स हैं पुलिस के द्वारा वहां पे?
देखिए आकांक्षा, बिल्कुल अगर हम बात करें मुहर्रम का जुलूस इस समय निकाला जा रहा है रिपब्लिक भारत, ये संभल की लाइव तस्वीरें दिखा रहा है। साथ में देखिए ये जो है रूट कावड़ का भी है। इस जुलूस के दौरान जो है भारी संख्या में पुलिस बल की जो यहाँ पर तैनाती की गई, लगभग पीएससी की यहाँ पर 3 से 4 कंपनियां भी यहाँ पर तैनात की गई हैं। पुलिस के जवान जो है लगातार इस जुलूस के साथ ही साथ चल रहे हैं। जहां पर भी ट्रैफिक लग रहा है, जहां पर भी हालात जो है सही है, लगातार ही उसको मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं। खुद कंट्रोल में देखिए लगभग 4 से 5 देखिए यहाँ पर जो है जुलूस यहाँ पर मुहर्रम का इस पूरी रोड पर निकाला जा रहा है। जहां तक कैमरे की नजर जाएगी रिपब्लिक भारत की, आप देख पा रही हैं उस पर। लेकिन साथ में जो आसपास की पुलिस थानों के इंचार्ज है, जो चौकी है, वहां पर भी हमने दिखाया सुबह सुबह कैसे ट्रैफिक कंट्रोल रूम से माफ करी सीसीटीवी के जरिए पूरी निगरानी की जा रही है। पुलिस कर्मियों ने इस बात की भी जानकारी दी थी। लेकिन अब देखिए बड़ी बात यह है कि जो गाइडलाइन थी गवर्नमेंट की, जो प्रशासन की जो गाइडलाइन थी, लगातार उसका भी इस ताजिए में पालन किया गया। जूम करके एक बार दिखाइए, लगभग 12 फीट बोला गया था कि ताजिया की जो हाइट है वो होनी चाहिए जुलूस जिस दौरान निकाला जाएगा। लगभग देखिए प्रशासन की गाइडलाइन का यहाँ पर पालन किया गया है और जो भी मुस्लिम धर्म के लोग हैं बड़े शांतिपूर्वक देखिए इस मुहर्रम के जुलूस को यहाँ पर निकाल रहे हैं। प्रशासन ने जो यहाँ पर मानक तय किए थे उसी के आधार पर देखिए सब कुछ यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। लेकिन देखिए 2 पर्व बड़े एक साथ है, कांवड़ यात्रा भी एक तरफ निकाली जा रही है तो इधर मुहर्रम का जुलूस भी है। इसको लेकर संभल जो है पूरी तरह से हाई अलर्ट पर है। बड़ी बात यह है कि संभल में जो जो रूट देखिए जाता है कांवड़ यात्रा के लिए, ये सब वही रूट है और इसी से देखिए ताजिया भी होकर जाना है। ऐसे में पुलिस कहीं से भी नहीं चाहती कि लापरवाही यहाँ पर हो, क्योंकि योगी सरकार की भी पूरी नजर है यहाँ पर। अब आप देखिए जहां अगर कुछ देर के लिए अगर यहाँ पर ताजिया को होल्ड अगर यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है तो वहां पर पुलिसकर्मी भी रोक के मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं कि आखिर कहीं से भी हालात यहाँ पर ना बिगड़े। इसको देखिए पूरा ख्याल यहाँ पर रखा जा रहा है। अगर मैं बात करूं इमाम हुसैन की शहादत को याद करते हुए ये मुहर्रम का जुलूस यहाँ पर ये लोग निकाल रहे हैं, इस बात को भी यहाँ पर ध्यान में रख रहे हैं कि जो प्रशासन की गाइडलाइन है उसका भी यहाँ पर पालन हो। देखिए ये पहला मैं आपको जुलूस दिखा रहा हूँ, पीछे अगर मैं दिखाऊं तो ऐसे ही लगभग 4 से 5 देखिए ताजिया यहाँ पर निकाला जा रहा है। एक बार पूछ भी लेते हैं, प्रशासन की गाइडलाइन का पूरा पालन आप?
जी पूरा पालन कर रहे हैं।
क्या क्या गाइडलाइन रही है ताजिया को?
आपने 12 फीट की ऊंचाई बताई है, वही 12 फीट की ऊंचाई हम ला रहे हैं। जी जी।
और जो कहा गया था कि नाबालिग बच्चों का
नहीं है, कोई बच्चा नहीं है।
देखा आपने जिस तरह से हमने बातचीत की, प्रशासन की गाइडलाइन का पूरा यहाँ पर पालन और इनका ये कहना कि जो भी मानक तय की गए उसी के आधार पर ये ताजिया यहाँ पर निकाला जा रहा है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance.
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. F-35 fighter jet remains stranded in the country in the last 3 weeks. But now the engineering team is in India. It will be repaired and will be taken back to the United Kingdom. We'll get you more details on this. But first up, as always, the headlines. 31-member British aviation engineering team arrives at the international airport in Kerala to examine the F-35 jet today. F-35B will be moved to the hangar. One dead, 4 injured after blast at a firecracker factory in Tamil Nadu. Central Bureau of Investigation has busted biggest medical college scam. Godman ex-UGC chief among 34 named. PM Modi arrives in Brazil for the BRICS summit. Diaspora engagement and key bilaterals on agenda. Shiromani Akali Dal leader Bikram Singh Majidhia has been sent to 14 days judicial custody after completion of 11 days remand.
I join millions around the world in wishing His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama a most happy and joyful 98th birthday.
Prime Minister wishes Dalai Lama on his 90th birthday. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju attended the Dalai Lama's birthday event in Dharamshala. Well, starting the bulletin with the updates on F-35 fighter jet, a team of technical experts on board the British Royal Air Force Airbus A400M at least arrived at the international airport in Kerala to assess the British Royal Navy F-35B fighter jet that made an emergency landing at the airport on June 14th last month. The F-35B jet has been moved to the hangar as of now, and after remaining grounded for over 2 weeks due to technical faults, the aircraft will now be dismantled and transported back to the United Kingdom aboard a C-17 Globemaster transport aircraft. So what you can see on the screen is the F-35 fighter jet that remains stranded there in the last 3 weeks. In fact, it made an emergency landing on June 14th. And now what we're learning is that it has been moved to the hangar. There is a team of engineers from the United Kingdom that has arrived at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport that will be conducting the inspection, the repair process as well. And then this will be taken to the United Kingdom. But it has been stranded from the last at least 3 weeks. In fact, today, British High Commission spokesperson mentioned that a UK engineering team has deployed to the international airport to assess and repair the UK F-35B aircraft, which landed following an emergency diversion. The UK remains grateful to the continued support and collaboration of the Indian authorities and the airport teams. Let me go across to my colleague Ashwini, who joins us live in the broadcast with more details. Ashwini, tell us about the engineering teams that are on the ground and also about the repair process that will be undertaken.
Akanksha, Ashwin this side. What I want to quickly move this to the frame right now. We are getting live visuals of the A400 right now moving from the airport where it was parked. You can see these visuals, our exclusive visuals that we are bringing in by visuals brought in by our video journalist Money. Yes, you can see that right now on the screen, you can see that there is a movement of the A400. So as earlier we had pointed out that the A400 is likely to move out at around 4 p.m. But now we see that this movement is slowly started. It is right now being moved. You can see a slight movement of the A400. Now the A400's movement is, we are trying to find out what is it, but it's very interesting update that we are bringing in on our screens right now. We are seeing the A400 slowly being towed away. In fact, it is slowly being towed away towards the hangar perhaps. So what is it? It is a very interesting development right now happening right before our eyes as we speak. You can see the A400, which landed at around 12:40, is now being towed away to the runway or to the hangar. Needs to be seen, but these are exclusive visuals that we are bringing in.
Absolutely, what we can see on the screen, that is the F-35B fighter jet that made an emergency landing at the international airport 3 weeks back on June 14th. And now we can see, as my colleague Ashwin also pointed out, that it is now being moved towards the hangar. Remember earlier today, as we pointed out, the United Kingdom had mentioned that they remain very grateful to India for the continued support. So Ashwin, tell us about India's involvement in this, their assistance in the earlier repair work as well, and what assistance India has given as far as this fighter jet is concerned.
Well, this assistance, you can see right on our screens, the assistance that is being provided. The Adani Airport, which is right now running this Thiruvananthapuram Airport, you can see that it is using its resources to move the A400. Now, the A400, what we understand, has got all the equipments to repair the F-35. This flight, what you see on our screens right now, landed today at 12:40. Now, slowly that flight is also now being, you can see it is being moved. Where it is being moved needs to be seen. But this particular flight definitely has all the equipments. The Lockheed Martin engineers, 31 engineers had come on this flight today, and it needs to be seen whether this is going to be moved to any other bay right now, or whether it will be moved to the hangar itself. All that needs to be seen. But very interesting development, Akansha. Indian government, Indian authorities have been giving all kind of support, and this support has been rendered in the most best manner possible. And we have seen that this continued for the last 21 days. Also, this flight, the support that has been given, the UK government has also profusely thanked the Indian authorities and the airport authority in this regard as well.
Well, absolutely. There on the screen, we are showing you exclusive pictures of the F-35B stealth fighter jet, which, remember, was parked on the tarmac in Kerala's international airport from the last 3 weeks. Now, what we're learning is that it is being towed to the hangar area. British technicians, their engineers, are on the ground, and it remains to be seen how this fighter jet will be repaired. That repair work will be very important, Ashwin. It remains to be seen whether it can be repaired locally or whether it will be dismantled and taken to the United States. Take us through the details.
The live visuals, what we are getting right now is not the F-35, Akansha. It is the A400 that we are showing on our screens right now. In fact, this is the vehicle with a flight that has come down to repair it, to repair the F-35. The F-35 was already moved into the hangar. Now you can see a bus also slowly moving closer to it. Now we need to see what is happening over there. It certainly looks like the bus is moving towards the... we are just looking at it because these are live visuals that is happening. There is a movement. We are trying to find out whether any crew members will be taken in these buses, but there are quite a few buses which are going very close to it. We need to see that. But nonetheless, what we can definitely know is that there is a kind of you can see some people coming out. In fact, you can see some people coming out in this frame. You can see there are some crew members which are coming out from the aircraft. In fact, these are very important update from the A400, the cargo flight of the UK Air Force, the Royal UK Air Force. You can see that some crew members are coming out. There is some kind of a machinery which is likely being moved over there. We are trying to get you those. Yes, it is right. Some kind of machinery is being moved. There is some equipment which is right now being dragged. Whether that will be taken to the hangar is what needs to be seen. But certainly, very interesting development is happening right there. What we know is that there's a 31-member crew which has come down to repair it. And of the 31-member crew, we have understanding that there are also Lockheed Martin engineers also there. Now we can see from the flight, there are some people who are moving out. There are some people who are coming out, and there's also some bus which was parked on the other side. Maybe they will be boarding onto we do not know that. We cannot ascertain it, but we can see some goods being brought out of this particular flight. So these are very interesting visuals that we are bringing in.
Absolutely. My colleague Ashwin is there at the spot getting you these exclusive visuals of the aircraft that is right there. And there's some movement as well. As Ashwin, you also pointed out, there is 30-member crew that will be carrying out the repair work. That will be very important because the aircraft the fighter jet in fact has been stranded from the last 3 weeks. So repair work, dismantling will be very important, Ashwin. All right, we'll continue to track that story very closely. There on the screen, you can see exclusive visuals from the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport and the ground report that my colleague Ashwin has been getting for us.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
On the Dalai Lama's 90th birthday, Buddhist monk offered special prayers at the Tibetan monastery in Bodh Gaya in Bihar. Hollywood actor and practicing Buddhist also joined this birthday celebration in Dharamshala in Himachal Pradesh. 4 people died after their car slipped off the road and fell down the mountain near, in fact, this Rohtang Pass area in Kullu district in Himachal Pradesh. There were a total of 5 people in one vehicle. 1 person has received injuries. Rescue operations are still on. Delhi Police Crime Branch has arrested a criminal, Ajay Lamba alias Bansi, a proclaimed offender who had been absconding from the last 25 years. This accused that you can see on the screen, a notorious robber-cum-murderer, was involved in 4 brutal robbery-cum-murder cases targeting the cab drivers across the national capital, UP and Uttarakhand since 2001. Now shifting our focus, the Central Bureau of Investigation has uncovered one of the biggest medical education scams in the country. The case spans multiple states and involves the top officials, middlemen, private colleges, representatives, prominent educationists, and even a self-styled godman. The Central Bureau of Investigation has so far arrested 8 people in this case, including 3 NMC doctors. That is National, Medical Commission doctor who took a bribe of 55 lakh rupees to issue a favorable inspection report to the institute in Naya Raipur is what we're learning. This is one of the biggest medical scam that has been unearthed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Several people have been arrested in this case, including a self-styled godman, several middlemen, private colleges, representatives, prominent educationists, and the Central Bureau of Investigation has stated that the NMC doctors took 55 lakh bribe to issue a favorable inspection report to Rawatpura Institute of Medical Sciences, which is in Naya Raipur there.
₹55 लाख ब्राइब ली गई है, ऐसा आरोप लगाया है सीबीआई ने। और जब्ती जो की गई है वो करीब करीब 16 लाख कुछ की गई है और एक जन से 38 लाख की गई है। लेकिन जो जब्ती भी जो बताई जा रही है वो जिस व्यक्ति को व्यक्ति जिस नाम का बताया जा रहा है कि भ्रम है, वो उसके व्यक्तिगत जो संपत्ति और प्रॉपर्टी के पेपर्स के रिलेटेड जो उसने बेचा खरीदा है, उसकी जो पैसे थे वो उसके घर से जब्त किया गया है। दूसरी जो बेंच मतलब है दिल्ली की, उन्होंने एक शिकायत की है किसी मयूर रावल के नाम पर, जो उदयपुर की किसी संस्थान का डायरेक्टर है या वहाँ का रजिस्ट्रार है। और ये बताया गया है इस पूरे उसमें कि खाली सिर्फ रावतपुरा सरकार का नहीं है। आरोप ये लगाया गया है कि जो निरीक्षण समिति गुप्त रहती है, पूरी तरह से किसी को बताया या डिस्क्लोज नहीं किया जाता है, उस डिस्क्लोज किसी ने किया है। अब किसने किया है उसकी जांच की जा रही है। और ये बताया गया है कि जो रावतपुरा सरकार यूनिवर्सिटी में जो लोगों को जांच करना था मेडिकल कॉलेज में, रावतपुरा मेडिकल कॉलेज में, वो डॉक्टर्स की जो 4 लोगों की टीम थी, वो 4 लोगों ने रिश्वत ली है कि उनके जो मानक स्तर सही था या नहीं था, उनके फेवर में रिपोर्ट बनाने के लिए ये केस बनाया है, आरोप ये लगाया है सीबीआई ने। और सीबीआई आज 6 लोगों को पेश किए हैं यहाँ कोर्ट पे, जिसमें कुछ लोगों के संबंध में उनके पास कोई विशिष्ट जानकारियां उपलब्ध नहीं है। और हमने उसी का ऑब्जेक्शन लगाया है कि बिना 41 की नोटिस दिए, बिना किसी 35 की नोटिस दिए आपने कैसे गिरफ्तार किया। पहले आप जांच करें, आप सिर्फ संदेह के आधार पर आप गिरफ्तार नहीं कर सकते।
Now shifting our focus to the state of Karnataka, 10 Dalit professors at Bangalore University have submitted their resignation to the Vice Chancellor, alleging discrimination in the appointment of the post and deliberate bypassing of the reservation policies. In a formal letter, the professors cited persistent neglect of their concern despite repeated appeals, claiming that the university administration has manipulated the system to exclude eligible candidates from the marginalized community. A big claim that has come in from as many as 10 Dalit professors who have tendered their resignation to the Vice Chancellor. Now this will go to the Chief Minister is what we are learning from our reporters on the ground. They have claimed that there's been discrimination in the appointment of the post and the deliberate bypassing of the reservation policy. A big claim against the Bangalore University. Let me go across to my colleague Abhishek, who joins us from Karnataka. Abhishek, do tell us about this, because this is a very big claim that is coming from the Dalit professors. They have claimed that there's been discrimination against them as far as the Bangalore University is concerned. Give us more details.
Well, Akanksha, we have seen the letter and we've also shown the letter to our viewers, which very clearly states that these 10 professors who are disposing of their duties in various other departments of Bengaluru University had also been provided with additional jobs which they have been carrying out from last couple of years, after which it was mentioned that they would be getting the ELs as per their designation and the disposal of their duties. However, after repeated requests and various other letters written to the Vice Chancellor has not yet given a heed to their request, is what the letter claims as of now. And also, they have threatened or informed the Vice Chancellor that they will be getting off or resigning from their additional posts, because this is what the Gazette has mentioned. According to the Karnataka government, is what the 10 Dalit professors claim as of now. It is not because of the reason that they have been superseded or overtaken that these resignations are taking place, but due to the respect that they have been not provided by the VC or the Bengaluru University is one of the major reasons as to why these 10 resignations are about to take place in a day or two. We are waiting for an update from the Vice Chancellor of Bengaluru University, and also we will have to see how these 10 Dalit professors will take this any further, because the university's Chancellor will be the Governor of the state, and also the powers are vested. Some of the powers are vested with the Chief Minister of Karnataka. So we will have to see how this case proceeds, what will be the reaction of the Bengaluru University's Vice Chancellor, and what will the next move of these 10 Dalit professors be as of now.
Absolutely,
Akanksha.
Abhishek. Keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now shifting our focus, the Dalai Lama celebrated his 90th birthday in the Himachal Pradesh Dharamshala today alongside thousands of Tibetan Buddhist and Union Minister, Hollywood celebrities as well. Take a look at this report for more details.
The world is celebrating the 90th birthday of Tibetan spiritual leader, the 14th Dalai Lama. And a celebration event was organized in Himachal Pradesh's Dharamshala. From top politicians to Hollywood celebrities in attendance, the celebratory event was witnessed by the entire world. Hollywood actor and practicing Buddhist Richard Gere also received blessings from the 14th Dalai Lama.
A joyous, joyous day to celebrate this extraordinary life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. but also the presence of all the extraordinary people here, the spiritual community, secular community, all these wonderful diplomats and representatives from around the world come here to pay their respects to one of the most extraordinary people who have ever walked on this planet.
Addressing the event, Union Minister of Minority Affairs Kiran Rijiju lauded the Tibetan spiritual leader and called him a living bridge between ancient wisdom and modern world.
Now, let's take you to the state of Kerala. As you can see on the screen, those are the exclusive footage that Republic has gotten for you. This is as far as the stranded F-35B is concerned. Remember, it is stranded at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport since the last in fact, 3 weeks is what we are learning, but the engineering team is on the ground and the repair work will be undertaken shortly. In fact, these are the visuals of A400 engine which has started. We'll go to our colleague in just some time who will explain these visuals to us. But the process of repair, dismantling and other things are underway as far as this F-35 fighter jet is concerned. Let me go across to Ashwin, who joins us live with more details. Ashwin, explain these visuals to us. What is happening there on the ground?
Right now, the A400, which in fact landed in Thiruvananthapuram at around 12:40, is now seen to be returning back. What we understand, what we confirm from our sources, is some of the engineers who are going to repair the F-35 is going to stay here. So essentially, this plane was brought in to hand over the equipments and all the machineries required for the repair. That is what we understand. And once that is done, so F-35 was earlier towed away. We had broken those visuals. Also, it was towed away and it was taken to the Air India hangar. And after that has been done, once the engineers of the UK have safeguarded it, the flight which brought these equipments and these crew members are right now returning back. And these are the visuals that we are bringing in of this flight. It is likely to take off from here in some time. It is right now going to the other end of the runway, and soon we will be seeing this A400 taking off from the Thiruvananthapuram airport.
Absolutely, Ashwin. In fact, we can see there on the screen, these are the first and exclusive visuals that you can see on our channel. A400 is returning back. That arrived earlier today after bringing at least 31-member engineering team to carry out the repair works. Now, the A400, the plane there is leaving from the international airport there in Kerala. This was carrying, in fact, the machinery and the equipment that were required to fix, repair, dismantled the F-35 fighter jet. Now, all eyes will be on the repairing work. Ashwin, tell us more about that.
You know, what we witnessed, in fact, was, we are sitting in a very discreet place. It's very difficult because there are security protocols and lot reasons, and we have been shooed away multiple times. So my video journalist Mani, yes, and myself have been trying to, get these visuals for our viewers. But that's why what we wanted to say was, before this flight took off, we did see some kind of an equipment movement and people movement to this flight as well. What we believe probably the weapon system which were attached to this flight was probably taken before the flight has gone into the repair. So that could be the thing. But certainly right now we are expecting the A400 to take off from the Thiruvananthapuram airport. It has now moved into the other end of the runway. In another 5 to 10 minutes we can expect this flight to take off from here.
Absolutely. Let me explain these visuals to people who have just joined in. There on the screen, you can say A400 that brought in the engineers. Today it is going back, but engineers will be in Kerala in India to fix, repair, dismantle and take back the F-35 fighter jet that remains stranded in Kerala since last 3 weeks. There on the screen, you can see A400, in fact, heading back to the United Kingdom is what we are learning, and my colleague has been reporting each and every detail of this story from the last 3 weeks. Ashwin, take us through the repair work that could be carried out now, and also the focus will be on how this will be taken back to the United Kingdom.
You can see the A400 taking off. You can see the A400. You can see the A400 taking off right now. You can see those visuals. It has already taken off from the Thiruvananthapuram Airport. It is right now. You can see it has moved out. It has taken off. This flight, which was here hardly for 4 hours, has now moved away. Meanwhile, just right below over there where the Air India hangar is, I just want our video journalist Mani has to show where the F-35 has been taken inside. So that particular hangar, the Air India hangar which is there, it has been moved. Where the flight is just in that hangar where you can see the Air India, some of the flights are parked. Next to that, there is a closed hangar. So as soon as the F-35 was brought into that hangar, that gate was closed. Now we do not have any access, but certainly that is where the repair will happen. There are only two possibilities. One, the repair will happen, or as you pointed out, there could be dismantling. But that is there's a good chance that it will be repaired and the flight is going to take off from this very airport in the days to come.
Well, absolutely, Ashwin. Those are the visuals from the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport, a Royal Air Force Airbus A400M Atlas aircraft that landed with the engineers earlier today that has lifted off towards the United Kingdom. All the engineers are on the ground right now, and the repair work of the F-35 fighter jet will be carried out and will be taken back to the United Kingdom. Thank you so much, Ashwin, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. But now the focus will be on the repair work of the F-35B fighter jet that is in Trivandrum from the last 3 weeks. The repair work will be carried out. It remains to be seen whether there will be dismantling or not, and then it will be taken to the United Kingdom. Remember earlier today, the United Kingdom issued a statement thanking India for the support as far as this entire repair process is concerned. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about how the Central Bureau of Investigation busted biggest medical college scam involving a Godman, ex-UGC chief, 34 other named in this case. And on the other side in Punjab, SAD leader Vikram Singh Majithia has been sent to 14 days judicial custody after his 11 days of police remand. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
This week on Get Me Right, we put a searchlight on the plight of the Hindu community of Sindh in Pakistan. Their daily struggles just to be able to survive amid abductions, conversions, and targeting of their women. Also, is China deliberately hitting India's food security by squeezing the supply of specialty fertilizers amid Kharif season? And if yes, do we have a way out? Is an experiment with genetically modified crops worth a shot to increase India's agricultural output? Join me this weekend only on Republic TV.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
After the massive success of Operation Sindoor, which underlined India's dominance in the skies, another story is quietly unfolding within the Indian Air Force. This one will multiply the Indian Air Force's punch and add more firepower to one of its most advanced fighter jets, the Sukhoi 30 MKI, and make it more lethal for our adversaries. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, the backbone of our Air Force, is getting a radical makeover. And it is not just an upgrade, it is a transformation. Yes, we are talking about the Super Sukhoi, the massive 70,000 crore rupee upgrade that will make Sukhoi 30 more dominant than it already is. Let's start with the why. The Su-30 MKI is already India's most numerous and battle-tested fighter. But the
Dr. Israni, we are honored to have you here today. Before I start with the chat, for people who don't know, I was just researching about you yesterday, and a very interesting thing that I found out was that he had been a medical professional, and now he is an infrastructure innovator. So a stark difference when it comes to career choices, of course. I want to know the journey on how did you and why did you decide from switching from a medical perspective to then a future innovator, keeping in mind that you're interested in real estate. What was the story behind that?
So Tanisha, I first of all thank Republic to have such a big platform and telling people what infrastructure is doing right now, which nobody talks about. So if we see, for a doctor also, an infrastructure eventually is building the nation. So my goal when I got into medicine was to help people. So we have not diverted from our original goal. We still run foundations, we are still taking care, and infrastructure, because if the country grows, overall health and economic living grows. So that's practically parallel together, yeah.
So why this sudden switch? Or when did you decide that you want to now become a infrastructure innovator?
So actually that's a good question, because I'll tell you why. So I was always working as a charitable guy. So eventually when you were working something charitably, you call people, after the 5th call, people don't take your call. So I realized I need to do something on my own where I can make my own money and make that impact. So this was, and the industry was booming. So I thought, let me give it a try, and it worked pretty well for us.
That's very nice. I mean, in fact, your philosophy that I read on the website goes beyond real estate. It's about building features and it's about creating a legacy that lasts a lifetime. So why don't you tell us more about the Israni Foundation and how does it help in?
So building futures together is not just a tagline. It's our DNA. Since, eventually for any company, it's legacies they live on. But if legacy is not impactful, it's not changing lives, there's no point of having that legacy. Absolutely. So for us, we make sure, because our projects are in really remote areas, we make sure we have a mobile clinics, we have a creche, because eventually a healthier workforce will benefit the company and obviously the nation.
Absolutely. So when you talk about smart cities, now this is a very common term that the youngsters use, the people who are looking forward to start a family in a metropolitan city they use the word smart city. But what according to you a smart city actually is, and how is it matching with your vision and the Israni Foundation's vision?
So see, smart city is not just having EV vehicles roaming around, you have solar power and connectivity. But exactly a purpose of a smart city is bridging the gap. Getting economic benefits to the city, and so that the youth which is there in like tier 2, tier 3, so if you see mostly smart cities are in that zone. So it gets them job, which gets them placement, and it improves the life. So that's the basic purpose. Smart does not necessarily means having everything technologically driven.
So is it more about tech, or is it more about the experience that people have when they actually live in the city?
So they actually mix of both. Now technology is everywhere. We can't live without our phones. We can't live without internet. So it improves the quality of life, because when you have a smart city, you know your water management system is taken care of, your roadways are clean, your traffic, everything is managed. So, you know, it improves the quality of life. So it's a mix of both.
Absolutely. So how do you think, but technology does play a huge role when it comes to real estate. And what according to you has technology given into the real estate sector, especially when we talk about the Israni Foundation? Because like you said, it's amalgamation, it's a mix of both that results in a good real estate venture. What according to you is the role of the tech when it comes to the Israni Foundation? As you said, it's an amalgamation of both.
So more than foundation when it comes to business, see, everything is right now AI, augmented AI technology. So eventually, see, India is growing at an urban rapid space of growth. So what technology does, it reduces your timelines, which is really critical. It improves the quality of the project you're delivering. So that makes a lot of difference. So now, see, everyone has been talking about AI is this, AI that. AI has basically been there for ages. So AI is now divided into two things. One is machine learning and one is generative AI. So that's the main AI, which, you know, it actually you can create, as a company, what we are also doing, we are creating our own LLMs. So eventually it will take time, but it will definitely benefit the future projects and everything. It will reduce timelines, it will make our projects greener, and we'll be able to deliver faster. And of course, the company will make money out of it.
Yeah, that's the agenda mainly. But you know, when we talk about cities and turning them into smart cities, how do you think we can not just focus on data driving, but more on how it is to be people centric? Because the experience is what it counts. At the end of the day, when people go to that sector, they want to experience luxury, but also at an affordable price. They want to experience a legacy. How do you think we can manage that?
So see, technology is eventually making life easier. Once you have an easy life, you know, today if the traffic is well managed, I know I can reach home 20 minutes rather than 30 minutes. That extra 10 minutes would change my life. I'll rather spend it with my family, or it will be me time. That would change. And with technology coming, cities getting smarter, builders and developers, they get more chance to develop those cities. And once new cities develop, new infrastructure is eventually beneficial for the person who's been staying there.
So it's said that the infrastructure is usually seen as the urban story of India. But what according to you, and how according to you can the infrastructure, especially when we talk about the real estate sector, can truly empower Bharat? Because what we're talking about here is nation first always. How do you think the infrastructure and the real estate sector is contributing to that?
So as we all know, infrastructure sector is the largest contributor of GDP. Yeah. We are also one of the largest employers. So once we are developing, right, I thank the PM, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, his vision that we've been able to develop so much and at so rapid space. And thanks to him, one thing I would tell everyone when I meet all these youngsters, seeing our Prime Minister ji work 24/7, 365 days a year, it has made us more weekend working than weekend loving generation. That has impacted a lot.
So do you like working on the weekends then?
I do. My kids and my wife have a problem with it, but yeah, Sundays I make sure I keep it for them.
That's amazing. When we talk about Viksit Bharat, how do you think the real estate sector is actually contributing to a Viksit Bharat? Because ultimately, the goal is going to be that in the longer run.
See, Viksit Bharat basically means we need to be a developed nation. And that would happen once we have good infrastructure, we have more companies and more, you know, big companies coming in India and investing in India, which leads to job creation. And once a developed nation is there, people have good jobs, good salaries. So it obviously develops the nation. It is very important and it will happen. They say it's Vision 2047. But the way government is working, I think so we'll achieve it by 2040.
Absolutely. That's a huge statement that you have made there. Also, you have worked on campuses. You have worked on CRPF campuses. There are IITs. And again, there are different holistic things that you have worked upon. So what did you learn from this as far as the inclusive development is concerned? Because, and these are amazing campuses, the CRPF campus, be the IIT in Ahmedabad as well. What is it that you encountered? Number one, the challenges, of course, and number two, the inclusive development that you can talk about.
So any challenge actually makes you grow. So a challenge for any entrepreneur is good. But working, you know, the environment with these campuses is so positive, it's so green, that you don't feel it as like a challenge. But there's a lot of learning. See, when you're doing any project with IIT, there's so many engineers and they're really smartest of the lot of the country. Once you sit there with them and discuss, you actually know about what's future technology, and you can implement it, which they actually allow. Whether you would be doing it with the other players, they might be a bit hesitant, but not them.
So, when the thought process that goes behind building the CRPF campuses, building the IITs, I'm sure it's a proud moment, of course, other than being an entrepreneur, because you're building futures, you're building lives. What is that one thought that goes behind your mind when you're actually working yourself on those projects?
So when I see that these are buildings which are going to last lifetime, and they are the master structures. So when you build an IIT campus, it's not just you're building a campus, so many people are going to come there. And one of the brightest minds of the nation. They are doing a lot for the nation. They're making their own startups, which are quite successful. So it gives a proud moment. And when it comes to CRPF campuses or any defense services campus, it gives us immense pride, because eventually they are the people who are standing on the borders inside the cities which are protecting us. For them, I don't think so. We say we are happy working. There was a debate, 45 hours or 70 hours working. And these people, they are willing to work even 100 hours without any problem or sweat. So it gives an immense pleasure when I'm doing something for the government sector, especially for the defense sector.
Absolutely. So that's really nice to know about it. And when you talk about sustainability, it is no longer an option now. It's the need of the hour, we say. I want to know the kind of projects that you have worked upon in which sustainability along with technology have played together a huge role.
See, now,